Chapter 1. Just after breaking up, I was called to the hospital to sign some papers. Shanghai Normal University. Lin Chen, from now on, let's break up. Wang Bingbing's ruthless voice rang out in the classroom. The surrounding students were in an uproar. What's going on? Is there melon to eat? Oh. Lin Chen nodded. If you want to break up, just break up. You. Lin Chen's indifferent attitude made Wang Bingbing very unhappy. Don't you want to know the reason? Wang Bingbing frowned and said coldly, because you paint rosy pictures every day. Last month you said you would buy me an Hermes bag, but what happened? I've completely seen through you. Lu Bo is better. The day after I started going out with him, he gave me a pair of shoes that cost over 10,000 yuan. You're not even as good as a hair on Lu Bo's head, you miser. After she had finished speaking, the students were all extremely surprised. Who is Lu Bo? Does this name sound familiar? Coincidentally, I know Lu Bo. The guy is quite ugly and only 1.6 meters tall. How could Wang Bingbing like him? Just kidding, Lu Bo's family owns an Lao Feng Xiang gold shop and is very rich. What did you think? I see, so he is rich. The students couldn't help but sigh as they discussed it, thinking that it was really nice to be rich. Just then, a tall and graceful figure ran into the classroom, looking very anxious. Her appearance also attracted everyone's attention. The girl was wearing a black and white JK skirt, with a pair of straight, slender, white legs, complemented by lace knee socks, which made many boys think lustful thoughts. Zhou Huimin. A net celebrity from Shanghai Normal University, she has more than 5 million followers on TikTok, so many people know her. Lin Chen. Zhou Huimin's gaze swept the classroom and settled on Lin Chen, and then she ran towards Lin Chen in a hurry. Hurry up. Follow me. May I ask what this is about? Lin Chen was at a loss for words. She just dragged him away without saying a word? What did she mean? There's no time to explain, I'll tell you on the way. Zhou Huimin lowered her voice. If you don't follow me, you'll definitely regret it in the future. Hearing this, Lin Chen fell silent. Then, in full view of everyone, Zhou Huimin took Lin Chen and left the classroom together. At this time, Wang Bingbing's face looked a little ugly. This guy was at the entrance of the school. Now you can talk, right? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Zhou Huimin pursed her lips and asked, do you remember Li Ziran? Li Ziran? Lin Chen felt that this name was a little familiar. But he couldn't remember. I don't know. Lin Chen said. You, Zhou Huimin, suddenly became speechless. You slept with someone and got someone pregnant, and now you actually say you don't know them. You really are a scumbag. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Then he remembered something and asked, was she tall, about 1.68 meters, and usually liked to wear the kind of bun hairstyle that dance students wear, and wear a Swarovski black swan necklace around her neck? Yes, you finally remembered? Zhou Huimin said excitedly. Lin Chen nodded, he did remember. It was probably last winter. Lin Chen went to a bar with some friends to drink, and in the end got drunk and confused, and went to a hotel room with a beautiful woman. That beautiful woman was Li Ziran. Lin Chen only found out her name later. That night, Lin Chen will never forget, because it was very exciting. She's pregnant? It's not my child, is it? As soon as Lin Chen's thought came up, a voice rang in his mind. Ding, daddy system, binding in progress. Host, do not doubt, the child Li Zian is carrying is yours, and it is quadruplets. Option 1, go to the hospital with Zhou Huimin, reward 500,000 cash, baby 4-piece set, and a villa on the Bund in Shanghai. Option 2, refuse to go to the hospital with Zhou Huimin, reward a king of pesticides full skin account, and $10 in cash. Lin Chen. I actually got the system from the online novel? Holy shit. Could it be that I, Lin Chen, am the legendary chosen one? $10 and a big villa, even a grade schooler knows what to choose, right? Lin Chen, get in the car quickly. At this time, Zhou Huimin arrived in a Didi car, and Lin Chen, having recovered his senses, immediately got in the car with Zhou Huimin. Then the car drove towards the People's Hospital. Inside the hospital. When Lin Chen and Zhou Huimin arrived, Li Ziran had just been wheeled into the delivery room. However, at the moment she entered the delivery room, Li Ziran saw Lin Chen. Her expression moved strongly for a moment. Chapter 2, Meeting the Baby for the First Time. God bless, God must bless. Outside the delivery room, Zhou Huimin kept praying, while Lin Chen was also very confused and panicked. He was still studying himself, and to be honest, he was not at all mentally prepared to be a father. After about half an hour, the red light in the delivery room turned green, and a female nurse pushed a baby cot out. Her gaze fell on Lin Chen, and she smiled. "You are the father of the child, right? Congratulations." Afterwards, she pointed at the baby carriage. "This is the eldest, a girl, 5.3 kilograms. This is the second, a girl, 5.2 kilograms. This is the third, a boy, 5.3 kilograms. This is the fourth, a girl, 5.1 kilograms. My goodness." Zhou Huimin, who was standing nearby, could not contain her excitement. "Quadruplets. This is the first time I've seen them in real life. The most important thing is that these quadruplets were born to her best friend." At this moment, Zhou Huimin felt like a godmother. "Only 5 kilograms? Zhou Huimin looked at the babies and said, "I remember when my cousin's baby was born, it weighed more than 7 kilograms. Generally speaking, a baby's weight at birth is considered normal if it is between 5 and 8 kilograms. A weight below 5 kilograms is considered low, while a weight above 8 kilograms is considered high. As for the weight of multiple births, it is slightly lower than that of a normal baby, which is mainly related to the nutrition provided during pregnancy." The nurse patiently explained. Hearing this, Zhou Huimin nodded, "So that's how it is. Lin Chen, I feel that the babies look a lot like you. Especially the nose, eyebrows, and eyes. When the 4 babies grow up, they will definitely be very good looking." Zhou Huimin said with a smile. "Lin Chen. They've just been born, so what can you tell? But to be honest, Lin Chen thinks the babies are a bit ugly." "Are all newborn babies this ugly?" Of course, Lin Chen definitely doesn't mean it as a criticism. He's just speaking his mind. He thinks the same as Vivian Xiao, the baby will definitely look very good when it grows up. After all, he is so handsome, and Li Ziran's appearance is also peerless, so where can the baby be ugly? "Okay, I'm going to take the babies for a checkup," the nurse said. After babies are born, they usually have to undergo a comprehensive physical examination. For example, the head circumference, weight, and length are measured, and no deformities or defects are allowed. If there are deformities or defects, the parents will be notified immediately and corrective surgery will be recommended. Ziran. After the babies were taken away for tests, Zhou Huimin and Lin Chen also walked into the delivery room. Both of them were eager to know what was happening to Ziran. At this time, Ziran, who had just given birth, was very haggard and weak. She looked at Lin Chen as he entered, and she felt unbelievable. Lin Chen was also staring at Ziran. The two just looked at each other. Lin Chen was a little at a loss and didn't know what to say. "Wait, don't go away." A nurse said next to them, "The 2 hours after childbirth is the peak of postpartum bleeding, so you need to pay attention to the condition of the pregnant woman." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression became clear. Zhou Huimin also nodded. "Good nurse." Immediately afterwards, Li Ziran was wheeled into the observation room. At that moment, Zhou Huimin's phone rang. "Yes, okay, I'll be right there." After the phone call, Zhou Huimin apologized to Lin Chen, "Sorry, I have an urgent matter to deal with back at the school. You stay here and take care of Ziran. I'll be back soon." Chapter 3, What if there is no milk? Good. Lin Chen nodded. As soon as Zhou Huimin had left, a system prompt sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations on the birth of the host's babies. The host is rewarded a daddy gift pack. Do you want to open it now? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Open it. Congratulations on the host's acquisition of 1 million in childcare funds. Congratulations on the host's acquisition of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class top-of-the-line model. Congratulations on the host's acquisition of the Nanny Knowledge Database. Lin Chen froze for a moment, unable to react. A vast amount of knowledge flooded into his brain. After digesting the knowledge, Lin Chen had become an all-round nanny. Buzz. Lin Chen's phone vibrated. He clicked to open it, and it was a message saying that the 1 million had been credited to his account. Together with the previous 500,000. Lin Chen now had a huge sum of 1.5 million. And that didn't even include fixed assets such as the Bund villa and the Mercedes-Benz. So cool. Although the cost of raising a child is high these days. With Lin Chen's current financial strength, raising 4 gold guzzling beasts is completely no problem. 2 hours later. Lin Chen. Li Ziren woke up. I'm here. Lin Chen, who was by his side, held Li Ziren's hand. Does it hurt anywhere now? No. That's good. Lin Chen revealed a smile, as if relieved. After giving birth, the mother generally experiences no adverse reactions within 2 hours, and there is basically nothing major to worry about afterwards. At this time, a nurse pushed a stroller into the room. Is this Li Ziren? The nurse asked. Yes. Li Ziren answered immediately. The physical examination is complete, and the babies are normal and healthy in every way. The female nurse said with a smile, and she pushed the stroller up to the bed so that Li Ziren could see the babies. Li Ziren. This was Li Ziren's first time seeing her baby, her own flesh and blood, and she was overjoyed beyond words. Can I hold him? Li Ziren asked the nurse. Of course you can. The nurse gave a slight smile. I'll do it. Seeing that the nurse had bent down, Lin Chen quickly spoke with a smile. You're a novice father, can you hold the baby? The female nurse teased. Of course I can. Lin Chen laughed and said, newborn babies are all in a relatively soft state, and their cervical vertebrae, lumbar vertebrae, and thoracic vertebrae have not yet fully developed. So when you hold them, you have to be careful to protect their cervical vertebrae, thoracic vertebrae, and lumbar vertebrae. Lin Chen said, and he was seen supporting the baby's cervical vertebrae with his left hand and the baby's bottom with his right hand, before gently picking him up. That's fine. It seems that you've done your homework. The female nurse was surprised that Lin Chen was so good at this. Lin Chen laughed and said, holding a baby is so simple, you can learn it in no time. The nurse looked at Lin Chen with approval and then asked Li Ziren, by the way, you haven't started breastfeeding yet, have you? When the baby wakes up, the first thing it will want is milk. If you haven't started breastfeeding yet, you need to do something about it. On hearing this, Li Ziren's face flushed. What do you mean by start breastfeeding? How do I do that? Li Ziren asked, feeling a little embarrassed. The so-called milk opening is the first time you breastfeed your baby. The nurse said, as for how to do it, it's very simple, just rub or massage with your hands. I see, thank you. You're welcome. After saying this, the nurse left the ward. Wow. Wow. At this time, the second treasure in Li Ziren's arms started crying. Does it want to drink milk? Li Ziren looked at her breasts, but she didn't have any milk yet. She rubbed her breasts as the nurse had instructed. Lin Chen spoke from the side. Well. Li Ziren said shyly, then, can you turn around first? Lin Chen. He knew that Li Ziren was a little shy, and Lin Chen could understand. So Lin Chen honestly turned around. 1 minute. 2 minutes. She rubbed for a full 3 minutes, but Li Ziren still didn't have any milk coming out. She even did what Lin Chen said, but the baby used his mouth to suck. But it still didn't help. Lin Chen, what should I do? Li Ziren was at her wit's end. The second treasure in her arms was crying for food, which made her feel both distressed and anxious. It seems that there is only one way to do it. Lin Chen smiled and said. Looking at the wicked smile at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth, Li Ziren curiously asked, what is the way? I will suck. Chapter 4, from now on, I will be responsible for the 3 meals a day. Ha? Li Ziren was dumbfounded. Is this still possible? This is the only way. You don't want our baby to go hungry, do you? Lin Chen said. Wow. At this time, the baby's crying continued, and Li Ziren didn't hesitate anymore. Okay, you do it. Li Ziren thought, since the baby was born to Lin Chen. What's there to be shy about? Subsequently, a scene that words can hardly describe took place in the observation room. Afterwards, Li Ziren finally had breast milk. Lin Chen's mouth was stained with milk. Li Ziren's pretty face was red, and fortunately, they were the only ones in the observation room, otherwise she would be so embarrassed if anyone saw her. It's okay, start feeding. Lin Chen gave a faint smile. He licked the corner of his mouth and tasted the milk. This action fell into Li Ziren's eyes, which made her even more embarrassed. She gave Lin Chen a glare. Li Ziren didn't have time to deal with Lin Chen, and looking at her baby, who was crying from hunger, she immediately fed her. Soon, she saw Air Bao sucking frantically, as if she were starving and tasting the best delicacy in the world. Z ran. Lin Chen. Just then, Zhou Huimin returned. Lin Chen saw her carrying something in her hands and couldn't help but ask, "What did you buy?" "Of course it's lunch." Z Ran didn't even eat breakfast. Zhou Huimin smiled and looked at Li Ziran, who was feeding her baby. "Ziran, I bought you spare ribs with rice and a bowl of chicken soup. I bought it at my aunt's restaurant, so the meat quality is guaranteed, unlike those shady restaurants out there. The chicken soup is also stewed with hen eggs the size of rice grains. After you finish feeding the baby, drink it while it's still hot." Ziran was very touched by Zhou Huimin's thoughtfulness. "Thank you, Huimin." "You're welcome, after all, we're like family, right?" Zhou Huimin laughed. "Pork ribs with rice?" At this time, Lin Chen couldn't help but speak up. "What's wrong?" asked Vivian Chow. Lin Chen shook his head and smiled. "Nothing, it's just that Ziran has just given birth and her digestive system has not yet recovered. She should eat relatively light, easily digestible foods. For example, egg soup, congee, and so on." "Huh? Is that so?" Vivian Chow was a little surprised. If Lin Chen hadn't told her, she really wouldn't have known this trivia. "I didn't realize that there were such strict rules for new mothers. But it's okay, for now, just don't eat this kind of spare ribs and rice too often. It's fine to eat it once or twice. But you can drink more of this chicken soup often," Lin Chen said with a smile. Li Ziran couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. Why did Lin Chen know so much? He must have secretly done his homework while I was asleep just now. Thinking of this, Li Ziran revealed a sweet smile. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the spoiled wife role, and your reward is the skill god level cooking." Lin Chen suddenly heard the voice of the system in his mind. Immediately, a flood of memories rushed into Lin Chen's brain. In just a moment, Lin Chen went from someone who couldn't cook to a world-class chef. As long as you can name the dish, Lin Chen can cook it, and it will taste absolutely delicious. Even a Michelin 5-star chef would pale in comparison in front of Lin Chen. The system is awesome. Lin Chen exclaimed in his mind. "Ziran, what do you want to eat tonight?" "But you have to be able to eat it now, I'll prepare it for you tonight," Zhou Huimin said with a smile. Ziran looked at Zhou Huimin. She was indeed a good friend from China. Ziran was about to speak when Lin Chen's voice rang out. "Ziran, I'll be responsible for your meals from now on. Confinement is very important, and if your diet is poor, it will have consequences for your health in the future." Ziran and Zhou Huimin were both shocked when they heard this. "Did I hear it right? You'll be responsible for 3 meals a day? Could it be that you can cook?" Zhou Huimin questioned, not that she looked down on Lin Chen. But in her perception, relatively few men can cook, and Lin Chen is young, how could he cook? Li Ziran was also a little puzzled, because she was thinking more or less the same thing as Zhou Huimin. "Of course he can cook." Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, "Is this really worth all the fuss? Nowadays, it's not unusual to know how to cook. Don't you?" In a word, Zhou Huimin was embarrassed by the question. She really couldn't cook when she wasn't busy, she just played the mobile game King of Glory. "Lin Chen, I want to eat Christian carp soup tonight." Li Ziran smiled and looked at Lin Chen. "You can, but can you eat fermented rice eggs? Christian carp soup is very nourishing when paired with fermented rice eggs." "Yes, fermented rice eggs are so good." "Okay, I'll arrange it for you tonight." In the following time, Lin Chen was busy running around the hospital, but with Zhou Huimin by his side, Lin Chen was able to handle it. "Lin Chen, are you going out to Helen's tonight? There are Black Silk Sisters there." "No way." Lin Chen refused without even thinking about it. In the past, Lin Chen would definitely have gone, as he was a regular at Helen's, mainly because there were so many pretty girls there. But now that he is a father himself, and Li Ziran needs his care, Lin Chen is no longer interested in those places. After all, he is a good man. "Damn it! You're not going? That's not like you." Die Yiwei was shocked. Is this really the Lin Chen that he knows? "Let's chat when you're free, I'm busy right now." After replying to the WeChat message, Lin Chen put away his phone and went to the street behind the hospital. Confinement Meal Center. There are mostly this kind of shops behind the hospital. Lin Chen chose one and walked in. "Welcome." The shop owner is a young woman with delicate features, light eyeshadow around the eyes, wearing a strapless dress, with a sexy and charming figure. May I take your order, or the confinement meal set? The ingredients we use here are all changed every day, so you can be assured of the freshness. The young woman, Lynn Meishin, has a very pleasant voice. May I ask if I can cook it myself? Ha! Lin Chen explained, just choose the ingredients, I'll cook it in your kitchen, and then pack it to go. News of unsanitary conditions in restaurants and other eateries often breaks out. Lin Chen is not at ease with food prepared by others. Plus, with his god-level cooking skills, Lin Chen can guarantee that the food he prepares will be healthy and delicious. Ha! Lin Meishin was shocked by Lin Chen's words. She has been running this postpartum meal center for a few years, and this is the first time she has encountered a customer making such a request. Don't worry, I will pay you the original price. Okay, follow me. After a slight hesitation, Lin Meishin agreed to Lin Chen's request. If Lin Chen cooks it himself, it will also save her time. She just doubted that Lin Chen would know how to cook postpartum meals. Chapter 5: The Boss's Wife's Envy. The kitchen. Lin Chen looked around, and as expected, it was very clean. If there were any hygiene risks, I'm afraid the other party wouldn't dare to bring me here. What ingredients do you want? There's a freezer over there, you can pick them yourself. Lin Meishin said. Lin Chen nodded and then selected a few ingredients. Crucian carp, corn flour, spring onions, ginger, garlic. Eggs, rice wine. Seeing the ingredients Lin Chen chose, Lin Meishin was very surprised. What dish is this for? Crucian carp soup. Rice wine eggs? Auntie Wang, go to the front hall to receive guests for a while. Lin Meishin said to an employee beside her, her confinement center places a lot of orders, and it is impossible for one person to handle it all. So Lin Meishin hired 7 or 8 employees, or rather, ants to help with the cooking. Your knife skills are great. Lin Meishin stood next to Lin Chen, who was removing the scales from the crucian carp. Lin Meishin was dazzled by the sight. She saw Lin Chen remove the scales in just a couple of movements, with incredibly smooth movements. Lin Meishin. Why does the way he scales the fish seem so different from my own? How did he do it? What? Scaling fish. Why did it take you less than 3 seconds to do it? Lin Meishin asked out her own doubts. Lin Chen smiled and said, didn't you see that I added vinegar just now? Vinegar? Yes, first wipe the fish with vinegar. Then scrape the scales in the opposite direction with a scraper, which is easy and saves effort. You can also pour boiling water over the fish and then scrape it gently with a small spoon, and the scales will come off easily. Lin Meishin was slightly stunned. So that's how it's done. She is considered a chef too. She has killed hundreds if not thousands of fish. This is the first time she has learned such cold knowledge about removing fish scales. This handsome guy is quite something. Lin Meishin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she looked at Lin Chen with a little more admiration. Next, after cleaning out the fish's entrails, Lin Chen continued with the next step, removing the mucus from the fish. Which bottle is the vegetable oil? Lin Chen looked at all the bottles and cans and asked Lin Meishin. This one. Lin Meishin pointed and then asked, aren't you done cleaning the fish? Why do you still need vegetable oil? Lin Chen smiled helplessly when she heard this. Of course it's to remove the fish's slime. Fish slime protects the fish from losing moisture too quickly, but this slime indirectly affects the taste of the dish. So before you do this, you must add a few drops of vegetable oil to the water and then rub the fish with your hands to wash off the slime. Lin Meishin. Is there such a saying? She never used to pay attention to these things before. Is this too much trouble? Lin Meishin spoke up, and if it were her, she would just skip these steps. I have to say, Lin Chen is really too meticulous. Trouble? Of course not. Besides, the confinement meals I make for my wife definitely have to be more detailed. Lin Chen spoke with a faint smile. Hearing this, for some reason, Lin Meishin felt like she had been fed a line of dog food. When she was in postpartum confinement, her husband played video games every day. He never received such treatment. Moreover, because her husband had been sitting for long periods of time playing video games, his kidney function was also a bit impaired. In short, Lin Meishin was very dissatisfied with her husband, in every respect. She had previously comforted herself by thinking that all men in the world were the same, but now Lin Chen had directly impressed her. Next, Lin Chen cut the fish, which removes mucus, into pieces, then added a little salt and shredded ginger, and put it in a casserole to simmer on low heat. Then, Lin Chen began preparing the fermented rice eggs. Yes, these fermented rice eggs have the effect of activating blood circulation and warming the stomach. It's good to eat them during the postpartum period, Lin Meixin said with a smile. Lin Chen thought to himself, do you need to say that? In fact, fermented rice eggs have another effect that many people may not know about, Lin Chen said. What? It can also prevent sagging. Lin Chen's words caused a blush to rise to Lin Meixin's delicate face. She couldn't help but look down at herself. Phew. Luckily, I don't need it. Although she was already 35 years old, her figure was well maintained, as if she had never given birth. Little brother, I didn't realize you knew so much. Lin Meixin gave Lin Chen a glare. She had never imagined that she would be taught a lesson by her own younger brother. If Lin Chen hadn't told her, she would never have known that fermented rice eggs had that kind of effect. No way. Lin Chen was just joking, he didn't want to flirt with the young woman in front of him. In a short while, the crucian carp soup and fermented rice eggs were ready. Lin Chen opened the casserole, and a heady fragrance immediately wafted out. It smells so good. Lin Meixin looked at the crucian carp soup and the casserole. The soup was golden brown, overflowing with aroma and very delicious. What's wrong? You want some? Lin Meixin was drooling, so Lin Chen asked with a smile. Lin Meixin didn't hide her desire for the fish soup. Then you can just watch, this is for my wife, I can't share it with you. Lin Chen said with a smile. On hearing this, Lin Meixin's face turned black. Ah. Again, it's about the daughter-in-law. Envy and jealousy. Lin Meixin was really envious. 1.8 meters tall. Handsome. And can cook. How could there be such a perfect man? A thought suddenly sprang into Lin Meixin's head, startling her. The thought was, if I were Lin Chen's daughter-in-law, how good it would be. How much? Lin Chen asked after finishing packing the things. Hey. Lin Meixin sighed, her thoughts returning to reality. She took the dinner back to the hospital. At this time, Li Ziren was feeding San Ba. As for the other three, they were neatly lying in the stroller next to them. They were sleeping like pigs. After all, they had just been born. Babies just born just sleep and eat. Lin Chen. Li Ziren saw Lin Chen come back and a smile appeared on her face. Well, I brought you confinement food, so eat it while it's hot. Did you make it yourself? Yes. Lin Chen opened the lunchbox packaging. At this time, San Bao had eaten and drunk his fill and was quietly sleeping in Li Ziran's arms. Let me do it. Lin Chen knew that Li Ziran wanted to put San Bao in the crib, so he quickly got up. Well, be gentle, don't wake him up. Okay. Then, Lin Chen saw him very gently put San Bao in the crib to sleep with his sisters. San Bao didn't wake up after lying down, and Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Li Ziran finally had the opportunity to eat dinner. Lin Chen, this fish soup tastes amazing. Li Ziran was shocked when she took a sip of the crucian carp soup. None of the fish soup she made tasted this good. Lin Chen is really amazing. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll make it for you often in the future. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Great. Li Ziran was very happy. She felt very lucky to have such a good man by her side. Then, Li Ziran thought of something and said to Lin Chen. The babies don't have any names yet, so, shall we pick some names for them? Chapter 6, Modified Luxury Car. Pick a name? Great. Lin Chen was suddenly excited. Originally, picking a name is something that a family should sit down and discuss with the elders. But unfortunately, Lin Chen is an orphan. He doesn't have any family. To be precise, Lin Chen doesn't know who his family is. Because he grew up in an orphanage. Of course, for more than 20 years, Lin Chen has not felt inferior because of his background due to his optimistic personality. The main reason is that Lin Chen is very handsome. Since childhood, he has been hit on by beautiful female classmates, so it's strange that he would feel inferior. What name do you want to give the baby? Li Ziren directly handed over the naming authority to Lin Chen, after all, he is the father of the child. Let me think about it. To be honest, because he suddenly became a father, Lin Chen was not prepared. Therefore, he has no idea at the moment. It's okay, let's think about it slowly, there's no rush. Li Ziren saw that Lin Chen couldn't think of anything for the time being, so he smiled and said. Lin Chen nodded, thinking that there was indeed no rush to name the baby, but mainly because he didn't want to pick something too casual. Ooh wow. Just then, the fourth baby in the crib woke up. It's fine if he wakes up on his own, but he also cried loudly, waking up all the older siblings around him. Wow. Wow. The sound of 4 babies crying together was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, at this time, Zhou Huimin came over. Don't cry, godmother will hold you. Zhou Huimin held the second baby and soothed him patiently. In no time, the second baby gradually stopped crying. At the same time, Lin Chen and Li Ziren, who were holding the babies in their arms, were also gradually lulled to sleep. The host gets close to the babies and is rewarded with 10,000 yuan in cash. The host gets close to the babies and is rewarded with 10,000 yuan in cash. The host gets close to the babies and is rewarded with 10,000 yuan in cash. The voice of the system kept ringing in Lin Chen's mind. No way, just hugging the baby and there's a reward? Lin Chen was shocked. This is so cool. The daddy system is awesome. Hey, why is the diaper so heavy? Did he poop? Zhou Huimin suddenly spoke up. At the moment, she was supporting the buttocks of her second child, but her hands felt obviously wrong. You're right, there's a diaper at your feet. Take one and help the baby change it. Lin Chen said with a smile. Ha? Zhou Huimin was taken aback, and quickly took a diaper from a bag at her feet. After getting the diaper, Zhou Huimin realized a problem. How do you change a diaper? Zhou Huimin asked awkwardly, as she had never changed a diaper before. I don't know how either. Li Ziren was also embarrassed. After all, this was her first time being a mother, and she had no experience. Why don't you just put it on like you would pants? Li Ziren suggested. Hearing the two of them talking, Lin Chen was helpless. Forget it, I'll show you how. Lin Chen said, and he grabbed the baby's feet with both hands, lifted the buttocks, and then removed the diaper. Then, Lin Chen used a paper towel to wipe the baby's buttocks clean. After wiping it clean, Lin Chen laid the baby on the bed and quickly placed a new diaper under the baby's bottom and replaced it with a clean diaper. See? It's that simple. Lin Chen laughed and said, just be careful to move gently. Babies are still young and their bones have not yet grown. Saying this, Lin Chen used his hand to support the buttocks of the second treasure to make the diaper stick more comfortably. Zhou Huimin and Li Ziren were shocked. Lin Chen's actions seemed like he had done it hundreds of times before. Lin Chen, have you been a father before? Zhou Huimin looked deeply at Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen? I've just seen other people change them before, don't get me wrong. Zhou Huimin didn't think much about it, and she looked at Lin Chen admiringly and said, I feel that you have a talent for being a father. In the future, you won't need to hire a nanny or anything, you can take care of the baby by yourself very well. I feel the same way. Lin Chen smiled and said. 3 days later. Today is the day Li Ziren is discharged from the hospital. If it is a normal delivery, the mother can usually be discharged 48 hours after giving birth. But Li Ziren had a natural birth, so she will not be able to go home for 3 or 4 days. During the postpartum period, you must take care of your health. After you go home, do not expose yourself to the cold wind, do not take cold showers, and do not eat spicy food. It is normal to experience uterine contractions in the next few days, but if the pain is particularly intense, you must come back to the hospital for a checkup. 1 month from now, you must bring your wife and child back to the hospital for a follow-up examination. Another important point is that you must wait at least a month before having sex again. The gynecology director said patiently, and the person sitting across from her was Lin Chen and Li Ziren. It turned out that the two listened carefully, and when they heard the last point, Li Ziren directly blushed. And Lin Chen also felt very uncomfortable. At least a month before you can touch Li Ziren again, this is too hard. Okay, thank you, doctor. Lin Chen thanked the doctor, and then checked Li Ziren out of the hospital. You rented a house outside, right? Let's go over to your place. Lin Chen said, the system has rewarded a villa, but I haven't gone to see it yet. I'll go over there when I have some free time. Okay. Li Ziren nodded, and promptly pulled out his phone to order a ride. What are you doing? Lin Chen asked, noticing Li Ziren's actions. Hailing a taxi, otherwise, how else can I get to the rental house? Li Ziren said. Zhou Huimin interjected from the side, it doesn't seem like one taxi is enough, there are 4 of you here. Don't worry, I've already made preparations. With that, Lin Chen took out the car keys and walked over to a Mercedes-Benz G-Class not far away. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Lin Chen drove the car over. Fortunately, Lin Chen had just passed his driver's license test last month, otherwise if the system had awarded a luxury car, he wouldn't know how to drive it. He's so rich. My uncle also drives this car, but Lin Chen's is obviously more high-end than my uncle's, costing at least 4 million yuan. Zhou Huiman was shocked. She even rubbed her eyes, thinking she was seeing things. At this moment, Li Ziren was also extremely surprised. The two seemed to be very close, and she even gave birth to Lin Chen's child, but at this moment Li Ziren suddenly realized that she knew too little about Lin Chen. After all, the two had only met each other that night. While Li Ziren and Zhou Huiman were in a daze, they saw Lin Chen press a button in the driver's seat, and a soft and comfortable stroller was immediately formed in the back seat. Li Ziren and Zhou Huiman, who were already shocked, were dumbfounded again. Awesome! Zhou Huiman gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. The back seat of the car can be modified like this? This is awesome. Chapter 7, Naming. In fact, this was a system modification, an existing function. But Lin Chen could not possibly say that it was a system modification, so he could only say that he had modified it. This modification is so much more convenient. Li Ziren was full of admiration. Lin Chen, you're so clever. With this baby cushion, even if there are 4 babies in the future, it will be convenient to bring them out together. There was no other way, otherwise they wouldn't be able to fit, Lin Chen said. The three of them then gently placed the baby in the car together. After settling the baby in, Zhou Huiman and Li Ziren sat on either side of the protective pad. Lin Chen asked Li Ziren for her current address and then stepped on the accelerator. After a while, the car slowly drove into a resettlement area. Lin Chen, I still have to go back to school, so I'll go first. After gently placing the sleeping Sanbao in bed, Zhou Huiman looked at the time and said to Lin Chen and Li Ziren, if there's anything urgent, or if you need anything, call me. Zhou Huiman looked at Li Ziren, Ziren, I'll come visit you next time. Okay, be safe. After Zhou Huiman left, the sound of a baby crying could be heard in the room. Hearing the crying, Lin Chen and Li Ziren immediately came to the room. They saw that Erbao on the bed had already woken up and was crying non-stop. He might be hungry. Li Ziren picked Erbao up, lifted up her shirt and started to breastfeed him. Ziyan, I've thought of names for the babies. At this, Lin Chen spoke with a smile. Tell me. Ziyan looked forward to hearing it. Lin Chen laughed and said, the eldest one can be called Lin Qingyue. The second one can be called Lin Kursen. The third one can be called Lin Yi. The fourth one can be called Lin Yue. Ziyan was very satisfied after hearing this. Not bad. At that moment, a voice rang in Lin Chen's head, give the children names and be rewarded with the skill of peerless medical skills. Lin Chen had not yet reacted when a flood of memories about medicine flooded into his mind. This system is awesome. Lin Chen once again exclaimed inwardly. Next, Lin Chen continued to take care of the children at home. Newborn babies are relatively easy to take care of, they just eat, sleep, or change diapers. Buzz. Lin Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the caller and saw that it was his roommate Huang Chang calling. Lin Chen, where the hell have you been? Huang Chang's anxious voice came through as soon as the call connected. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked. Huang Chang anxiously said, you haven't come to class for 3 days, and you didn't reply to my WeChat messages. Now the class advisor already knows about your absences. Then what? Lin Chen asked calmly. Then he's been looking for you all day. Where the hell have you been these past few days? You didn't reply to my messages either, and I thought you'd disappeared. Huang Chang said with some helplessness. Lin Chen smiled and said, I must have been doing something outside. Could you please tell the class monitor for me that I will go back to school to find him tomorrow? Okay. After the phone call, Lin Chen found that there were indeed several missed calls on his phone, which were from the class monitor. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Who was that? Li Ziren came out of the room holding Si Bao, who had just fallen asleep. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's okay, it's my roommate. I haven't been back to class for a few days. So are you going back to class? Li Ziren asked. Well, I plan to go back to school tomorrow. Lin Chen said, by the way, I'll talk to our class advisor about taking a leave of absence. What? You want to take a leave of absence? Li Ziren was stunned. Lin Chen actually wanted to take a leave of absence? Yes, if I go back to school, you won't be able to handle things here alone. Lin Chen said, that's why I've decided to take a leave of absence and stay at home with you to take care of our child. Li Ziren was very happy to hear this and longed for this kind of life. But won't this delay your graduation? Lin Chen patted her head and said, you're wrong. It won't. It's decided, so don't say any more. Li Ziren nodded, silently supporting Lin Chen's decision. The next day. After saying goodbye to Li Ziren, Lin Chen drove off towards Shanghai Normal University. Meanwhile, in front of the gates of Shanghai Normal University. Wow! A Porsche 918. Ah, Porsche sports cars are so cool. I'm so jealous. I don't know if I'll be able to drive a Porsche in my lifetime. The owner is getting out of the car. Looks familiar, Lu Bo? A crowd of students, both male and female, could be seen whispering to each other about a Porsche 918 not far away. The door opened and a man of just over 1.6 meters in height, who looked quite unattractive, got out. He was wearing sunglasses and looked quite pretentious. Bobo, I have to say that the experience of the 918 is much better than that of your previous Audi Q6. A sweet voice rang out, and it was a quite pretty girl who spoke, Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend, Wang Bingbing. Lu Bo smiled and said, of course. How much was that old Audi? My 918 costs over 1 million yuan. Over 1 million? That's a lot. Wang Bingbing pretended to be surprised, but in fact she knew the prices of luxury cars inside out. Lu Bo, you're really something. Wang Bingbing took Lu Bo's arm and flirtatiously said, your 918 must be the best car at our university, better than all the cars of the university leaders. Of course, Buick? Volkswagen, don't you see what rubbish cars the school leaders drive? The price is not even as high as my purchase tax. Lu Bo said with disdain. At the moment, he felt like the most awesome person in the whole school. Wang Bingbing was even more excited at the news. As Lu Bo's current girlfriend, she naturally followed along and basked in the glory, feeling like she had saved face. Just as the two of them were chatting and laughing, Lin Chen appeared in his limited edition Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Chapter 8 Wang Bingbing, you rented this car, didn't you? Lin Chen appeared in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding students. Holy shit! A Mercedes-Benz G-Class, what a cool car! Come on, it's just a G-Class, look at you all excited. You obviously don't know anything about cars. This G-Class is the top model, and it's also a limited edition, the price of which is definitely not lower than a Rolls-Royce. Am I the only one who noticed that the license plate number of the G-Class is 8888? Damn, this license plate number can buy my life. In an instant, all the students were shocked. And that's not the most crucial thing. The most crucial thing is that they looked through the car window and saw an incredibly handsome profile. Holy shit! At this moment, all the female students were mesmerized. If a man is just rich, it can only be described as dazzling. Because nowadays women are so face-obsessed. Looks are everything. Even if you're rich, it doesn't mean they'll pay attention to you. But it's different if you're handsome and rich. Just ask yourself, which girl can resist the charm of such a domineering CEO like man? Isn't this killing it? When did such a handsome guy appear in our school? Does anyone know him? Which department is he in? Just when many people were curious about Lin Chen's identity. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! After stopping the car and getting out, he suddenly heard a puzzled voice behind him. He turned his head and found that the person calling him was his ex-girlfriend Wang Bingbing. At the moment, Wang Bingbing was holding Lu Bo's arm. If it were before, Lin Chen might feel a little embarrassed. But now Lin Chen was very calm inside. Lin Chen! It's really you! Wang Bingbing thought she had seen it wrong, but she didn't expect it to really be Lin Chen. This is your ex-boyfriend? Didn't you say he was a poor guy? Next to her, Lu Bo's face was incredibly ugly. If driving a DG is being a poor guy, then isn't he even worse than a beggar? Lu Bo also noticed the license plate number 8888 on the DG. Usually, this kind of license plate number is auctioned off in a competitive bidding process, and you can't necessarily buy it even if you have the money. It is no exaggeration to say that this license plate number is more valuable than the DG itself. Wang Bingbing didn't want to accept this fact either. After all, she had been with Lin Chen before, and she more or less understood Lin Chen's abilities. Lin Chen, you're so disgusting. How come I didn't realize that you were so vain before? Wang Bingbing said coldly, to slap my face, you even rented a luxury car. Is that funny? Yes, in Wang Bingbing's opinion, Lin Chen must have rented the car. He's just trying to show off in front of her. It turns out it was rented, it scared me. Lu Bo patted his chest and said, how could there be someone more awesome than me in this school? Renting such a luxury car must cost thousands of dollars a day, right? Lu Bo smiled faintly and said, I advise you to drive carefully. If you scratch the paint, you won't be able to pay for it even if you sell everything you own. Exactly. Have you seen this Porsche 918? My boyfriend just bought it. This is what I call real talent. Renting a car is nothing. Loser. Wang Bingbing scornfully criticized. Are you done? Lin Chen glanced at the two men indifferently. He didn't even bother with them and walked directly towards the school gate. Damn it, what's with the pretense? Lin Chen's attitude made Lu Bo very unhappy. Wang Bingbing quickly smiled and said, Brother Bo, don't be angry, people like this who are vain are probably going to stay like this for the rest of their lives. After entering the campus, Lin Chen went straight to the counselor. Knock, knock. Come in. Lin Chen heard this and walked in with confidence. The counselor's name was Li Qiusheng. He touched his glasses and looked at Lin Chen, who had returned, with an unhappy expression on his face. Where have you been these past few days? If you had something to do, you should have asked for leave from me, right? Why did you skip class? This counselor was still a very nice person. Although he was very angry, he did not harshly criticize Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Directorly, I had an urgent matter and didn't have time to ask for your leave. What urgent matter? Li Qiusheng lifted his teacup and took a sip. I've become a father. Lin Chen said truthfully. Pop. Li Qiusheng's tea spurted out directly, nearly choking him to death. I didn't hear it wrong, you've become a father? Li Qiusheng was dumbfounded. Lin Chen nodded. You really became a father? You're not lying to me? Well, what's in it for me if I lie to you? Li Qiusheng looked at Lin Chen's serious expression and knew that the kid wasn't lying to him. And Lin Chen wasn't usually someone who liked to joke around. You're something, man. Li Qiusheng patted Lin Chen's shoulder approvingly. He was 28 years old and didn't even have a girlfriend yet. But his student already had a child. It's true that comparing people makes people angry. Lin Chen is really something. Hey, I'm really getting old, and the young people nowadays are just amazing. At this moment, Li Qiusheng was very emotional. Director Li, I want to ask you something. What is the process for applying for a leave of absence? Lin Chen spoke, pulling Li Qiusheng back to reality. You want to take a leave of absence? Li Qiusheng's eyebrows shot up. Lin Chen smiled and said, yes, the baby just was born, and I don't have the time or energy to go to school anymore. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Qiusheng nodded, indicating that he understood. Just write an application letter and fill out this form. Li Qiusheng took a form out of the drawer and handed it to Lin Chen to fill out. It was very common for college students to take a leave of absence, so it wasn't a troublesome matter. After filling out the application form for taking a leave of absence in 10 minutes or so, Lin Chen left the counselor's office. Buzz. At this time, Lin Chen's phone vibrated. The call was from Li Ziren. Lin Chen, where are you right now? There's a problem with Erbao. Hearing this, Lin Chen's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly asked, what's going on? I don't know either. Erbao's face is very yellow right now, and I'm also very resistant to feeding him. Li Ziren said anxiously. Very yellow? Okay, I understand. I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen ran to the parking lot and drove the Great G to the school entrance. At this time, Lin Chen's two roommates happened to be returning with takeout. Holy shit, isn't that Lin Chen? This kid is actually driving a big G, I'm not seeing things. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! Huanshan shouted, but Lin Chen's mind was completely on the baby and he didn't notice. 10 minutes later. Lin Chen returned to the rental room. Lin Chen, you're finally back. What's the situation with Erbao? Lin Chen quickly went to the bedroom where the baby was. He saw that Erbao's face was yellowish at the moment, not too yellow in fact, but it was obvious when compared to the other 3 babies. He reached out and touched Erbao's forehead, and after finding that there was no fever, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't anything serious. Lin Chen, should we take Erbao to the hospital? Li Ziren asked with a worried face. Chapter 9, Taking Care of the Baby Every Day. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. Erbao has physiological jaundice. If it were pathological jaundice, he would have to be taken to the hospital. Physiological jaundice? Li Ziren was stunned. What kind of illness is this? Is it really not serious? It's not serious. Physiological jaundice in infants is a characteristic of bilirubin metabolism and a normal physiological phenomenon in the growth process of normal infants. Li Ziren let out a sigh of relief after hearing Lin Chen's explanation. It turns out that this is a normal physiological phenomenon for Erbao. She was really scared just now. How long will Erbao take to get better? Does he need to take medicine? Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen said, physiological jaundice is a natural physiological phenomenon that will subside on its own. There is no need to treat it or take medicine. Just breastfeed him well. Hearing this, Li Ziren completely relaxed. However, immediately afterwards, Li Ziren looked at Lin Chen strangely. Why do you know so much? Have you studied medicine? No. Lin Chen laughed and said, I looked it up online in advance. Li Ziren did not question this explanation. From their interactions over the past few days, Li Ziren had long since discovered that Lin Chen was even better at taking care of the baby than she was. If Lin Chen hadn't studied in advance, Li Ziren could not think of any other reason. After all, it was impossible for Lin Chen to have actually taken care of a baby before, right? By the way, have you finished the procedures for taking a leave of absence? Li Zirong asked. Lin Chen smiled and said, yes, I have. From now on, I'll stay at home with you to take care of the kids. Li Zirong was very happy to hear this and beamed. In the next few days, Lin Chen hardly left the rented room except to buy groceries and supplies. He stayed by the 4 babies' sides at all times. Changing diapers. Putting babies to sleep. Preparing confinement food for Li Zirong. Doing the housework. A perfect image of a good man. And under the careful care of Lin Chen and Li Ziren, the jaundice of the second child completely subsided, and his skin returned to its normal color. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Chen was babysitting in the living room when there was a sudden knock on the door. Who is it? Is it Zhou Huiman? Lin Chen walked over curiously and opened the door. Outside the door, he saw a stylishly dressed woman standing there. Probably in her early 40s. Very elegant, obviously wealthy, and still attractive, well maintained. You are. They locked eyes, and Lin Chen and Wu Yanfang were both stunned. Just then, Li Ziren's voice sounded behind them. Mom. Hearing Li Ziren call the other person Mom, Lin Chen was once again stunned. She is actually the daughter-in-law's mother, and she is too young. No wonder the two of them look similar in the eyebrows and eyes, they are actually mother and daughter. Hello, Auntie. After reacting, Lin Chen gave a slight smile and spoke to Wu Yanfang. Then he stepped aside to let Wu Yanfang in. Young man, who are you? Wu Yanfang surveyed Lin Chen with a very puzzled look in her eyes. Mom, his name is Lin Chen, he's my friend. Lin Chen was about to speak when Li Ziren spoke first. Oh. Wu Yanfang nodded thoughtfully, and then surveyed her daughter. Ziren, you've given birth? Well, a week ago. Li Ziren said a little embarrassedly. Hearing this, Wu Yanfang felt a sudden wave of remorse. She had reckoned that Li Ziren might give birth soon. She had not expected to arrive a few days too late. Zian, can I see my grandchildren? Mom, what are you talking about? Of course you can. Immediately, Li Zian led Wu Yanfang into the bedroom. In the bedroom. A cot. The 4 babies were lying neatly together, sleeping soundly. Wu Yanfang looked at the babies and her excitement was indescribable. These were her precious daughter's children. She was a grandmother. Ziran, how many boys and how many girls? Wu Yanfang asked. She couldn't tell the gender because they were wrapped in diapers. 3 girls and 1 boy. Ziran said, the eldest, second and fourth are girls, and the third is a boy. Chapter 10, the future mother-in-law arrives, and the baby vomits milk. Good, good. Wu Yanfang couldn't stop smiling. This is the best, with a son and a daughter. Li Ziren couldn't help but smile, too, but suddenly Wu Yanfang changed the subject. The one outside is the father of the child, right? Li Ziren was silent for a moment and then nodded. Wu Yanfang sighed and then started asking questions, just like checking Lin Chen's household registration. But then again, Wu Yanfang's first impression of Lin Chen was not bad. After all, the external conditions were there. An hour later, Lin Chen had already finished cooking. Sweet and sour pork ribs, hairy crabs, stir-fried bullfrogs, tomato and egg soup, chicken with mushrooms. The ingredients were very ordinary, but Lin Chen made a hearty meal. It's ready so soon. The taste is good. Wu Yanfang came out of the room and looked at the hearty lunch, a little shocked by Lin Chen's cooking. She had originally thought that Lin Chen could cook, but his cooking was mediocre and barely edible. Who knew that the presentation was so exquisite? Just one look made one's appetite grow, and it was full. Ziran, you come out and eat too. Lin Chen said at the door. I'll be right there. Li Ziran busied herself in her room for a while, and then they came together to the table and sat down. Ziran, this is your favorite sweet and sour pork. Auntie, try this chicken with mushrooms. The meat is very tender. Lin Chen took the initiative to serve the two with food, trying to create some atmosphere. Delicious. Wu Yanfang's eyes lit up. It seems that her daughter has found a good man. This cooking is even better than her own. In Wu Yanfang's opinion, Lin Chen's appearance and height were already very good. Unexpectedly, he also knows how to cook. In an instant, in her heart, Lin Chen gradually had a perfect image. What's even more rare is that Lin Chen is still so young, only in his early 20s. Really? Then Auntie should eat more. Lin Chen gave a faint smile, humble and polite. After finishing eating, Wu Yanfang stayed for a while before preparing to leave. Lin Chen, do you have time during the Mid-Autumn Festival to bring Ziran over to my place to play? Wu Yanfang invited with a smile. Lin Chen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. This is the rhythm of going to meet the future father-in-law. Li Ziran was overjoyed when she heard this. She knew that her mother saying this meant that she approved of Lin Chen. Her favorite man had her mother's approval, which was undoubtedly something that made her happy. She looked at Lin Chen with sparkling eyes, waiting to see what he would say. Lin Chen just smiled slightly and said, "Sure, Auntie, I'll bring Ziran over to your place for Mid-Autumn Festival." Okay, let's say it's settled then. Wu Yanfang nodded with a smile. Lin Chen, Auntie, let me drive you home. No need, I drove here myself. After Wu Yanfang left, the sound of crying could be heard again in the bedroom. Li Ziran immediately came into the room and picked up the crying Sibo Lin Yue. She saw that Sibo Lin Yue's little mouth opened and closed, obviously hungry. Baby, don't cry, mommy will feed you. Li Ziran then lifted up her shirt and began to breastfeed Sibo Lin Yue. As she watched Sibo frantically suckle, Li Ziran's eyes softened, and a sense of maternal contentment appeared on her pretty face. Suddenly, Sibo's mouth left the breast, and milk kept flowing out of her mouth, as if she were vomiting. Li Ziran had never encountered this situation before, and it directly scared her. Chapter 11, Fatherly Love is Like a Mountain. Zhou Huiman arrives. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Li Ziran called out anxiously. What's wrong? Lin Chen, who was outside drinking water, walked in. He immediately saw the baby spitting up milk. Lin Chen, the baby doesn't know why it's spitting up milk. Li Ziran said anxiously. Give me the baby. Lin Chen held out his hands and took Siba from Li Ziran's arms. Immediately, Lin Chen could be seen gently patting Sibao's back and holding him at a 45 angle. This way, the milk would naturally flow into the baby's body, reducing the chance of spitting up. It is normal for babies to spit up milk, as their gastrointestinal functions have not yet developed. Remember not to feed them too often, and not to overfeed them at once. You can give the baby some warm water as appropriate. Lin Chen instructed Li Ziran. Li Ziran nodded, as if he had indeed been feeding her too often. Ding! Fatherly love is like a mountain. Reward the host, God-level painting skills. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Lin Chen's mind. God-level painting skills? Lin Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It seemed that no matter what he did, there was a probability of triggering a system reward. Immediately, a flood of knowledge about painting rushed into Lin Chen's mind, which he directly absorbed. In an instant, Lin Chen became the world's top painting master. Whether it's sketching, Chinese painting, gouache painting, oil painting, watercolor painting, printmaking, Lin Chen is very proficient in all of them. And at this moment, perhaps due to the influence of the system, a strong desire to paint welled up in Lin Chen's heart. Ziran, you stay home and watch the baby, I'm going out for a bit. After gently placing the no more spitting milk sibo in Ziran's hands, Lin Chen left the house. A few minutes later, Lin Chen returned, and in his hand he was carrying a black bag, containing the pen and paper he had just bought downstairs. Lin Chen, what are you buying all this for? Are you going to paint? Li Ziran was puzzled by Lin Chen's actions. Yes, I suddenly felt like painting, Lin Chen said with a smile. He quickly spread the paper out on the table, then unscrewed the ink bottle. After dipping the brush in the ink, Lin Chen paused slightly with the brush in his hand, and then began to draw on the blank paper. Li Ziran, who was standing nearby, didn't say a word and just watched Lin Chen draw. The more Li Ziran watched, the more astonished he became. Lin Chen looked so elegant and handsome while drawing, quite the style of a master painter. Li Ziran originally thought that Lin Chen just felt like drawing on a whim. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be so good. I thought Lin Chen was already amazing for being able to cook and take care of the kids. I never imagined he had such hidden talents. Lin Chen, what is this you're drawing? A landscape painting? Li Ziran asked curiously after looking at it for a while. Lin Chen smiled and said, yes, it's just an ordinary landscape painting. After a short while, Lin Chen finished drawing and a lifelike and vivid landscape painting was revealed in front of Li Ziran. This is really good. Li Ziran gave Lin Chen a thumbs up and was full of praise. His eyes were full of admiration for Lin Chen. At this moment, after finishing the painting, Lin Chen's strong desire to paint finally subsided. He looked at the painting in front of him and could hardly imagine that it was from his own hand. The system is awesome. Lin Chen still had some respect for his original painting level, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was like a ghostly scrawl. But now he just painted casually, probably only exerting 30% of his strength, and it turned out so well. Lin Chen, you still haven't told me why you suddenly want to paint. Li Ziran asked with a smile, she always feels a bit strange. Lin Chen explained with a smile, because I haven't painted for a long time, I'm just finding my hand. When the babies grow up, I'll teach them to paint. Wait until the babies grow up? Li Ziran gave Lin Chen a quizzical look and teased, it'll be a long time before the babies can paint when they grow up. However, when she imagined Lin Chen teaching the babies to draw, she felt a little excited. Knock, knock, knock. There was another knock on the door. I'll get it, Li Ziran said, walking over to open the door. Lin Chen, Ziran, have you had lunch yet? The person who had come to the door was Zhou Huiman. Today she was wearing a JK skirt, a pair of black leather shoes, and lace knee-high socks, which made her legs look very white. She was carrying a beautiful box in her hand. What is this? Mooncakes? Li Ziran asked, looking at the mooncake box in Zhou Huiman's hand. Yes, it's almost Mid-Autumn Festival, so I've brought you a special gift of mooncakes, Zhou Huiman said with a smile, and placed the mooncakes on the table. Huiman, thank you, you're so good to me. Li Ziran was very touched. From the time she got pregnant until now, Zhou Huiman had always helped her, not to mention the various things she had often given her to eat. In Li Ziran's opinion, Zhou Huiman was simply the best friend in the world. You're welcome, it's just a box of mooncakes. Zhou Huiman looked over at Lin Chen, who was tidying up his ink and brush, and walked over to him. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Then, Zhou Huiman's gaze caught the painting Lin Chen had drawn, and she couldn't help but be taken aback. Lin Chen, did you paint this? Zhou Huiman's pretty face was filled with disbelief. Her grandfather was a famous painter in China, and since she was young, Zhou Huiman had been exposed to painting. Because her grandfather was a painter, Zhou Huiman had followed him since she was young and participated in countless art exhibitions. Although Zhou Huiman could not paint, under the influence of her grandfather, she had a strong ability to appreciate paintings. Yes, I painted it, so what? Lin Chen smiled and said, that's right, I painted it. Zhou Huiman was shocked and said, Lin Chen, the painting is really good. If this painting were put on the market, it would be worth at least 1 million yuan. 1 million yuan? Huiman, you're not joking, are you? Li Ziran was a little incredulous, but she said what she thought, and she also thought that Lin Chen had painted a very good picture. if it really is worth 1 million yuan, then Lin Chen is really amazing. Ziren, I really wasn't lying to you. Have you forgotten that my grandfather is a painter? I have been to many art exhibitions, and many of the paintings there are not as good as Lin Chen's. However, they are worth at least several 100,000 yuan, so in my opinion, Lin Chen's painting is worth at least 1 million yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was a little surprised. I didn't think this Zhou Huiman knew what was good. Although this was just a casual painting, he had only used about 30% of his skill. But as she said, it is worth more than 1 million. This is still without the title bonus. If he, Lin Chen, is crowned the title of Master of Chinese Painting, the value of this painting will be immeasurable. Good eye. Your grandfather is a painter? Lin Chen asked as he looked at Zhou Huiman. Yes. At this time, Zhou Huiman suddenly thought of something and said to Lin Chen in a pleading tone, Lin Chen, I want you to do me a favor, is that okay? Chapter 12, when a scumbag drives a big G, his roommate is jealous and cries. Help? What kind of help? Lin Chen was curious. Li Ziran also stared at Zhou Huiman curiously. Zhou Huiman said with a hint of embarrassment, it's almost Mid-Autumn Festival. I want to prepare a Mid-Autumn Festival gift for my grandfather. He likes to paint, so if I give him a good painting, he will definitely be very happy. Zhou Huiman said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Chen and Li Ziran immediately understood. Great, what kind of work does your grandfather like? I'll draw one for you to give to him. Lin Chen agreed without hesitation. After all, she was her daughter-in-law's best friend. She had taken care of Li Ziran while she was away. Can you copy it? I want you to copy a painting of spring trees and autumn frosts by Tang Bohu for me. Saying this, Zhou Huiman searched for an image online and handed it to Lin Chen to look at. This is the spring tree and autumn frost picture. My grandfather's favorite work is by Tang Bohu. Okay, I'll copy it for you. Lin Chen glanced at it and said it wasn't a problem. Really? Then thank you, Lin Chen. Zhou Huiman was overjoyed. I won't let you help me for nothing. After the painting is finished, I'll pay you. She is a little rich woman. If Lin Chen really helps her, then she will definitely repay Lin Chen. Just pay for it, and come to my place 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival to pick it up. Lin Chen laughed. Okay. Zhou Huiman nodded. Next, Zhou Huiman followed Li Ziran and went to the bedroom to see the baby. After watching the baby, Zhou Huiman left. Lin Chen, come and have a look, the washing machine seems to be broken. At this time, Li Ziran was standing in front of the washing machine with a stack of laundry. Lin Chen walked over and checked it out, and found that no matter what, it couldn't be started, so it really was broken. Lin Chen, why don't I call the master to come over and repair it, Li Ziran said. Lin Chen shook his head, forget it, there's no need to repair it, let's move to our new home. New home? Where's the new home? Li Ziran was slightly stunned and asked. I have a villa on the Bund in Shanghai that has been sitting idle. We can move there now. Lin Chen smiled. Ah? No. A villa. Li Ziran was shocked. A villa on the Bund in Shanghai? They cost tens of millions of yuan at least. Where did Lin Chen get the money to buy a villa? It couldn't have been his family, could it? Li Ziran remembered that the other night when she had a heart-to-heart talk with Lin Chen, he had said that he was an orphan. So it definitely couldn't have been his family that bought it. Li Ziran once again realized that she knew nothing about Lin Chen's financial situation. Just as she was about to ask Lin Chen, he received a phone call. Xiangzi, are you free this afternoon? Yes, why? Huang Chang was extremely surprised that Lin Chen had taken the initiative to contact him. Lin Chen laughed and said, come over this afternoon and help me with a favor, help me move. This afternoon. Huang Chang followed the address Lin Chen gave him and found the rental house. Lin Chen, it seems that your classmate is here. Li Ziran heard the knock on the door and immediately went to open the door. Hello, sister-in-law. As soon as the door opened, Huang Chang smiled at Li Ziran, and at the same time was amazed by Li Ziran's appearance. She is so beautiful. She looks much better in person than in the video, mainly because she has such a temperament. The kind of noble and refined temperament made Huang Chang afraid to even look at Li Ziran. Oh my God. Can you also bestow upon me such a beautiful daughter-in-law? Xiangzi, you're here, come over and help me carry things. Lin Chen shouted at Huang Chang, who immediately responded by going over to help. In fact, there wasn't much to move, but Lin Chen definitely couldn't do it alone, because Li Ziren had to take care of the 4 babies. Brother Chen, you're really awesome. Huang Chang looked at the 4 babies in the bedroom and gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. I believe you can do it too. What if you have quintuplets in the future? Lin Chen said with a smile. Huang Chang pursed his lips and said, forget it then. I'm from Xizang. Do you know how much the bride price is here? I won't be able to pay the bride price if I have so many children. I also need to buy a house and a car. It's okay to have 1 son, but if there are 2 or 3, I'm afraid I'll have to borrow money to help my son get a wife. Lin Chen said helplessly, can you be more promising? Who knows what will happen in the future? What if you get rich? You're right, haha. The 2 of them chatted while tidying up. Soon everything was sorted out, and Li Ziren asked, Lin Chen, how are we going to get there? 1 trip doesn't seem like enough. Lin Chen nodded and said, we'll move the things over first, and come back to pick you and the babies up. Okay, then drive carefully, Li Ziren said. Immediately, Lin Chen and Huang Chang set off, carrying bags and packages. There was quite a lot of stuff. The 2 of them even made several trips. Brother Chen, this grandeur really is yours? I told you I thought I saw you the other day when you came to the school. Sitting in the passenger seat of the grandeur, Huang Chang kept looking at the interior, his eyes filled with envy. Everyone says on the internet that if you're a scumbag, you drive a Grand G. If only I had a Grand G, I'd have no problem with girls, right? But despite his envy, he knew the reality. He had studied physical education in college, and after graduation, he would most likely become a high school PE teacher, earning a few thousand yuan a month and just waiting for death. As for luxury cars like this, he was afraid that he would never have the chance in his life. Fasten your seatbelt. Lin Chen gave a slight smile and started the car. Huang Chang laughed wickedly while fastening his seatbelt. Brother Chen, the backseat of the Dazhong is so spacious, did you and your wife? Seeing the meaningful smile on Huang Chang's face, Lin Chen knew what the guy was thinking. No. It's a pity that such a wide back seat has not been utilized. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and after Li Ziren finished her confinement, he might be able to try it with her. Villa district on the Bund in Shanghai. Lu Xiao is showing us villas, does that mean he's going to buy one? I'm so jealous. I'm so busy trying to find a job after graduation, and even if I do, I'll only be making 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month during my internship. I never thought that Lu would be ready to buy a villa. Hey, I'm afraid the gap between us will only get wider and wider in the future. Yes. Lu, if you strike it rich in the future, give us old classmates a hand and take us along. A group of young people, probably about to graduate from university, kept fawning over a rich second generation. This rich second generation is Lu Bo. Today he is meeting up with his old classmates. After the gathering, Lu Bo thinks of the key card to the Bund Villa area. So he wants to bring his classmates here for a walk. Of course, having the key card to the villa area doesn't mean he has a villa here. In fact, the villas here cost at least 50 million each. His family simply cannot afford it. He got the key card by other means. He said he just wanted to take a walk, but he actually just wanted to show off. Chapter 13, Moving to a New Home. Lin Chen was mocked by the group, and the villa gate opened. Don't worry, there will be a way to get rich in the future, and I will definitely take you along. Lu Bo laughed with a heroic and carefree air. Lu Bo, you really want to buy a villa? Wang Bingbing on the side spoke up. Lu Bo smiled embarrassedly, of course not, the villas here all cost at least 50 million, and Villa 9 in particular is worth over 100 million. How can I afford a villa here? I just wanted to take you guys here for a stroll, and it's boring anyway, isn't it? Hearing this, a few old classmates began to flatter him again. Lu Xiao, you're too modest. I know, Lu Xiao must have come here in advance to look at the house. If you don't buy it now, you will definitely buy it in the future. Yes. Lu Xiao can't afford a villa here? How is that possible? I don't believe it. Lu Bo was overjoyed to hear the flattery from his old classmates. We've pretty much seen everything, so why don't we go out for coffee? Wang Bingbing suggested. The others nodded, agreeing with her. Indeed, no matter how beautiful the villa was, it was someone else's. There was no point in continuing to look. As they were walking back, Lin Chen and Huang Chang came walking along, carrying things. Lin Chen? Wang Bingbing was extremely surprised. She never expected to run into Lin Chen again. Lin Chen was also very surprised. He couldn't help but sigh, what a small world. I never thought I'd run into this pair of dog lovers again. Lin Chen, come in. I think you need the villa key card, right? How did you manage to sneak in? Wang Bingbing asked curiously. Lu Bo, who was standing nearby, was also a little surprised. How did this Lin Chen manage to sneak in? Are you kidding? Brother Chen lives here, do you think we need to sneak in? Huang Chang laughed derisively. Qianzi, don't pay any attention to them, let's go. Lin Chen said, walking past Lu Bo and the others. Looking at the two men's backs as they walked away. Lu Bo said incredulously, did I hear that right? This guy said he lives here? That goes without saying, he must be bragging. Wang Bingbing looked unconvinced. The villas here cost at least 15 million each. Lu Bo's family can't even afford to buy a villa here. Lin Chen is an orphan, so how could he possibly afford it? Why don't we follow them and take a look? Yes, we'll know if he's bragging or not if we follow them. Lu Bo's old classmate on the side suggested. Lu Bo nodded, okay, let's go take a look together. Because Wang Bingbing was Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend, Lu Bo had long been unhappy with Lin Chen. If he got the chance, he would definitely humiliate Lin Chen. Next, Lu Bo and his group followed Lin Chen quietly from behind. After a while. Villa number 9. Seeing Lin Chen actually come to villa number 9, Lu Bo was dumbfounded. This is the most expensive villa in the villa area. The other villas are worth at most 50 to 60 million each. Only villa number 9 is worth over 100 million. Brother Chen, they're following us. Huang Chang noticed someone behind them and quickly warned. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen turned around and stared at Lu Bo and the others, frowning and saying, why are you following us? Lin Chen, how long are you going to keep pretending? Wang Bingbing said speechlessly, do you know how much villa number 9 is worth? Don't tell me you bought this villa. You're something, you really don't care about getting scolded, do you? Lu Bo sneered, when the owner comes out later and sees you two sneaking around, they won't know whether to think you're stealing or not. Ha ha ha. Lu Bo's old classmates laughed loudly. This is so funny. Do you think there's a possibility that they're just here to record a video? It doesn't sound impossible. Record a video and post it on Moments or other social media apps. Let others misunderstand that the villa is theirs, and satisfy their own vanity in this way. Don't say it, they really did this kind of thing. Especially for picking up girls, if a girl sees that you live in a villa, she will immediately fall in love with you. These people are sick in the head. Huang Chang let out a sigh, he knew Wang Bingbing, but he didn't expect that this woman has now become so disgusting. Just ignore them. Saying this, Lin Chen took out the villa key issued by the system from his pocket. Seeing Lin Chen actually take out the key, Lu Bo and the others suddenly looked stunned. A thought welled up inside them, could it be that this villa really belongs to this guy? They saw Lin Chen insert the key into the door lock and turn it with slight force, but suddenly felt that something was wrong. This isn't the right key. So Lin Chen quickly pulled the key out. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't open the door, Wang Bingbing and the others suddenly burst out laughing. I told you, with someone who is so stingy in a relationship, how could this villa possibly be his? You scared me, this guy is acting like it's real. Brother, come out quickly, if you break the lock, you can't afford to pay for it even if you sell yourself. Yeah, don't keep pretending, I'm embarrassed for you. Even Lu Bo's old classmates couldn't help but start persuading. Brother Chen, what's going on? Seeing Lin Chen pull out the key, Huang Chang couldn't help but flinch slightly. It's fine, I just picked the wrong key, I'll change it. Since this was Lin Chen's first time here, the system gave him a number of keys. Lin Chen didn't know which key to use to open the door. So naturally, he got it wrong the first time. Try this one. Lin Chen replaced the key and inserted it into the lock. But it still didn't open. This one doesn't work either. Lin Chen continued to try the next key. Seeing that Lin Chen couldn't open the door twice, Wang Bingbing completely felt that he was hopeless. What a pity. For some reason, Wang Bingbing suddenly felt some pity for Lin Chen. Just because he wanted to show off in front of her and didn't want to lose to Lu Bo, he ended up playing this kind of self-deceptive trick. This guy is completely hopeless. The villa isn't yours, and even if you open it 10,000 times, you won't be able to open the door. Hey, let's just go. What if this guy breaks the lock and people misunderstand that we're in cahoots with him? This is so funny, this guy can't be stupid, can he? Lu Bo and his old classmates all laughed mockingly. Obviously, none of them believed that Lin Chen was the owner of the villa. If Lin Chen really was the owner of the villa, how could he not even know which key was which? At the moment, even Huang Chang's face was a little embarrassed. What's going on? Could it be that this villa really isn't Lin Chen's? But soon Huang Chang shook his head. He believed that Lin Chen was not that kind of person. At this time, Lin Chen had already switched to the fourth key. You take your time opening it, we're leaving. Ha, I hope you can open someone else's door. What a laugh. Never seen anything like this before. After Lu Bo and the others had finished laughing and ridiculing, they turned and left one after the other. But, just then, with a click, the villa door opened. Chapter 14, Friends, Ziren, your husband is so handsome. At this moment, Lu Bo, Wang Bingbing, and the others felt their brains explode. They all turned around at the same time and looked at the villa door that Lin Chen had opened. They couldn't help but tremble inside. It's opened? The villa really is his? The person who was most emotional at the moment was undoubtedly Wang Bingbing. She had originally disliked Lin Chen for being poor, and that was why she had broken up with him and turned to Lu Bo's embrace. But it's only been a week since she broke up with Lin Chen. First it was the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and now the Bund villa. How could a person change so much in just a few days? How is this possible? Could it be that the poverty of the past was all an act? Lu Bo's face at the moment was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. The clown is me. The other several old classmates of Lu Bo who had laughed at Lin Chen also looked as if they had been stuck by the neck and couldn't speak. Is this the Bund villa? This is a bit too luxurious, isn't it? Lin Chen followed him into the villa hall. Huang Chang was like a curious baby, constantly surveying his surroundings. He never imagined that the villa hall could be this luxurious. It really is poverty that limits one's imagination. Brother Chen, buying such a luxurious villa must cost a lot of money, right? Huang Chang asked. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Of course, he naturally couldn't say that it was a system reward. Next, the two men put down their things and then went out. When they arrived outside, Lu Bo and Wang Bingbing and the others had already left in shame. Let me take you back to school, you've worked hard. Lin Chen patted Huang Chang on the shoulder and laughed. Huang Chang laughed and said, no hard work, what's hard about it? Brother Chen, you and your wife haven't had a wedding banquet yet, have you? Not yet, why? Huang Chang laughed and said, when you set a date in the future, you must invite me to the banquet. Don't worry, you'll definitely be invited, just prepare the money for the banquet. Lin Chen laughed. Next, the two of them chatted and laughed all the way, and Lin Chen drove Huang Chang back to school. After dropping him off at school, Lin Chen drove back to the rental house to prepare to pick up Li Ziren and the baby. Ziren, is he your husband? Seeing Lin Chen return, a girl with a very attractive appearance and a bun hairstyle asked Li Ziren in surprise. Yes. Li Ziren nodded with a smile. He's so handsome. Luo Yuding's eyes seemed to twinkle with stars. She had many friends, and Li Ziren was just one of them. However, the boyfriends that the girls around her found were all not very good looking. So she often had the feeling that the men were not good enough for her friends. But Lin Chen was the only one she had ever seen whose appearance was on the same level as the woman's. The two of them really looked like a couple, so well matched. Ziran, your husband is very handsome. Luo Yuding praised directly in front of Lin Chen's face. Li Ziran was very happy to hear her best friend's praise. Ziran, you have a good confinement, and after the confinement, I will come and visit you again. Luo Yuding stood up and said, I won't disturb you moving, I'll go back first. Okay. As Luo Yuding walked past him, Lin Chen smiled slightly out of politeness, and Luo Yuding also smiled in response. Ziran, is she your friend? After closing the door, Lin Chen asked Li Ziran. Li Ziran said, yes, she's a friend from university. She knew I had a baby and came to visit me especially. Lin Chen nodded and changed the subject, we've already taken everything over there, so let's go over now. But how are we going to carry 4 babies down there? Li Ziran looked troubled. If we carry them down one by one, someone has to stay here to guard them. But once they are carried into the car, someone must stay inside to watch the babies. Although leaving the babies alone in the car for a short time should be fine. But what if? What if there is a human trafficker? Anyway, the babies are still so young, so you must not be careless. At this time, Li Ziren felt a little helpless. If she had known, she would have asked Luo Yuding to stay and help, so there would have been just enough people. It's easy, we just bring the stroller over there, right? Lin Chen said. That's fine. Li Ziren thought about it and felt that Lin Chen's method was feasible. Then, Li Ziren pushed the 4 babies out of the room. Lin Chen negotiated with the landlord for a while. After the landlord came to the house and inspected it, he found that there was no damage to the things. So he agreed to return the lease. And the deposit was returned to Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen has money now, he won't waste it to the extent that he doesn't even want a few thousand yuan deposit. Be careful not to wake the baby. I know. Lin Chen gently placed the babies one by one on the baby mats in the back row. The baby mats were very soft. They were even softer than lying on the sofa bed. After the babies lay down, they were not awakened by the discomfort. But suddenly, wow! Lin Koxin, the second treasure, still woke up and started crying. There was nothing she could do. Babies were like that even if they fell asleep, they could wake up at any time. Treasure, don't cry. Mommy is taking you to your new home, don't cry. Li Ziren held the second baby and kept cooing softly to comfort him. Lin Chen, on the other hand, folded up the stroller, which was one of the 4 pieces of baby equipment that came with the system reward. After folding it up, Lin Chen put the stroller in the trunk. Immediately, Lin Chen got into the driver's seat, and at that moment, under Li Ziren's patient comfort, the second baby, Lin Kursen, fell asleep again. Departure to the new home. The Bund villa in the magical city. When she was brought here, Li Ziren was still shocked, even though she was mentally prepared. Lin Chen, I have a question that I've wanted to ask you for a long time. Li Ziren asked weakly, where did you get all this money to buy a big car and a villa? Lin Chen's face did not change when she heard Li Ziren ask this. She knew that Li Ziren would ask this sooner or later. If I told you that the villa and the big car were both gifts from others, would you believe me? Lin Chen asked with a smile. I believe it. Li Ziren said with certainty, believing that Lin Chen would not lie to her. Why don't you play by the rules? Then tell me, who gave it to you? Li Ziren joked, it's not some rich woman, is it? You've been supported by a rich woman before? On hearing this, Lin Chen's face instantly turned dark. Of course not, if I had been supported, it would definitely have been you, the rich woman. I'm not a rich woman. Li Ziren gave Lin Chen a white look, feeling a little embarrassed. Her family has tens of millions, not to mention the amount of wealth. Strictly speaking, she could be considered a little rich woman, right? Okay, seriously, actually, I earned my money through investment. Lin Chen said nonchalantly, without blushing. There was no other way, after all, he couldn't just confess to the existence of the system, could he? Investment? Li Ziren was a little surprised to hear this reason, but she did not question it. After all, she could not think of any other reason. It's impossible for money to fall from the sky, right? Anyway, Lin Chen earned the money himself through his own strength. Thinking about this, Li Ziren's gaze at Lin Chen was full of deep admiration. She had discovered another shining point in Lin Chen. At this moment, Li Ziren felt so lucky. Chapter 15, The Usefulness of the Daddy Value. Over the next few days, Lin Chen and Li Ziren stayed in the villa, taking care of the 4 babies. Before they knew it, 10 days had passed since the babies were born. Congratulations to the host on the 10th day of babysitting, Daddy Value plus 99. Congratulations to the host on the 10th day of babysitting, Daddy Value plus 99. Congratulations to the host on the 10th day of babysitting, Daddy Value plus 99. Lin Chen had just finished changing his baby's diaper when the system's voice suddenly came to his mind. Lin Chen was used to the system's occasional reminders. The so-called dad value is the value given by the system based on his performance of taking care of the baby for each day. The dad value has a great advantage, which is that it can be used for lucky draws. System, check how much my dad value is. Lin Chen communicated with the system. Immediately, an information panel appeared in front of Lin Chen. Host, Lin Chen. Skills, top-notch babysitter, divine culinary skills, divine medical skills, divine painting skills. Relationships, father? Mother? Fiancé Li Ziren, eldest daughter Lin Qingyue, second daughter Lin Kursen, third son Lin Yi, fourth daughter Lin Yue. Daddy points, 4,396. It is detected that the host's daddy points are sufficient for one lucky draw. Do you wish to start the lucky draw now? Drawl. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Congratulations on winning the antique the night pearl. Then, a turquoise green, potato-sized bead appeared in Lin Chen's hand. At first glance, the bead seemed unremarkable. But when you look closely, you can clearly feel the wonder of the night pearl. Good guy, could this be the bead that the Empress Dowager of Ci had in her mouth before she died? Lin Chen thought to himself. He then stored the night pearl in his inventory. The night pearl was precious, but unfortunately it was of no use to him at the moment. Ziran, aren't you home right now? Outside the house, Li Ziran suddenly received a call from Zhou Huiman. Ah, Huiman. I forgot to tell you, I've moved house now. Moved house? Where did you move to? Are you coming over now? I'll send you the address. Afterwards, Ziran sent Zhou Huiman the address of his current residence. Lin Chen, Zhou Huiman is going to come over later. Ziran said hurriedly as he watched Lin Chen come out of the house. That's right, when it comes to Zhou Huiman, I suddenly remembered that I promised to draw her a picture, but I haven't started yet. Lin Chen said. After a while, Zhou Huiman followed the address Ziran sent and arrived at the Bund Villa district. Since she didn't have a gate card, Lin Chen went to the door to wait for her in person. Lin Chen, you really live here? Zhou Huiman thought she had made a mistake with the navigation until she saw Lin Chen at the door. Yes. Lin Chen smiled. Goodness, I also came to see the villa here before, but I didn't buy it because I thought it was a bit expensive. Lin Chen, you're really rich. Zhou Huiman exclaimed. Of course, she didn't directly ask Lin Chen where he got so much money, because that would show a low emotional quotient. It's nothing, just a villa. Lin Chen smiled. Lin Chen then took Zhou Huiman to his home. As soon as they arrived home, Li Ziran helplessly told Lin Chen, we're out of diapers. Let's go buy some next time. Next time? Why don't we go now? Since Zhou Huiman is here, she can watch the baby for now, Lin Chen said. Zhou Huiman? Good grief. I just got here and I'm already being asked to babysit. Isn't this just using me as a tool? Have you not been out for a long time and do you really want to go out for some fresh air? Lin Chen looked at Li Ziran and Xiao Dao. Li Ziran nodded and said, yes, but I'm still in the postpartum period, can I go out? Of course you can. Lin Chen said, generally, the body recovers after about 10 days after giving birth. If the weather is warm, it's completely fine to go out, as long as you don't catch a cold. But it's almost impossible to catch a cold in the short-sleeved season. Li Ziran's desire to go out became even stronger when she heard this. She said to Zhou Huiman, can you look after the baby here? We'll be back in 20 minutes at most. But what if the baby wakes up and wants to drink milk when you're gone? What if it cries for its mother? Zhou Huiman didn't mind looking after the baby, but thinking about this problem gave her a headache. I've just finished feeding them, and they've just fallen asleep, so they won't wake up so soon, Li Ziran said. Okay, I'll help you look after the baby, but you have to come back early. Zhou Huiman said. Don't worry, we will. Afterwards, Li Ziran changed into a different outfit and went out with Lin Chen. A few minutes later. Runda Shopping Mall. When Lin Chen and Li Ziran appeared in the mall, they suddenly attracted the attention of many passers-by. There was no way around it, being good-looking was just like that. No matter where you went, you were the focus, it was hard to keep a low profile. Young man, young man. Suddenly, an outdoor female newscaster caught up with Lin Chen from behind. What do you want? Lin Chen turned around and saw the newscaster holding a microphone, seemingly wanting to interview him. Little brother, can I take up a minute of your time to ask you a few questions? The newscaster spoke, her eyes fixed on Lin Chen, and then she looked at Li Ziran next to him. She was amazed by the looks of the two. Interviewing such a good-looking couple will definitely get high video click rates. Lin Chen was about to refuse, but Li Ziran asked, what do you want to ask? At that moment, the female anchor was not polite. May I ask, are you willing to add your girlfriend's name to your property ownership certificate in the future? The female anchor started the interview, looking at Lin Chen with anticipation. We are already married. After saying that, Lin Chen took Li Ziran's hand and walked towards the inside. The female anchor was left with a dumbfounded expression. Did I hear that right? This young and handsome young man is already married? He married young. Lin Chen, When did we get married? Li Ziyan gave Lin Chen a white look, but the smile at the corner of her mouth could not be hidden. We have 4 children already, and in my heart, we are already married. Lin Chen laughed and said, "Are you saying that you don't want to marry me?" "Of course I do." Li Ziyan put her arm around Lin Chen's and tilted her head to look at him, "But we haven't gotten a marriage certificate yet." "That's no big deal. We'll go get one when we pick a meaningful day," Lin Chen promised Li Ziran. "That's great." It was clear that Li Ziran was very happy at the moment. Unbeknownst to them, the two had arrived at the shopping mall. "Diapers are over there." Li Ziran pointed in a direction and promptly pulled Lin Chen in that direction. "Hello, would you like to buy diapers?" The saleswoman greeted them politely. Lin Chen looked at the shelves and then picked up a brand and asked, "How much does this brand cost?" "This is a foreign brand, so it is relatively more expensive, 78 yuan for a pack." The saleswoman explained, "But this one comes with 40 diapers, 10 more than the usual pack." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. Then Lin Chen said, "Okay, give me 100 packs." Hearing Lin Chen's words, the saleswoman was stunned. Chapter 16, Buying Bags for Li Ziran. "Did I hear that right? You want to buy 100 packs? The female salesperson couldn't believe it and once again confirmed with Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed and said, "Yes, there won't be that much in stock, will there?" "Lin Chen, aren't you buying too much?" Li Ziran asked weakly while holding Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen laughed and said, "Stocking up a bit at home means that you won't have to go out to buy it as often in the future. You don't need to buy 100 packs at once, is that too much?" Li Ziran asked. Lin Chen said, "No, do the math yourself. There are 40 diapers in a pack, and a baby uses about 10 diapers a day. With 4 babies, that's about 40 diapers a day. In other words, 1 pack of diapers is only enough for the babies to last a day. 100 packs of diapers may seem like a lot, but it's actually only enough for 3 months." Li Ziran found Lin Chen's analysis very reasonable. "It's true, if we stock up at home, we won't have to keep running out to buy them. And diapers don't have a short shelf life like milk, they have a very long shelf life." "Hello, then give us 100 packs," Li Ziran said to the saleswoman with a smile. "Are you serious?" The saleswoman still thought the two were joking, mainly because 100 packs was also a bit much. It felt like they were going to be restocking. "Really, because we have 4 children, the consumption of diapers in a day is very high." Li Ziran smiled helplessly. 4 children? My goodness. The saleswoman was really surprised. The beautiful woman in front of her looked younger than herself, and she already had 4 children? How old was she when she became a mother? Moreover, Li Ziran's figure could be described as perfect. She hadn't lost any shape at all, and she didn't look like a woman who had given birth to children. "If that's the case, please follow me to make the payment." The saleswoman recovered her composure and gave a faint smile. Immediately, Lin Chen followed the saleswoman to the counter to make the payment. "Sir, that'll be 8,000 yuan in total. Since your purchase this time has reached 5,000 yuan, you've been automatically upgraded to our VIP membership, and you'll enjoy a 30% discount on your next purchase," the saleswoman said with a smile. "Okay." Lin Chen nodded, and then he showed his payment code. With a beep, the payment was successful. He doesn't lack money the least now, just 8,000 yuan, and Lin Chen didn't feel any waves at all inside. After paying, Lin Chen realized one more problem and asked the saleswoman, "You should be able to deliver the goods to my home, right?" "Yes, sir. You can leave us an address here, and I will arrange someone to deliver it to you in the afternoon," the saleswoman said. "Okay." Lin Chen left an address for the other party and then left with Li Ziran. "There are a few luxury goods stores over there, do you want to go take a look?" Lin Chen asked, holding Li Ziran's hand and looking at her face. Lin Chen was thinking that it was hard to take his daughter-in-law out for a trip, and he had to buy her something. Besides, all he had was money. "Ah, luxury shops?" Li Ziran looked at the shops not far away, where they sold bags, cosmetics, and necklaces. However, Li Ziran shook her head and laughed, "Forget it. I just gave birth to a child, I don't need these luxuries." In fact, even if she could afford them, Li Ziran is not interested in luxury goods. She is a simple girl when it comes to material things. Although her family is very well off, Li Ziran is not like those celebrities. She has never been vain and pursued those luxury goods. "It's okay, if you can't use them now, you can use them later." Saying this, Lin Chen did not give Li Ziren the chance to refuse, and took her hand and walked into a store selling bags. "Hello, welcome." Several pretty female salespersons immediately came up to greet them, all in matching uniforms and with long, black, silk-like legs. "Ziran, you can pick whatever you like, just let me know which bag you like." Lin Chen was rich and arrogant. Li Ziran had no choice but to obediently do as Lin Chen said and start picking through the many branded bags. However, the extremely high-priced bags, which cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, were simply ignored by her. In Li Ziran's opinion, those bags that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars were nothing but a tax on intelligence. And there's no need to buy such an expensive bag. Li Ziran thought about buying one that costs a few thousand yuan. But after walking around the store, she found that the cheapest bag costs tens of thousands of yuan. "Beauty, this is the latest Chanel series, I think it suits your temperament perfectly. This latest LV model also suits you very well. I've been working here for 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen a customer with such good taste." At the same time, the female salesperson was also pitching to Li Ziran. While promoting, she praised Li Ziran's appearance, which made Li Ziran feel a little shy. "Lin Chen, which of these 3 bags do you think suits me better?" After some deliberation, Li Ziran carried the 3 bags and asked Lin Chen. "I think they're all good." Lin Chen was telling the truth. Li Ziran was so beautiful that a good-looking person would still look good even if they were carrying a torn sack. No, you have to say one. If you like it, buy them all." Lin Chen gave a faint smile, and his rich and arrogant words left the several beautiful saleswomen dumbfounded. "Help me pack these 3 bags, and see how much they cost?" Lin Chen said to the saleswomen. At this, Li Ziran just reacted, and the bag in his hand had already been taken by the saleswoman to the checkout. "Hello, that's 150,000 yuan. Drip. Payment successful. Let's go." Lin Chen paid, carried the bags, held the somewhat dazed Li Ziran by the hand, and walked out of the store. As they watched the two of them leave, the eyes of the female sales assistants were full of envy. "Oh my god. Can we have a boyfriend like that too? This handsome guy is too good to his girlfriend." I almost cried with envy. Who told me that handsome, rich guys are all scumbags? To be loved is like winning the lottery. I'm so envious of that girl. Oh, I'm so envious too. Hey, tell me, why can't we meet a man like that? Immediately, all the female sales assistants became a little depressed. Li Ziran didn't expect Lin Chen to buy all 3 bags without saying a word. If she had known, she would have just bought 1 bag. However, although she felt a little helpless, Li Ziran still felt very happy in her heart. "High heels, do you want to buy some?" Lin Chen asked. "No, I have a lot of high heels." "Then show them to me next time? Let's talk about it after the confinement period." Li Ziran gave Lin Chen a white look and knew what he was thinking. However, because she loved Lin Chen very much, she was willing to cooperate and obey. "Let's go back now, the baby will wake up soon," Li Ziran said. Lin Chen nodded. "Okay, let's go back." Chapter 17, Preparing to give the night pearl to the father-in-law. Bund Villa. When Lin Chen and Li Ziran returned, as expected, the baby had already woken up. Dabao Lin Xingyue and Sanbao Lin Yi had woken up, while the remaining 2 were still fast asleep. "Oh no, you're finally back. If you don't come back soon, I'll have to call and remind you." Zhou Huiman was flustered. Both babies had woken up at the same time, and she had no experience with babies, so she was quite overwhelmed. "Here, let daddy hug you." Lin Chen quickly picked up the crying 3rd child and soothed him softly. "He must be hungry. Huiman, you've worked hard." Li Ziran finished, lifted up her shirt and started to breastfeed the eldest child. "It's fine, Lin Chen, have you finished the painting I asked for?" Zhou Huiman asked Lin Chen. "Not yet." "Are you in a hurry?" "No, the Mid-Autumn Festival is in 3 days. I'll finish it tomorrow and you can come and pick it up." Lin Chen said, "A copy of the painting, it does not take much time." "Okay." Zhou Huiman was relieved to get the exact time. "Then I'll come back tomorrow." "Huiman, don't you want to stay for lunch?" Seeing Zhou Huiman leaving, Li Ziran hurriedly stopped her. "No, I have some things to do when I go back to school later." "Okay, then take care." After Zhou Huiman left, Li Ziran suddenly remembered something. She looked at Lin Chen and asked, "Lin Chen, do you still count your promise to my mom?" "What is it?" Lin Chen asked. It's going to my house for the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Ziyan said. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, of course it counts. To be honest, I haven't met your dad yet. To be honest, he's also a little curious about what his son-in-law looks like. Hey, my dad has a very short temper. Li Ziyan said, to be honest, I'm a little afraid to go back. Ha? Lin Chen suddenly remembered something that Zhou Huiman had told him. Because Li Ziran had an unexpected pregnancy. Li Ziran's father almost severed his relationship with her. I think that's why Li Ziran said she was afraid to go back, right? It's okay. With me here, your father shouldn't do anything to you. Lin Chen reassured her. Puff. Li Ziran was amused. I'm not worried about myself, I'm worried about you, you idiot. Worried about me? Lin Chen suddenly realized that the reason why Li Ziran got pregnant was because of him. To put it bluntly, wasn't it because of his own doing? Then put yourself in his shoes. The attitude of this future father-in-law towards himself is undoubtedly bad. Thinking about this, Lin Chen became thoughtful. What's wrong? Scared? Want to back out? Seeing that Lin Chen was silent, Li Ziran teased. No, what am I afraid of? Lin Chen said, no matter what, I am also the father of the 4 children, and his future son-in-law. I believe he will not do anything to me. Lin Chen said optimistically. I hope so. Li Ziran finished and thought of something else, but since we are going to my house for the Mid-Autumn Festival, shouldn't we prepare some gifts to take back? Lin Chen nodded, this is definitely necessary. The first time you go to meet your future father-in-law, there is no reason to go empty-handed. What's more, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, so it would be really inappropriate if I didn't prepare something. Does your father have any hobbies? Lin Chen was thinking about getting his future father-in-law a gift, so he planned to start with hobbies. Let me think, Li Ziran said, do you consider collecting antiques a hobby? Antiques? Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of the night pearl he had drawn from the System Mall. A night pearl is also considered an antique. It's also an extremely precious antique, a treasure that the Empress Dowager of Ci loved dearly during her lifetime. Why not give the night pearl to the father-in-law? Lin Chen thought to himself. Okay, I'll take care of the gift. The next day. After changing the baby's diaper, Lin Chen remembered that he had promised to draw a picture for Zhou Huiman. So, Lin Chen spent about 10 minutes copying the spring tree and autumn frost picture by Tang Bohu. Because he possessed superb painting skills. The painting Lin Chen copied was lifelike. In short, Lin Chen was quite satisfied with it. Not long after, the doorbell rang in the villa courtyard. It was Zhou Huiman. I'm breastfeeding the baby, so go open the door for her. In the bedroom, the voice of Li Ziran could be heard. Okay. Lin Chen knew that Zhou Huiman had come to collect the painting, so he simply took it downstairs with him. You're here so early. Lin Chen, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, have you finished the painting you promised to copy for me? It's done. Lin Chen handed the painting to Zhou Huiman, who immediately opened it and took a look. Wow. It's great. Zhou Huiman thought to herself, Grandpa will be very happy to see this painting. Lin Chen, thank you. Zhou Huiman looked at Lin Chen admiringly and said gratefully. You're welcome. Lin Chen waved his hand, it's just a painting. Do you want to come in and have a seat? No, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, I have to wrap the painting and deliver it to my grandfather. Zhou Huiman smiled and said, Lin Chen, I'll come find you again next time. Okay. In the City of Demons, inside a luxurious villa. 2 elderly men are having a lively discussion, laughing from time to time. In front of them, on a mahogany tea table, there are 2 teacups steaming with hot tea. Old Zhou, have you heard? Last month, Gu Kaiji's Shaoan Xiang map was later authenticated as a genuine work, and it was auctioned for a sky-high price of more than 300 million yuan. Lu Nanru spoke. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum, giving him an air of friendliness. Oh? Really? If it really is a genuine work by Gu Kaiji, and it sold for more than 300 million yuan, it's actually not that much. Zhou Daoji said, Gu Kaiji was a great painter during the Eastern Jin dynasty and an absolute superstar in the history of Chinese art. His portrait of a lady historian and portrait of the goddess of the Luo River are considered the pinnacle of figure painting. Yes, but a painting sold for more than 300 million yuan at auction. With such talent, I'm afraid I'll never be able to catch up in my lifetime. Lu Nanru said with some sadness. He is also a well-known Chinese painter. His best works have also been snapped up by multi-millionaires for tens of millions of dollars. However, compared to the unit of 10 million to 100 million, it is still far from good. Lao Zhou, I'm optimistic about you in your lifetime, and I hope you can become the next Gu Kaiji. Lu Nanru took a sip of tea and smiled at Zhou Daoji. Zhou Daoji shook his head and said helplessly, Lao Lu, don't belittle me. I'm still quite confident in my abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of a door being pushed open outside. A graceful young girl walked in, holding a scroll in her hand. It was Zhou Huiman. Grandpa, I'm home. Chapter 18, The Shock of the Two Masters of Painting. Grandpa Lu, so you were here too. Just as she entered, Zhou Huiman saw Lu Nanru sitting nearby and couldn't help but say hello. Hey, isn't that Huiman? Lu Nanru had often played with Zhou Daoji and had known Zhou Huiman for a long time. Oh, Huiman, come over and have a cup of tea with Grandpa. Seeing that Zhou Huiman was holding something like a scroll in her hand, Zhou Daoji couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Grandpa, this is my Mid-Autumn Festival gift for you. Zhou Huiman smiled sweetly, handed the scroll to Zhou Daoji, and added, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Grandpa. Zhou Daoji was momentarily taken aback, but then he beamed with joy. Every year on Mid-Autumn Festival, his precious granddaughter would give him a gift. This year was no exception. Good. Ha ha ha, Huiman is so thoughtful. Grandpa also wishes you a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Zhou Daoji reached out and took the scroll, happily signing his name. Huiman is really understanding and filial. Lu Nanru, who was standing nearby, praised her, and it was hard for him to say he wasn't jealous. His granddaughter was not as good as Zhou Huiman. After studying abroad, she had not returned for several years. Usually, at festivals and such, at best, she would send a brief greeting. She didn't even give him a red envelope. Hey! It's true that without comparison, there is no harm. Grandpa, do you want to open it and take a look now? I guarantee you'll like the gift. Zhou Huiman said with a smile. Really? Then let's open it and take a look. Zhou Daoji said. He was also curious about what his granddaughter had given him. Okay. Then, under the watchful eyes of the two, Zhou Huiman opened the scroll. A beautiful picture scroll appeared before their eyes. In the picture scroll, in a valley with spring mountains and flowing springs, two scholars sat cross-legged on a stone by the stream, composing poems. New branches sprouted from the withered trees, revealing the breath of spring. At the mouth of the valley, a waterfall hangs like a silk ribbon, merging into the stream. The water makes a cold sound as it splashes over the rocks. The surroundings are elegant and refined, and the two scholars' conversation adds a touch of poetic charm. A picture of spring trees and autumn frost. Zhou Daoji and Lu Nanru couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. This is the real spring trees and autumn frost? Lu Nanru's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Daoji was also dumbfounded. At first glance, it really looks like the authentic spring trees and autumn frosts. This painting can't really be by Tang Bowu, can it? Zhou Daoji couldn't help but say. On hearing this, Zhou Huiman laughed. Grandpa, this isn't an authentic Tang Bowu painting, it's a copy I had a friend who can make. A copy. On hearing these words, the two of them let out a sigh of relief. They were shocked. They thought it really was an authentic Tang Bowu painting. Hey, this copy is really realistic. If not for Huiman's reminder, I really wouldn't have known that it was a copy. Lu Nanru spoke up, his gaze never leaving the scroll. Me too, which master did this copy come from? The copy is really amazing. Zhou Dao carefully observed the entire painting. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The copy is just too good. Without 50 years of Chinese painting experience, it would be impossible to copy this level of skill. I agree. Huiman, what's the name of the friend who copied this painting? How old is he? Zhou Daoji and Lu Nanru looked at Zhou Huiman and said. Well, you probably won't believe me when I tell you, but my friend is 22 years old. As for his name, it's Lin Chen, and I'm sure you've never heard of him. Zhou Huiman told the truth. What? 22 years old? Zhou Daoji and Lu Nanru were both dumbfounded. They never imagined that the Chinese painting master they had imagined would be so young. But then, they thought, yes. Zhou Huiman is only in her early 20s, so how old could her friend be? At only 22 years old, she can paint to the point of being indistinguishable from the real thing. This is truly a genius of Chinese painting. As expected, he will definitely have a place in the future Chinese painting world. Zhou Daoji and Lu Nanru were full of praise. Then, Zhou Daoji asked Zhou Huiman, would you introduce your friend to us sometime? Ah. Zhou Huiman couldn't help but be taken aback. Grandpa, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Zhou Daoji said, in my life, apart from painting, I don't have any other hobbies. There are only a handful of people in the art world that I admire. Your friend is no ordinary person, and I want to get to know him. Zhou Huiman was completely stunned when she heard this. Just how amazing is Lin Chen's painting? He has even made his grandfather want to befriend him? Grandpa, it's okay. Zhou Huiman nodded and said, if there's a chance in the future, I can introduce him to you. At this time, Lin Chen and Li Ziren were packing their things, as they were about to go to the father-in-law's house. Chapter 19, Have you been sleeping badly lately? Lin Chen, have you prepared the gift for my father? Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen said, of course I have, it's in that box. Box? Li Ziren immediately opened it and sure enough found the night pearl inside. Is this an antique? Li Ziren asked, looking at the night pearl. Yes, I'm telling you, this bead is no ordinary item. Before she died, the Empress Dowager Cixi wanted to bury it with her in her mouth as a treasure. Lin Chen laughed lightly. Ah. Then this is too precious. But how did you get the night pearl? Li Ziren looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. He knew without thinking that this kind of antique must be priceless. A friend of mine gave it to me. A friend? Male or female? Well, it should be a man. Lin Chen thought of the electronic voice of the system, and he couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. Should be? Okay, then it must be a woman. Li Ziren said angrily, looking a little jealous. Without saying a word, Lin Chen kissed Li Ziren directly. What if the wife gets jealous? Don't explain anything, because any explanation would be weak and feeble. Just kiss her. More than an hour later, in a townhouse in a certain district of Shanghai. This is Li Ziren's parents' home, and Lin Chen is driving, carrying his wife and the babies here. Wu Yanfang came out to greet them, because without the door card, they can't enter the villa. Walking into the villa, Li Ziren looked around the living room and couldn't help but ask Wu Yanfang in surprise, is Dad not home? Wu Yanfang said embarrassedly, yes, he is in his room. Li Ziren felt very aggrieved when he heard this. He had only been home once in such a long time, but his father did not even want to see him and was hiding in his room. Just then, Lin Kursen burst into tears, interrupting Li Ziren's thoughts. Wu Yanfang said, what's wrong? Is the baby hungry? Lin Chen glanced at Lin Kursen and said, I don't think it's hungry, I think it's pooped and needs a diaper change. Lin Chen then picked up Lin Kuxin to check, and found that the diaper was indeed heavy and full. So Lin Chen quickly took a new diaper from the bag and changed the little one. Li Tianhong's room door was ajar, and through the gap, Li Tianhong just happened to catch the whole process of Lin Chen changing the diaper. Li Tianhong thought to himself, this guy is so skilled at changing diapers, it's obvious that he often helps take care of children. And a man who often helps his wife take care of the children can't be all bad. This is the life experience that Li Tianhong has summed up after more than 40 years of living. Not long after, Lin Chen had changed the diaper, and Lin Kursen stopped crying. Xiaochen, what kind of dish do you want for lunch? Mom will go buy it for you, Wu Yanfang said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback because Wu Yanfang addressed her not as auntie, but as mom. Lin Chen was taken aback because Wu Yanfang addressed herself not as auntie, but as mom. Lin Chen was very happy, I'm not picky, just let me choose. Wu Yanfang casually asked with a smile, do you like pig's intestines? Yes, Lin Chen nodded, stir-fried pig's intestines are delicious. Okay, then I'll go out and buy some later. What other dishes do you like? Wu Yanfang continued to ask Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen said he was not picky and could eat any dish, Wu Yanfang still insisted that Lin Chen say what dishes he wanted, taking great care of Lin Chen's taste buds, which shows how much she values him. Then let's have braised pork and lobster. Lin Chen said helplessly. He felt that his mother-in-law was really nice, but his father-in-law. Next, Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang went out to buy groceries, and Lin Chen stayed at home to take care of the children. After Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang left, Li Tianhong slowly came out of the room. He glanced at Lin Chen, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, and said nothing, still very cold. Lin Chen looked at Li Tianhong, his father-in-law, and although Lin Chen only glanced at him, his face changed slightly. Because he was now considered a miracle healer, he noticed that Li Tianhong's health was not very good. So, Lin Chen took the initiative to walk over to Li Tianhong. Li Tianhong was brewing tea and drinking it when he saw Lin Chen walking towards him. What? Li Tianhong frowned and said unhappily. Uncle, I don't think you look very well. You don't seem very healthy. Li Tianhong was instantly displeased. He exercised every day by running, had regular physicals, and knew better than anyone how healthy he was, and Lin Chen was actually saying that he wasn't healthy? Li Tianhong was about to lose his temper when Lin Chen suddenly asked, Uncle, have you been sleeping well lately? Chapter 20, The father-in-law extends an olive branch to him. Li Tianhong's face became a little more serious when he heard this, and he asked suspiciously. How do you know? Do I look like I have dark circles under my eyes? Lin Chen said, No, because you look pale, lack energy, and are full of fatigue. This is typical of someone who doesn't get enough sleep. Have you been feeling unwell recently? Li Tianhong's heart sank, and he thought back, actually, it's nothing, just a stiff neck, especially at night, it hurts so much, I haven't slept well for several nights. Didn't you go to the doctor before? Lin Chen asked. Li Tianhong said, Of course I did, and I went to more than one hospital. What did the doctor say? The doctor said it was cervical spondylosis, and I could only be treated conservatively. He prescribed some dogskin plaster and sent me away. But to be honest, these dogskin plasters don't work very well, and the pain still hurts. Li Tianhong said with a pout, he is a multi-millionaire after all, but he can't afford to pay for treatment for a cervical spondylosis, which makes him very helpless. Lin Chen stood up, Let me take a look at your cervical spine. Li Tianhong? What do you want? Li Tianhong widened his eyes and looked at Lin Chen with caution. Lin Chen said, I have studied some medical techniques and may be able to help with your cervical spine problem. Li Tianhong heard this and, after twisting for a few seconds, said, Then let me have a look. Li Tianhong thought to himself, I want to see what you're capable of. If you dare to fool me, you're finished. Lin Chen came up behind Li Tianhong, who just wanted to turn his head, but Lin Chen immediately held his head with his hand, Don't move. Press here. Does it hurt? Lin Chen suddenly reached out his hand, pressed his finger on a certain joint at the back of Li Tianhong's neck, and then asked Li Tianhong. It hurts. Let go of my hand, you brat. Li Tianhong winced in pain, his face twisting in agony. What about here? Lin Chen lightly pressed on a joint above, but unexpectedly, this time, Li Tianhong stood up all of a sudden in pain. Damn you, brat. Trying to murder me? Li Tianhong's face was twisted with pain as he gritted his teeth and spoke in a harsh tone. He even suspected that Lin Chen was deliberately trying to mess with him. In your case, it's cervical spondylosis compressing the nerves. It's a bit serious. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Li Tianhong was speechless and said, Isn't it just a common cervical spondylosis? Lin Chen said, It's not common. If your condition continues to worsen, you may very well become numb in your hands and feet and have a high-level amputation. Hearing this, Li Tianhong almost peed his pants in fear. A high-level amputation? Li Tianhong's face twitched slightly. You brat, do you deliberately want to scare me? Do you think I've never heard of my illness before? It's not as exaggerated as you say. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen sighed, Uncle, you are Ziren's father, how could I possibly scare you? The human cervical spine is a very important part, because it connects to the head. If the nerves are compressed, there will be insufficient blood supply, which in turn causes the brain to lack oxygen and the hands and feet to become numb. Moreover, I can also feel some nodules on the back of your neck. Although the nodules themselves are not serious, they will also aggravate your condition to a certain extent. Lin Chen patiently explained to Li Tianhong. Li Tianhong was silent after hearing this. This kid talks a lot, does he really know medicine? Thinking about this, Li Tianhong could not help but look at Lin Chen a little more highly. I have a set of massage techniques that can relieve your cervical pain to a certain extent. Maybe you won't feel any pain when you sleep tonight, do you want to try? Lin Chen laughed. After all, he is his father-in-law, and Lin Chen does not mind lending a hand to help Li Tianhong. Massage techniques? Li Tianhong's heart stirred, and his gaze suddenly became cautious. Don't you trust me? Lin Chen smiled wryly. Then give it a try. You don't have to pay anything anyway, and you can still enjoy the massage, so why not? And it will also give me a chance to test Lin Chen and see if he is really as good as he says he is. Sit up straight. Lin Chen saw that he placed his hands on his father-in-law's shoulders and began to knead them. Ouch. Tian Hong's eyes widened, and his hair instantly stood on end. You brat, can't you use a little bit of force? Lin Chen's face was helpless, and he could only lighten the force immediately. This won't hurt, right? Well. Lin Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. The massage technique he used was actually a massage technique originally created by Hua Tuo. When Hua Tuo was still alive, he used this massage technique to massage Cao Cao. He cured Cao Cao's cervical spondylosis and was subsequently reused and praised by Cao Cao. As for why Lin Chen knows this massage technique, of course it's because of the divine medical skills he obtained before. Kid, your massage technique is pretty good. Tian Hong's face eased up a lot, and his expression became a bit enjoyable. The reason is none other than Lin Chen's massage was really comfortable. It's 100 times more comfortable than what Wu Yanfang gave him the other night. Of course, I studied medicine. Lin Chen smiled. Tian Hong asked, what kind of work are you doing now? Hearing his father-in-law ask about his work, Lin Chen thought for a moment, and then said, I don't have a job. I'm unemployed, and I'm temporarily at home raising my child. Lin Chen said with a smile. Unemployed? Tian Hong's face remained calm when he heard these words. If it were any other father-in-law, they would have shown their displeasure when they heard you were unemployed. Luckily, my company has a management position. Do you want to give it a try? Tian Hong asked. What? Lin Chen doubted if he heard it wrong. This father-in-law was extending an olive branch to him. How much is it per month? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Tian Hong. 50,000. 50,000? Lin Chen frowned and said, that's a bit low. If I just spend time with the 4 babies, I can be rewarded tens of thousands of dollars a day by the system. 50,000 is still not enough? Tian Hong's face changed and he lectured, young man, don't aim too high. Didn't you hear on the news that the monthly salary is more than 10,000 yuan, which is more than 90% of the people in the country? Besides, I'm still offering you a monthly salary of 50,000. Lin Chen laughed after hearing this. 50,000 yuan a month is quite a lot, but I want to earn even more money to give my children the best in the world. Hearing this, Tian Hong's brows relaxed. It turns out that Lin Chen actually thinks this way. Indeed. If you want to give your babies the best in everything, then 50,000 yuan a month can only be described as barely enough. After all, the most expensive can of formula milk costs tens of thousands of yuan. Just as Tian Hong was pondering whether to offer Lin Chen a better deal, Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang returned home. Chapter 21, Mother-in-Law films a short video for the babies. Seeing Li Ziren return, Lin Chen quietly said to Li Ziren while her father-in-law and mother-in-law were not around, by the way, have you given your parents the Mid-Autumn Festival gifts we brought? Li Ziren shook her head and said, not yet, why don't you go give them to them now? Okay, I'll go. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen came into the hall carrying a bag. Auntie, this is the Mid-Autumn Festival gift Ziren prepared for you. Lin Chen handed Wu Yanfang an exquisite little box. Lin Chen handed a small, exquisite box to Wu Yanfang. Wu Yanfang immediately opened it and saw that it contained a handsome watch. Xiao Chun, we are very happy that you could come, so what's the need for a gift? There was a twinkle in Wu Yanfang's eyes, and it was clear that she liked the watch very much. Lin Chen smiled slightly. A gift is a gift, Auntie, do you like it? I like it. If you like it, then please accept it, you don't need to be polite with us. After saying that, Lin Chen carried the bag and walked towards Tian Hong, who was drinking tea. Uncle! Ha! Tian Hong's heart stirred. Could it be that there was a gift for me too? Uncle, this is my Mid-Autumn Festival gift for you. Lin Chen handed the other box to Tian Hong. Tian Hong's gaze was puzzled, and he blurted out, what is this? You'll know if you open it. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Tian Hong immediately opened the box. Inside was precisely the night pearl. Seeing the night pearl in the box, Tian Hong couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Immediately afterwards, Tian Hong picked up the night pearl and carefully placed it in his hands to admire it. Not bad, although it is only a replica, but it is pretty good for being able to imitate it to this extent. Tian Hong's face was full of a smile. He originally liked collecting antiques very much, and Lin Chen's night pearl can be said to be right up his alley. Lin Chen? Did you hear that right? The old man said this is a replica? Lin Chen suddenly became confused. Could it be that he had drawn a fake in the system? Damn it! Thinking about this, Lin Chen hurriedly communicated with the system in his mind. Dog coin system, come out here. System, what is it? Lin Chen, my father-in-law said the night pearl I drew last time was fake. System, it's real, your father-in-law just doesn't know anything about antiques. Lin Chen. He let out a sigh of relief. Uncle, this night pearl is real. Lin Chen said. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhong immediately blew out his beard and glared, I have been in the antique world for more than 10 years, do you think I don't have the ability to tell the difference? Or do you think that old man is easy to fool? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was immediately speechless. Forget it, if you think it's fake, then it's fake. Lin Chen didn't bother to explain. After all, Li Tianhong seemed to like the gift, even if he thought it was a high imitation. Lin Chen returned to the bedroom. At this time, Wu Yanfang and Li Ziren were amusing the babies. By the way, have you named the babies yet? Wu Yanfang suddenly asked. We have. Li Ziren said, the eldest is Lin Qingyue, the second is Lin Kersen, and the third is Lin Yi. What about the fourth? Lin Yue. Li Ziren said with a smile to Wu Yanfang. Lin Yue, that's good, these names are all well chosen. Wu Yanfang beamed. Ya. Suddenly, Debao, who was being held in Wu Yanfang's arms, smiled. Look, Debao is smiling so nicely. Debao's smile made Lin Chen, Wu Yanfang, and Li Ziren all unable to help but smile. This smile is really healing. Debao will definitely grow up to be a beautiful woman. Those eyes, that nose, she's just so well formed. Suddenly, Wu Yanfang thought of something and said, that's right, I want to take a short video of the babies. Chapter 22, Drinking with the Father-in-Law, 1,000 Cups Without Getting Drunk. The mother-in-law wanted to film a short video of the babies. Lin Chen naturally didn't say anything. Li Ziren had no opinion at all. Wu Yanfang quickly recorded a video by holding her phone up to the 4 babies. Subsequently, Wu Yanfang uploaded the video to TikTok with BGM. Uncle, what are you doing hiding in the doorway? Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed Li Tianhong at the doorway. Is he eavesdropping on us? Li Tianhong's expression immediately became serious when he was noticed by Lin Chen. What's wrong? This is my home, what do you care where I stay? With that, Li Tianhong turned around and was about to leave. Dad. The next second, Li Ziren called him back. Dad, come in and chat for a while. Li Ziren said with a moved expression. Wu Yanfang also helplessly said, Old man, your daughter is calling you in. Li Tianhong was about to say something, but was pulled in by Lin Chen. Uncle, you've already hugged your grandson, don't you want to hug your granddaughter? Lin Chen said with a smile. He was holding Lin Yushi in his arms. Just as Lin Chen finished saying this, Lin Yushi suddenly gave Li Tianhong a healing smile. For a moment, Li Tianhong felt his body being pierced by a ray of light. Of course I want to. Li Tianhong went straight for the jugular, no more pretense. Subsequently, Lin Chen gently handed Sibo Lin Yue to Li Tianhong. Sibao didn't cry either, her pair of big, lively Katsuran eyes staring straight at Li Tianhong. Li Tianhong felt his heart about to melt, and couldn't help smiling at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang glanced at each other, and then they smiled and shook their heads. Uncle, now that Auntie is here and Ziren is here too, let me seriously apologize to you. Lin Chen suddenly spoke up, and that time with Li Ziren aside. He had indeed caused harm to Li Ziren's parents. So Lin Chen felt that apologizing was necessary. Although it was a bit embarrassing. But so what if it was embarrassing? This is your future father-in-law. Li Tianhong couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lin Chen to apologize to him. At this moment, all the opinions he had in his heart towards Lin Chen disappeared. Dad, I also apologize to you. I was in a bad mood before. Li Ziren saw that the atmosphere was right, so he also bowed his head and apologized to Li Tianhong. It's fine. This time, it was Li Tianhong who was embarrassed. Because in his heart, he had long since forgiven Ziren and accepted Lin Chen. Wife, have you made lunch yet? Hurry up and go make lunch. Li Tianhong quickly changed the subject to try to ease the awkwardness. Ziren, I'll go make lunch, you hold the baby. Wu Yanfang gently handed the baby to Ziren and went to cook. Before long, Wu Yanfang had finished cooking. Braised pig's trotters, hairy crabs, stir-fried squid, spicy diced chicken, sour pickled fish, mapo tofu. The lunch was very hearty. Everyone come out to eat. Wu Yanfang shouted into the room. Inside the room, Lin Chen, Li Tianhong, and Li Ziren were chatting with each other, laughing and joking. Hearing that Wu Yanfang had finished cooking lunch, Li Tianhong stood up and said, "Let's go, let's eat." "Okay, be right there." Lin Chen gently laid Dubao, who had fallen asleep in his arms, down, and then waited for Li Ziren to finish here before the two of them went out together. At the dining table, Li Tianhong sat down with grace, glanced at the food on the table, and couldn't help but frown. "Why is there no wine? Aren't you suffering from neck pain recently? How dare you drink?" Wu Yanfang was speechless and gave him a glare. "Old woman, who told you that you can't drink if you have neck pain?" Li Tianhong looked at her and said, "I'm in a good mood, so I want to drink a few drinks no matter what. Go to the wine cabinet and get out my prized wine." Wu Yanfang had no choice but to go get the wine right away. "Can you drink?" Li Tianhong asked Lin Chen with a smile. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Of course. Since your father-in-law wants to drink, I have to drink with him no matter what." However, the next second Lin Chen regretted it. Because the wine Wu Yanfang took out was Maotai, which is white wine. Although Lin Chen can drink, he drinks all kinds of beer and red wine. How would he know how to drink white wine? "Xiaochen, this is a 60,000 yuan bottle of Jingguang Maotai, the collector's edition. I'm usually reluctant to take it out and drink it when people come to my house," Li Tianhong said while opening the cap of the Jingguang Maotai. Then he poured wine into the wine glass in front of Lin Chen. "Okay, uncle, that's enough. Hey, this isn't even half full. When I was your age, I could drink the whole thing in one go." Ignoring Lin Chen's hand, Li Tianhong filled the glass to the brim. Lin Chen looked at the full glass of Maotai Baijiu and felt miserable. It wasn't that he hadn't tried drinking Baijiu before. But, how should I put it, drinking Baijiu felt like fire burning in your chest and throat. It's almost unbearable. More importantly, he gets dizzy after just a little bit. In short, Lin Chen doesn't drink Baijiu. However, looking at his smiling father-in-law, Lin Chen felt embarrassed to ruin his father-in-law's enjoyment. "Here, cheers." Li Tianhong raised his glass, and Lin Chen immediately picked up his glass and clinked it with his father-in-law. Then, Lin Chen took a small sip. Immediately, Lin Chen put on a mask of pain. "Good grief. This Maotai is a bit too strong. What's wrong? Does my Maotai taste bad?" Seeing Lin Chen's unnatural expression, Li Tianhong couldn't help but frown. "No, no." Just then, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Ding. Host's drinking capacity has been detected. Do you wish to immediately spend 500 daddy points to purchase the skill, Never Gets Drunk? Awesome, can you still cheat like this? Without any hesitation, Lin Chen immediately mouthed the words, "Yes." 500 points of daddy points deducted. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Never Gets Drunk. Immediately, Lin Chen became a master of wine tasting, and could drink any kind of wine. His tolerance had improved by hundreds of levels. There was no way he could get drunk. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was now possessed by a wine immortal. Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Chen smiled. He took the initiative to raise his glass and toast his father-in-law. "Uncle, I'll drink to you." "Ha ha ha, good." Li Tianhong was naturally extremely happy. After the two clinked glasses, Lin Chen tilted his head back and gulped down the white wine in the glass. "What good wine. Uncle, this Jinping Maotai of yours is really good." Lin Chen smashed his mouth shut, his expression full of aftertaste. And seeing Lin Chen's amazing drinking capacity, Li Tianhong was dumbfounded. Chapter 23, he got his father-in-law drunk. "Good boy, that's a lot of alcohol." Li Tianhong was dumbfounded. "You have to know that this is white wine. They say that white wine should be savored to taste the flavor. In fact, there is another very important reason why white wine should not be drunk so quickly. If you drink it too quickly, like Lin Chen finishing it in one gulp, you can easily get drunk. Lin Chen, you should drink less." Li Ziren, who was standing nearby, spoke with concern. Lin Chen finishing a glass of Tu Liang Baiju in one gulp really did shock her. Okay, daughter-in-law, I'll drink less, Lin Chen said with a smile. Hearing Lin Chen call herself his daughter-in-law in front of her parents, Li Ziren instantly blushed. Mom, what are you looking at? Li Ziren then noticed Wu Yanfang standing nearby, her eyes glued to the screen of her phone. Wu Yanfang smiled and said, "Didn't I shoot a short video of the babies? This video has attracted a lot of comments." Really? Let me see. Li Ziren leaned over and looked through the comments with Wu Yanfang. Langhua Idwa, wow, what cute quadruplets. Xianhua, happy life, are these Ziren's babies? Ziren has become a mother so quickly. Dianhuan Xiaolu, congratulations. If the sky has feelings, it's the first time I've seen quadruplets, it's amazing. Thumbs up. Forget each other in the rivers and lakes, little sister, I just finished feeding the pig and saw the video you posted. Where have you been making your fortune lately? Flowers. Dream flying, quadruplets? The babies are so cute. Thumbs up. The heroic bearing of a Northwest man, you're so young and already a grandmother. The babies look just like Ziren. Flowers. Iyun, wow. Quadruplets. Congratulations. Thumbs up. Brother FA, second sister, is the baby a month old yet? When are you throwing the baby's first month party and buying me a drink? Laughs secretly. A woman who has been hurt by love, giving birth to 4 at once, Ziran will be blessed after this heart. Reading these comments, Li Ziran, like Wu Yanfeng, couldn't help but smile at the corners of her mouth. These comments are really funny. Li Ziran said. Wu Yanfeng smiles and says, yes, I didn't expect it either. I'm only 41 years old, and I'm already a grandmother. Oh, suddenly I feel old. Wu Yanfeng is a little emotional, because the word grandmother always gives people the impression that you're very old. Li Zirong comforts her, saying, Mom, you're not old at all. You look like you're in your 30s. Ha, don't make fun of your mother. Wu Yanfeng says this, but she is still very happy. After all, she does take good care of herself, and whenever she goes out with Li Ziren, she is often mistaken for his sister. Forget it, let's not look, let's just eat, Wu Yanfeng said with a smile. However, when she and Li Ziren looked up, they saw Li Tianhong in front of them, his face very red, and his demeanor a little giddy. Dad, are you drunk? Li Ziren couldn't help but be startled. Come on, have another drink. I'm happy today. Lin Chen, in the future, you must take good care of my daughter, you must not bully her, you must protect her. Do you hear me? Li Tianhong put one hand on Lin Chen's shoulder and started rambling. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It seems that his father-in-law's drinking capacity is not good. At first, he threatened to drink himself to the ground. But he got drunk first. Of course, it is mainly because I have the skill of thousands of cups without getting drunk, which is too strong. Otherwise, it could be him rambling incoherently right now. Uncle, you've had too much to drink. Who's had too much to drink? Come on, let's continue. Li Tianhong was very stubborn. He would feel very embarrassed if he couldn't even drink his own son-in-law under control. You, stop drinking. Wu Yanfeng saw what was going on and immediately began to persuade Li Tianhong. Dad, stop drinking, you're drunk. Li Ziren also spoke up to persuade him. Who says I'm drunk? I'm not drunk. As soon as Li Tianhong finished speaking, he leaned unsteadily against the dining table. Lin Chen nudged Li Tianhong and discovered that he had fallen asleep. Congratulations to the host. At the first meeting, you made the father-in-law drunk. Reward, 500,000 cash. Buzz. Lin Chen felt his phone in his pocket vibrate. If there were no accidents, it should be a text message saying that the 500,000 yuan had been deposited. Is Dad asleep? Li Ziren was stunned. He bragged about his drinking capacity all the time, but he didn't expect to meet someone who was better and immediately wilt. Wu Yanfeng said helplessly, Hey, Xiaochen, help him go to his room and sleep. Okay. Lin Chen then helped his father-in-law back to his room. After helping his father-in-law lie down, Lin Chen returned to the dining table to have lunch with Li Ziren and Wu Yanfeng. Soon, the day passed. Night fell. Lin Chen took a shower and lay down in Li Ziren's bed. He had to admit that it was still a very wonderful feeling to be at his girlfriend's house for the first time and sleeping in her bed. In the baby carriage next to him, the 4 babies slept like pigs, not making a sound. Just then, Li Ziren, who had finished showering, came in. She was wearing a nightgown, her delicate and refined face revealed a long, white, swan-like neck, and she was wearing slippers, her white feet dexterous and cute. "Are the babies asleep?" Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen nodded and said, "They're all asleep." Then Li Ziren stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror and used a dry towel to wipe her hair. She had wanted to use the hairdryer, but the noise would wake the babies, so she gave up. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly felt something, and from behind, he put his arms around Li Ziren and said lazily, "Baby." "What? What do you think?" Lin Chen's chin rested on Li Ziren's fragrant shoulder. Looking at Li Ziren from this angle, her profile was very, very beautiful. Then Lin Chen's hands started to get restless. My parents are still outside." Li Ziren gave Lin Chen a shy look and reminded him. After this reminder, Lin Chen quickly locked the door and then put his arms around Li Ziren again. "Okay, it's safe now." Li Ziren. Then, under Lin Chen's guidance, Li Ziren squatted in front of Lin Chen, pinned her hair behind her ear, and tilted her little head slightly. 10 minutes later. The sexy scene had just ended. A knock on the door sounded. Z ran. Outside, Wu Yanfang spoke. Hearing his mother-in-law's voice, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had locked the door. Otherwise, if his mother-in-law had seen the scene just now, she would have come. Z Ran immediately went over to open the door. After the door opened, Wu Yanfang smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, Z Ran, come out and eat pomelos and mooncakes. After all, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it's customary to eat pomelos and mooncakes in the evening." "Okay, Mom." Z Ran's expression was a little unnatural. At this moment, Wu Yanfang noticed something and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Z Ran, what did you just eat? Why are your lips a little congested?" Chapter 24: The Man Who Saved the Galaxy in a Previous Life. Hearing his mother-in-law's words, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. "Can you tell from this?" Li Ziran was also stunned for a moment, but she adjusted quickly and tried to calm herself down. "Is there?" "I didn't eat anything." Li Ziran touched her lips, looking curious. "Okay, let's go out and eat mooncakes and pomelos later." After saying that, Wu Yanfang left. "Lin Chen, do you see any congestion around my mouth?" Li Ziran walked towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked carefully and laughed. "There really is a little. It's all your fault. Not only did you press so hard, but you also deliberately pressed my head." Li Ziran gave Lin Chen a white look. Lin Chen suddenly had nothing to say, because it was indeed his fault. "Baby, don't be angry." Lin Chen put his arm around Li Ziran and suddenly thought of something, saying, "That's right, Bao, I don't think I've talked to your father about the bride price yet." "Bride price?" Li Ziran couldn't help but flinch. Lin Chen laughed. "Yes, I have to pay a bride price to take you home." Hearing this, Li Ziran's mouth curled up into a smile, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Because she was looking forward to the day when Lin Chen would marry her. Marrying Lin Chen could be said to be her recent ideal. "Then don't just say it, go talk to my dad about it." Li Ziran said, "Right, you haven't said yet, how much bride price can you accept?" Li Ziran remembered that she often saw news online about couples being forced to break up because the bride price demanded by the woman's parents was too much for the man to accept. So Li Ziran was curious to know how much bride price Lin Chen would probably accept. "I'm fine with it." Lin Chen didn't care, he had money anyway. However, judging from the current market price of the bride price, it should be at least 100,000 yuan. Lin Chen casually said. Li Ziran shook his head when he heard this number. 100,000 yuan, that's too much. "I think that for something like the bride price, giving a couple of 10,000 yuan is more or less the right amount. Or give 8,888, that sounds more auspicious. What do you think, Lin Chen?" Hearing Li Ziran's words, Lin Chen was a little stunned. Other people's daughters-in-law, especially the kind of pushovers, can't wait to ask for more. And in this day and age, it's actually very normal to pay 100,000 yuan as a bride price. However, Li Ziran is so considerate of herself, which makes Lin Chen want to shout, "What a treasure of a daughter-in-law!" "Treasure, I think we should listen to your father's opinion." Lin Chen said firmly, "No matter how much bride price he asks for, I will give it." After a while, Lin Chen and Li Ziren came out of the room together. In the hall, Li Tianhong had just woken up from sleep, and there was a pot of tea in front of him, which was precisely the tea for sobering up. "Uncle, you're awake." Lin Chen walked over with a smile. "Yes, you guy, you're really good at drinking." Li Tianhong felt ashamed and joked, "It seems that I can't drink with you in the future." "Xiao Chen, Ziren, come and eat pomelos." Wu Yanfang, who was standing nearby, said enthusiastically, holding a freshly peeled red pomelo in her hand. "Okay, Mom, I can do it myself," Li Ziren said with a smile. "Uncle, I want to discuss something with you," Lin Chen said at that moment. "Oh?" Li Tianhong was curious and laughed. "What is it?" Lin Chen said with a serious expression, "I want to marry Ziren, so I want to talk to you and Auntie about the dowry." "Dowry?" Hearing these words, Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang couldn't help but flinch. Then they thought, indeed, now that the child is born, then it is indeed time to consider marriage. It is now common for couples to have children out of wedlock, but they usually go on to have a wedding afterwards. Wu Yanfang looked at Li Tianhong and gave him a wink, as if asking him to make up his mind, as she didn't really care. Lin Tianhong was silent for a moment, then said, "Are you truly thinking of marrying Ziren? Not just because of the child?" "Of course not. I truly love Ziren. Marrying her is my lifelong wish," Lin Chen said sincerely. Li Ziren, who was eating pomelos nearby, blushed when she heard this. "This guy is so mushy even in front of his parents." Li Tianhong nodded, "As long as it's from the heart, then I can rest assured in giving Ziren to you." "What about the bride price?" Lin Chen still wanted to know the father-in-law's stance on the bride price. Li Tianhong smiled and said, "As for the bride price, forget it, our Li family doesn't have the custom of collecting a bride price." "No bride price?" Lin Chen was shocked. "Oh my, I can't be dreaming." Even Li Ziren was a little surprised. She had thought that her father wouldn't ask Lin Chen for any money. But she never expected that he wouldn't want any money at all. "But it's good that he doesn't want any money. After all, my father doesn't need that kind of money." "Uncle, are you serious?" Lin Chen swallowed. He had lived for so many years, and this was the first time he had heard that the father-in-law didn't want any money for the bride price when marrying off his daughter. "How about this, if you marry Ziren, I will give her a dowry of 2 million yuan, plus 2 shops on the main street. Consider it Ziren's dowry," Li Tianhong said with a smile. Lin Chen. Holy shit. Not only does he not want a penny in dowry, but he also gives a dowry of 2 million yuan, plus 2 shops on the main street? What kind of godly father-in-law is this? If all fathers-in-law in the world were as good as Ziren's father. Are there still bachelors in this world? Wife, what do you think? Li Tianhong looked at Wu Yanfang. Wu Yanfang smiled and said, "I have no opinion. You just make the decision, I'll listen to you." "That's settled, then this matter is decided." Li Tianhong said to Lin Chen, "Some other time, when we have some free time, we'll meet with your parents to discuss this wedding banquet and listen to their opinions." Upon hearing this, Li Ziren's face suddenly turned pale. This was because she was the only person present who knew Lin Chen's family situation. Li Ziren's father spoke, but stopped short of saying anything. "What's wrong?" Li Tianhong looked at Li Ziren curiously. At this time, Lin Chen said frankly, "Uncle, I don't have any parents. I'm an orphan, and I grew up in an orphanage since I was young. I don't know who my parents are, whether they are dead or alive, and I don't have any relatives either." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang were both extremely surprised. They never expected Lin Chen's life story to be so miserable. This child is so pitiful. Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang were both kind people, and at this moment, not only did they not despise Lin Chen's family background, they began to feel sympathy for him instead. "Xiao Chun, it's okay, a real man can live a good life without relying on his parents," Li Tianhong said. Yes, from now on, your aunt's home will be your home." Wu Yanfang also comforted him. "Lin Chen, how can you not have a family? You have 4 children and me, we are your family," Li Ziren said with emotion. Hearing the words of the 3, Lin Chen was almost moved to tears. He felt that he must have saved the galaxy in his past life to be able to meet such a good daughter-in-law, as well as his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Chapter 25 Agree to manage the branch factory for the father-in-law. "Lin Chen, in that case, let me set the date for your wedding to Ziren." Li Tianhong said, I'll ask my friend who knows about geomancy to see what day of the year is auspicious for marriage. That's fine. Lin Chen naturally had no objection. And Li Ziren nodded when he heard this. By the way, would you really consider helping me run the company? Li Tianhong looked at Lin Chen. He really wanted Lin Chen to hang out with him. Especially after learning that Lin Chen was an orphan, that feeling intensified. He mainly had Li Ziren as a daughter. No matter how much money you make, you can't spend it all in this life, and you can't take it into the coffin when you die. The money in the future is still left to your daughter. So he really wants Lin Chen to help him, which is actually a win-win solution. If Lin Chen performs well, it is actually not impossible to leave all of his wealth to Lin Chen in the future. Wu Yanfang, yes, Lin Chen, would you like to consider it? As for the treatment, we can discuss it. You are family, would we treat you badly? Li Tianhong said generously, if you come to my company, I will directly hand over the branch factory to you to manage. Wu Yanfang continued to persuade, it's not easy to make money if you go out to work. The society is different now, and even if you graduate with a bachelor's degree, it's not easy to find a job. But I don't need to work. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. No need to work? Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang looked at Lin Chen curiously. At this time, Li Ziren explained, looking at Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang, Dad, Mom, Lin Chen is currently investing on his own, so he really doesn't need to work. And we recently moved to a new home, at the Bund Villa. Bund Villa? Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang were a little surprised. You need at least 50 million for a Bund Villa. Xiao Chen, is this true? Wu Yanfang's expression was very surprised. Yes. Lin Chen was actually a little guilty, because investment was just an excuse, and the daddy system was the real deal. That's fine, no wonder I saw the big cars you drive. At this moment, Wu Yanfang's doubts were explained. Li Tianhong looked at Lin Chen approvingly, I didn't think you would have made a fortune from investment. That's fine, no wonder I said before that a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan was beneath you. At this moment, Li Tianhong's previous confusion was also explained. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's nothing, just good luck. Li Tianhong still didn't want to give up and persuaded Lin Chen, since you have this keen business acumen in investing, why not help me manage the branch factory? Moreover, my branch factory is very close to the Bund, so I don't actually need to do anything there, just occasionally go and check up on it. In this way, I can also save the trouble of transferring someone there to manage it. Li Tianhong's words really made Lin Chen feel a little overwhelmed by his hospitality. In fact, Lin Chen has always been a laid-back person, especially now that the daddy system can generate income every day. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Chen no longer has any desire for money. He can't spend it all anyway. This makes Lin Chen even more carefree and want to just lie around at home. Just imagine, every day you get to stay at home and take care of the kids, and you have a gentle, beautiful wife with a great body at home. Doesn't this kind of laid-back life sound appealing? However, just then, the system's voice sounded. Ding! The system has detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, refuse to let the father-in-law manage the branch factory, reward 500,000 yuan. Choice 2, agree to let the father-in-law manage the branch factory, reward design drawings for a god-level sports car. Lin Chen's expression could not help but freeze, god-level sports car design drawings? What the hell is this? Lin Chen read the introduction and then understood, this is a sports car that is 50 years ahead of the world and can be called black technology. Once this black technology sports car is developed, Ferrari, McLaren, Lamborghini, they'll all be nothing. Under these circumstances, Lin Chen didn't hesitate to choose the second one. Okay, I promise. Lin Chen said with a smile. Really? Li Tianhong's eyes lit up with joy, then I'll explain to the assistant at the branch, and you can go to my branch sometime to have a look, so that the staff there can get to know you. Okay. Lin Chen nodded. Seeing Lin Chen agree, Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang were also very happy. The next day. After spending a night at the in-laws' house, Lin Chen and Li Ziren planned to take the baby back to the Bund Villa. Since they needed to apply for a birth certificate for the baby, and considering the inconvenience, Wu Yanfang came alone. With Wu Yanfang taking care of the baby, Lin Chen and Li Ziren would have more personal freedom. As for Li Tianhong, he had originally said that he would go to the Bund Villa to take a look as well. However, the head office suddenly called to say that there was an emergency, so they did not come together for the time being. Bund Villa. Wu Yanfang gently placed the baby on the sofa, but unexpectedly, Erbo was still awakened and started crying. Ziran, Erbo is probably hungry, so you should feed her. Okay. Ziran took Erbo from Wu Yanfang's hands, then lifted up her shirt and started to breastfeed. As for Lin Chen, he also took care of the baby. After Ziran finished feeding the babies fell asleep again. Babies just eat, poop, sleep and cry. Oh, by the way, didn't you want to apply for the birth certificates for the babies? You can do it now, and it will be lunchtime just as soon as you're done, Wu Yanfang said. Lin Chen nodded. Mom, you stay home and take care of the babies, and Ziran and I will go out for a while. After all, Wu Yanfang had experience taking care of babies, and Lin Chen could rest assured that she would take care of the babies. Lin Chen and Li Ziran then went out. To apply for a birth certificate for your child, you must go to the hospital where the child was born. And you must apply in a timely manner, according to the time specified by the hospital. In some cases, you can apply within 1 month of the child's discharge from the hospital. In other cases, it may take a little longer, but you must pay attention to the time limit and not be too lazy, otherwise things will be delayed. In the Mercedes-Benz, after Li Ziran had just closed the car door, Lin Chen said to her, by the way, can I have your ID card for a moment? I needed to apply for a birth certificate for the baby later. What? My ID? Yes, you don't have an ID, do you? Yes, I do, but Li Ziran took her ID out of her bag and held it tightly in her hand. Then she said helplessly to Lin Chen, but you have to promise me that you won't look at the photo on my ID. Okay, I promise. Lin Chen smiled. Then Li Ziran handed Lin Chen her ID. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Chen got the ID, he started to carefully observe the photo of Li Ziran on it. The photo was of Li Ziran when she was 16, with 2 pigtails and features that had not yet fully developed. She looked like a wild girl from the countryside. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen burst out laughing without mercy. This photo is her daughter-in-law's dark history, isn't it? Ah. Don't look. You promised not to look. Li Ziran immediately tried to snatch her ID card back, but Lin Chen, shameless as ever, grabbed her by the nape of the neck with his armpit. Then, he pinched Li Ziran's mouth and kissed her hard. Bow, give me a kiss. Ah, you're a bad guy. You just know how to bully me. Li Ziran gave Lin Chen a glare, still feeling unbalanced inside. She said playfully to Lin Chen. You looked at my ID photo, so I want to see yours too. Chapter 26, give me a topic to discuss. How many ex-girlfriends have you had? Look at the photo on your ID card. Lin Chen smiled and said, sure, my ID card is in the glove box in front of you. Li Ziran opened the glove box in front of her and sure enough, she saw Lin Chen's ID card. Why is your ID card in such a place? Li Ziran said, looking at the side with the photo. In an instant, her expression became surprised. Lin Chen in the photo was a proper boy with a sunny disposition and an incredibly handsome face. Although he was young, his appearance could be considered very high value. This was the first time Li Ziran had seen such a handsome ID photo. You have to know that the portraits on ID cards are usually a bit worse than the person. When was this photo taken? Li Ziran asked. Lin Chen said, it seems to be from when I graduated from junior high school and went to high school. What do you think? Isn't he handsome? Oomph, narcissist. Li Ziran said with a straight face, it's actually just so-so. Good, then go find a husband who's even more handsome. Li Ziran? Lin Chen patted her on the head, just kidding, you idiot. Oomph, I knew you were just talking nonsense, I'll punch you. Li Ziran punched Lin Chen's chest with her small fist, but the force was very, very light. Not long after, Lin Chen arrived at the city center hospital in his Mercedes-Benz. Applying for a birth certificate is not a troublesome matter, but it requires a long queue. Lin Chen? Suddenly, a passing female nurse noticed Lin Chen in the queue. Lin Chen looked at the female nurse, who was very pretty and had a familiar face. But for a moment, Lin Chen couldn't think of who she was. It's me, Zheng Sini. Zheng Sini's smile was a little bitter, reminding Lin Chen. For a moment, Lin Chen had some kind of impression. So it was you. Lin Chen gave Zheng Sini a slight smile. This Zheng Sini was Lin Chen's junior high school classmate. She had also been his classmate for a semester. Back then, Zheng Sini had even written him a love letter, confessing her feelings. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was very ignorant about love at that time and rejected her. I felt that you were familiar from afar, but I never imagined that it was really you. Zhang Sini smiled happily. Lin Chen, we haven't seen each other for many years. It's been about 5 or 6 years. Lin Chen laughed. In fact, he hadn't seen Zhang Sini since graduating from junior high school. Yes. At this moment, looking at the male god she had liked in junior high school, Zhang Sini was in a daze. Are you waiting in line to apply for your baby's birth certificate? Zhang Sini's tone suddenly revealed surprise. Just now, she only noticed Lin Chen in the queue, but didn't notice the window of the queue. Could it be that Lin Chen has already become a father? Yes, get a certificate for the child. When did you get married? Why haven't I heard the news? Didn't you get into university? You graduated so soon? I'm not married yet, but the baby was born. I see. For some reason, after hearing that Lin Chen had become a father, Zhang Sini suddenly felt very lost. Yes, when she was in junior high, she did like Lin Chen a lot. But that was so many years ago. But at this moment, Zhang Sini still felt very sad. If it were nighttime, she would probably just burst into tears. That's good. Zhang Sini forced a smile and, remembering something, added, by the way, Lin Chen, are you coming to the junior high school reunion next month? A reunion? I don't know, I'll see if I have time. Lin Chen was only thinking about his wife and child. He wasn't very interested in any parties. But if he had time on the day of the party and was in a good mood, he might consider going. Okay, I hope you can come. The two of them chatted for a little while longer before Zhang Sini left. Unbeknownst to them, Li Ziren had just witnessed the scene. Seeing Lin Chen chatting with a beautiful nurse, Li Ziren felt a little upset. After a while, Lin Chen had finished applying for birth certificates for the 4 babies. As soon as he got back to the car, Li Ziren directly questioned, Lin Chen, who is that beautiful nurse? Did you know her before? Which beautiful nurse? Stop pretending, I saw it all. Li Ziren said angrily. Seeing Li Ziren jealous, Lin Chen thought she was very cute and smiled and said, she was my classmate in junior high school and also my former suitor. A suitor? Upon hearing these words, Li Ziren smiled and stared at Lin Chen. Good, you still remember all your suitors from so many years ago, it seems that you really like her too. No. Lin Chen hurriedly defended himself. Say it. How many ex-girlfriends have you had? Li Ziren's beautiful eyes stared straight at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was helpless. Regarding the topic of ex-girlfriends, isn't this a rhetorical question? If I don't answer it well, I'll probably have to sleep on the sofa tonight. Actually, I haven't dated anyone. Lin Chen looked serious. Li Ziren? How is that possible? I don't believe you. If you haven't dated anyone, then how do you know so much about relationships? I'm the one who really hasn't dated anyone. Li Ziren said, a little speechless, that she was the one who really hadn't dated anyone, and Lin Chen was her first man. Really haven't dated anyone. Lin Chen said, I heard all those things you said from my roommate in college. I don't know anything. Cut. Do you think I'll believe that? But I'm telling the truth. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you, just pay attention to the road. Back at the Bund villa. As soon as they returned home, Lin Chen and Li Ziren heard the baby crying. Mom, we're home. The two walked in and saw Wu Yanfang changing the diaper of the baby, while the baby was crying in Wu Yanfang's arms. Mom, let me do it. Li Ziren walked over. Wu Yanfang asked, have you got the baby's birth certificate? Yes. Lin Chen answered, then he looked back into the bedroom and saw that the other babies were sleeping soundly. Lin Chen, Ziran, do you remember that short video I posted earlier for the babies? Wu Yanfang suddenly asked, her voice a little excited. Yes, why? Li Ziran asked. That video is going viral now, with over 1 million likes, and I've even had a few advertisers contact me privately about collaborating, it's so crazy. Wu Yanfang said excitedly. Lin Chen, who was not far away, said, really? Show me that video. Lin Chen remembered that his mother-in-law had indeed filmed a video of the babies dancing. But he didn't expect it to have over 1 million likes? Take a look for yourselves. Wu Yanfang handed Lin Chen her phone. Lin Chen watched the video his mother-in-law had made. On the right side of the video, 3 sets of data were displayed. 1.55 million likes, 80,000 comments, and 120,000 reposts. This video has really gone viral. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. You have to understand that many videos posted by big internet celebrities don't have this many likes. Subsequently, Lynn Chen clicked on the comment section to see what netizens had commented on. Chapter 27. Lynn Chen wants to build a sports car. Lynn Chen, come sit next to me, I want to see it too. Li Ziren said. Lynn Chen nodded and promptly sat down next to Li Ziren, and the two of them looked at the comments from netizens together. She and Raven both have short hair, holy shit. Quadruplets. 666. I really don't lick dogs, good guy, the donkeys on the production team don't dare give birth like this. Lucky star, this is too fertile. The first time I've seen quadruplets in my life. She's snow leopard, I'm not well educated, but I just want to say bravo. Little bear is 3 years old, the baby is so cute, it will definitely be very pretty when it grows up. I'm sleepy every day, oh, can you please send me a baby? Every week I have money to spend, this is even harder than winning the lottery, I wish you a lifetime of happiness. Don't be mean to the fish at Jiangxi Luifei, it doesn't like cilantro at Shaoxin Gummy Bears, come and see the quadruplets, it's amazing. Hundreds of thousands of comments, basically all expressing their shock. Wu Yanfang, Shaochen, Ziren, do you think I should delete this video? Now that the video has gone viral, Wu Yanfang is worried that it will affect the baby, so she wants to delete it. There's no need. Lynn Chen said, this video has already been saved tens of thousands of times, so it's useless to delete it now. It's fine if it goes viral, Mom. Anyway, the baby's face will all change when he grows up. Li Ziren saw through Wu Yanfang's worries and said so. Wu Yanfang nodded and finally decided not to delete the video. Since there were so many likes, the netizens should not have any ill intent. Just then, Lin Chen received a phone call from his father-in-law. Lin Chen, do you have time right now? 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 Lin Chen, do. He said to Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang, you stay home and take care of the baby, I'm going to go take a look at the branch factory. Okay, go ahead, Li Ziren nodded. Lin Chen then grabbed the car keys and left the house. Meanwhile, at Tian Hong Technology Company, a group of employees were talking excitedly in front of the company, curious about the so-called branch factory manager. At that moment, a young and beautiful woman with a full figure and wearing a sexy black OL uniform appeared, carrying files. She said to the many employees, sorry everyone, it was supposed to be break time, but I also received a sudden notice from headquarters. The factory manager will be here soon, so let's all be on our best behavior and welcome him with enthusiasm. Xia Yuli spoke softly and gently. Hearing Xia Yuli's words, the employees perked up and waited expectantly. Before long, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled into the company and, in full view of everyone, pulled up to the company entrance. Lin Chen got out of the car and noticed that there were so many people standing at the entrance. What are you doing? Lin Chen smiled slightly and walked towards the crowd graciously. At this time, Xia Yuli hurriedly reminded him, quick. Welcome, President Lin. What? He's President Lin? At this moment, all the employees were a little confused, because Lin Chen looked to be in his early 20s at most. He's too young. How could they not be surprised that someone younger than them would become their immediate superior? Welcome, President Lin. Then, the warm voices of all the employees rang out, and they bowed slightly to Lin Chen, who was not far away. Lin Chen was a little confused, but he quickly reacted and smiled, saying, hello everyone, I hope we can work together in the future. Puff. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Xia Yuli couldn't help but laugh. How could an employee take care of the boss? This new boss seems a little dumb. Then, Xia Yuli told the employees to disperse, and she accompanied Lin Chen to his office. Xia Yuli is very beautiful, her appearance and figure are completely comparable to the school beauty Zhou Huimin. How could her father-in-law have arranged such a good-looking assistant for him? At this moment, Lin Chen couldn't help but suspect that her father-in-law was testing him. This is the 3 million order with Qianxing technology, please sign on it. Xia Yuli handed Lin Chen a document. Lin Chen roughly browsed the document and discovered something that surprised him. Wait a minute, are we a company that produces cars? Lin Chen asked. Since Li Tianhong had not told him before, Lin Chen had no idea what business the company was in. But now, Lin Chen was surprised to discover that his father-in-law was actually running a car manufacturing company. Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of the Supercar design drawings that the system had rewarded him with in his system backpack. Xia Yuli didn't expect the boss to ask this question, and after being stunned for a long time, he replied, "Yes, what's the matter, Mr. Lin? Can you build a sports car?" Lin Chen asked. Sports car? Xia Yuli smiled bitterly. The manufacturers of sports cars are basically all based abroad. Our company is not that powerful, and we have never tried to build a sports car. If it's an ordinary car, we do have some experience. I see. Then why don't we try building a sports car? Lin Chen smiled, eager to try. Ha? Are you serious, Mr. Lin? You're not joking, are you? Xia Yuli was surprised by Lin Chen's words. She didn't expect the new boss to be so strong. He wants to build sports cars as soon as he arrives? Is our company really capable of doing this? It's not that Xia Yuli looks down on Tian Hong Company, but she has been working in this company for a year. The company has never built a sports car before. To be precise, there are no sports car manufacturers in the entire country. Sports cars like Porsche, Lamborghini, Ferrari, etc., are all shipped from abroad. Of course, it's no joke. I'll send you a document later. Lin Chandao. Okay. Xia Yuli didn't say anything more. After receiving the document from Lin Chandao, Xia Yuli was stunned. Chapter 28 helped Zhou Huimin shoot a short video. So cool. Xia Yuli had seen sports cars before, but this cool and attractive sports car was the first she had seen. She was sure that if this sports car was really built, it would become popular all over the country, and even the world. Immediately afterwards, Xia Yuli notified the purchasing manager and prepared to purchase the parts needed to produce this sports car. After leaving the company, Lin Chen returned to the Bund villa. Stinky baby, you can still smile. In the living room, Li Ziren was amusing Erbao. She pinched Erbao's face, and Erbao giggled non-stop. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly reminded her, "Honey, you shouldn't pinch your baby's cheeks too often, or they'll drool a lot." Ha? Is there really such a thing? Li Ziren quickly withdrew her hand. She had just felt that the baby was so cute that she couldn't help pinching it, but she didn't realize that pinching its cheeks could be harmful. Lin Chen explained scientifically, yes, because the facial skin of babies is relatively delicate, it's best not to pinch their cheeks or get too close to them. Patting a baby's face too often can easily induce drooling, which is not good for the baby's health. Hearing this, Li Ziren was shocked. It seems that in the future, she really can't pat her baby's face too often. Although the baby is so cute, she has to control herself. Babbling. Suddenly, the second treasure in Li Ziren's arms seemed very happy and couldn't help but smile. The second treasure seems very happy today, Lin Chen couldn't help but say. Li Ziren said, yes, Erbao is like a shot of adrenaline today. Not only is she very energetic, she's also smiling all the time. I don't know what she's smiling about. Li Ziren looked at Erbao Lin Kursen in his arms. Erbao once again grinned, her smile very healing. Lin Chen was infected by Erbao's smile and picked up his phone to capture the moment. Hold on tight, honey, I'm going to take a picture of Erbao, he said. Lin Chen said, and tapped the camera, aiming the lens at Erbao. Click. With a sound, Lin Chen successfully took a photo of Erbao. The host takes a photo of the baby, reward, photography master. Lin Chen was taken aback, feeling the extra memories in his head, secretly shocked. This skill has improved his photography skills by hundreds of times, it's amazing. The water temperature is almost right, let's carry Erbao in and take a bath. At this time, Wu Yanfang came out of the bathroom with a smile. Lin Chen, you're back too. How did you feel about going to see the company? I felt pretty good. The company is quite large. Lin Chen told the truth. That's good. Wu Yanfang nodded. Subsequently, Li Ziren went to the bathroom with Erbao to take a bath, but just then, Lin Chen heard the sound of the doorbell outside. Lin Chen immediately went to the balcony to take a look and found that the person standing at the front door was none other than Zhou Huimin. Seeing Lin Chen, Zhou Huimin immediately waved and smiled, pointed at the door, and indicated for Lin Chen to come down and open the door. Lin Chen, who's here? Li Ziren also heard the doorbell ring and couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen, it's Zhou Huimin, I'll go down and open the door for her. Okay. Today, Zhou Huimin was still wearing a JK suit, white silk knee socks, and black leather shoes, with long, slender anime-style legs that were both white and straight. However, her mood today didn't seem very good, and she felt a little glum. Li Ziren could tell at a glance that her best friend was not feeling well today, and couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong, Huimin? Are you in a bad mood today?" "A little bit." Zhou Huimin sat down on the sofa, and the people in front of her were Lin Chen and Li Ziren. Wu Yanfang, on the other hand, was in the bathroom bathing San Bao. "What's wrong?" Li Ziren teased and laughed. "Did you lose your love?" "No, I don't even have a boyfriend, so how could I lose my love?" Zhou Huimin couldn't help but laugh. Then she told the real reason. It turned out that Zhou Huimin was an internet celebrity with more than 5 million followers on TikTok. With sexy cross-dressing videos and a pure face, she had gained millions of followers overnight. Many netizens even called her the pure lust ceiling of TikTok. After that, Zhou Huimin became more and more popular, and her number of followers increased to 5 million in just 2 months. In short, Zhou Huimin was once very popular on TikTok. Why do I say once? Because she is not very popular anymore. Yes, Zhou Huimin's recent works are mediocre and lack heat. There are only a few tens of thousands of likes, which is completely incomparable to the past. Seeing her followers continue to decrease and her popularity continue to decline, Zhou Huimin is a little anxious. You have to know that the reason she was able to achieve financial freedom in college was because of Douyin monetization. The key is that Zhou Huimin has already regarded Douyin short videos as her future way out. To put it more bluntly, she has regarded Douyin as her future bread and butter. This is why she is anxious about the decline in popularity. If Douyin is gone, she will be forced to go home and inherit the family business in the future. I see. Li Ziren said she understood. Lin Chen said, if the video keeps repeating, of course the fans will get tired of it and find it boring. So why don't you try something else, like a different style of cosplay? Maybe it can become popular again. Zhou Huimin was surprised and said, wow, Lin Chen, you're really smart, you're thinking the same thing I am. Actually, I came here today because I wanted Ziren to help me make a video, but instead of cosplaying, I want to dance. Dancing? Do you know how to dance? Lin Chen couldn't help but tease. Zhou Huimin said proudly, Lin Chen, you actually asked a professional dancer this question? Lin Chen, Huimin is a dancer, and she started dancing when she was in elementary school. After saying this, Li Ziren looked at Zhou Huimin and said, I think you can try this idea. Do you want to film here? Why don't we go to the balcony? Here's your phone. Film it for me nicely. However, as soon as Zhou Huimin finished speaking, the baby's cries could be heard from the bedroom. The baby is awake. Lin Chen, why don't you help Huimin take the video? Li Ziren finished speaking and immediately ran towards the bedroom. Lin Chen was about to follow Ziren back to the room to take a look. However, Zhou Huimin stopped him. Lin Chen, don't go, why don't you help me take a video? I'll just dance a short dance, it'll be over quickly. Okay. Although Lin Chen was a little reluctant, he reluctantly agreed. Then Lin Chen took over Zhou Huimin's phone and the two of them went to the balcony of the villa together. The balcony was very large, with an area of 30 square meters, and it would not get in the way of Zhou Huimin's dance at all. Zhou Huimin, are you ready? I'm going to start dancing. At this time, Lin Chen felt a little awkward as he looked at Zhou Huimin, who was preparing to dance. So Lin Chen said, just a moment. What's wrong? Zhou Huimin looked at Lin Chen curiously. Lin Chen simply suggested, why don't you take off your shoes and dance? Chapter 29, Zhou Huimin's grandfather invites Lin Chen to dinner. Huh? Zhou Huimin looked confused. Take off my little leather shoes and dance in white silk knee socks? Yes. Lin Chen said seriously, wearing white stockings and stepping on the floor like this will bring out your temperament even more. Zhou Huimin looked at Lin Chen cautiously and tentatively asked, you're not trying to look at my geo, are you? Are you a geo control? Don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in you. Lin Chen shook his head. That's good, otherwise Ziren will be jealous. Zhou Huimin had a smile on her face. Lin Chen. I saw Zhou Huimin take off her little leather shoes and step on the floor in white socks. Okay, I'm going to start. Zhou Huimin said, and then the background music started, and she began to dance to the music. The moment Zhou Huimin started dancing, Lin Chen quickly chose the best angle, kept moving the camera, and looked incredibly professional. Soon a video of 10 seconds was recorded. Lin Chen, show me the video. Zhou Huimin held out her hand to Lin Chen. Lin Chen handed her the phone. Zhou Huimin clicked on the video and watched it carefully. Lin Chen, you took a great video. It's much better than the one Ziren took for me last time. You even know how to use the camera, that's amazing. Did you study photography? Zhou Huimin suddenly felt a little bit in awe of Lin Chen. Usually, after a short video is recorded, it needs to be processed in post-production before it can be sent out. However, the video Lin Chen took didn't need any post-production at all. It's completely natural, without a single superfluous shot. I haven't studied it, Lin Chen said. Zhou Huimin gave Lin Chen a thumbs up, so professional without having studied it? Amazing. Photography is inherently very simple, so why would you need to study it? Lin Chen laughed. Zhou Huimin couldn't help but give Lin Chen a look, as she always felt that this guy was in Versailles. Huimin, have you finished filming your TikTok? At this time, Li Ziren came out of the bedroom with Sabayu in his arms. It's done. Zhou Huimin said, while putting on her little leather shoes. Then she said to Lin Chen, the painting you drew for me, my grandfather really likes it. He said that if there's a chance, he wants to get to know you a bit. What do you think? Hearing Zhou Huimin's words, Li Ziren was a little surprised. Zhou Huimin's grandfather is a famous master of traditional Chinese painting in Shanghai, and he actually wants to get to know Lin Chen. Could it be that Lin Chen's painting has gained his approval? Thinking about this, Li Ziren also became proud. Her husband was just too great. That's okay. Lin Chen smiled and said, if there's a chance, I can let your grandfather invite me to dinner, so he and I can get to know each other. Puff. Zhou Huimin laughed. Lin Chen, you really aren't at all polite, but your suggestion is not bad. I'll go back and talk to my grandfather about it. Subsequently, Zhou Huimin stayed at the villa for a while before leaving, because she had other things to do. Meanwhile, Tian Hong was invited to participate in an antique exchange activity, and the antique he brought was the night pearl that Lin Chen had given him. Brotherly, this night pearl of yours seems to be quite something. Let me see, said a man wearing glasses and looking a bit like Ma Huateng, and then Li Tianhong handed him the night pearl in his hand. Li Tianhong smiled and said, there's nothing to see, it's just a high-quality imitation, not a real night pearl. But even if it's a fake, it should be worth some money. This is why Li Tianhong changed his mind and brought the night pearl to the event, because it is a night pearl. Even if it is just a fake, it is still very precious. My goodness, how come it doesn't feel like a fake, but rather like the real thing? After observing it for a while, Lucen said in shock. Li Tianhong shook his head, you're probably joking. Look closely, this is clearly a fake. No, I feel like it's the real thing. President Su, come take a look at this night pearl. Lucen shouted, and all the bigwigs in the room turned to look in his direction. Su Ao then slowly walked over, beaming, what's up? Su Ao. Visiting professor at Shanghai University. Museum history expert. And of course, president of the Antiques Association. When it comes to antique appraisal skills, Su Ao is better than everyone here. President Su, take a look at this night pearl. Lucen handed the night pearl to Su Ao. Su Ao quickly examined it closely, and then his pupils dilated a little, followed by an incredible look. This is a real night pearl. Su Ao said decisively. Wow. Upon hearing this, many of the bigwigs present were shocked. A night pearl? The treasure that the Empress Dowager Cixi loved so much when she was alive? Isn't it said to have been lost abroad and collected by an American oil tycoon? How could it appear here? This is impossible, isn't it? At the moment, the person who was most confused was undoubtedly Li Tianhong. This is actually the real night pearl? Lucen, tell me quickly, where did you get this night pearl? Su Ao asked excitedly. It's not mine, it's his. Lucen pointed at Li Tianhong. Su Ao looked at Li Tianhong excitedly and asked, Brotherly, where did you get this night pearl? This was a gift from my son-in-law. Li Tianhong said truthfully. Son-in-law? Hearing this, Sueo couldn't help but be stunned, and then he smiled and said, "Brotherly, your son-in-law is amazing. If the night pearl had always been in China and hadn't been lost overseas, it would definitely be a national treasure. But even so, it would still be priceless. Yes, if this were to go to auction, it would be worth at least a few $100 million. A big shot next to him chimed in. Be bold, I think it's worth at least $1 billion. Passerby big shot number 1, brotherly, your son-in-law actually gave you a night pearl, I'm so jealous. Passerby big shot number 2, my son-in-law gave me 2 caddies of tea for the Mid-Autumn Festival, the 200 yuan kind, so your son-in-law is still capable. Passerby number 3, brotherly, can I resell this night pearl to you? No, I'll pay 300 million. I'll pay 400 million. In an instant, many wealthy antique dealers wanted to buy the night pearl from Li Tianhong at a high price. If he really needed money, Li Tianhong might have hesitated. However, Li Tianhong didn't lack money at all, he was a big shot himself. No, I'm not selling it. Li Tianhong said speechlessly, this is a gift from my son-in-law, how can I resell it? In an instant, everyone stopped talking, but their eyes were still burning with envy. After the exchange meeting, Li Tianhong immediately called Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, the night pearl you gave me is actually a real one? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen laughed and replied, I told you when I gave it to you that it was a real one. Upon hearing Lin Chen say this, Li Tianhong immediately remembered that Lin Chen did say that day. It's just that his own appraisal level was not good enough, and he thought it was a high imitation, so he didn't believe it. After finishing the call with his father-in-law, another call came in. Lin Chen looked at the note, Vivian Chow. What's up? Lin Chen asked. Vivian Chow laughed and said, Lin Chen, my grandfather wants to invite you to dinner tonight. Do you have time? No, I was just kidding. Are you really letting your grandfather invite me to dinner? Lin Chen said helplessly. He was just joking with Vivian Chow last time. Vivian Chow said, it's just dinner. What's the big deal? The point is that my grandfather really wants to get to know you. I won't say any more. My grandfather and I will be waiting for you at the Tianyue Hotel tonight. After saying this, without giving Lin Chen any chance to refuse, Zhou Huiman hung up the phone. Lin Chen was even more helpless. At this time, Li Ziran on the side asked, what's wrong? Who was that on the phone? It was Zhou Huiman. She said her grandfather wants to invite me to dinner tonight, Lin Chen said truthfully. Then go. Li Ziran smiled and said, with me and my mom at home taking care of the kids, you don't have no time to go out. But I don't want to go. To be honest, Lin Chen was not very interested in meeting Zhou Huiman's grandfather. Because he felt that everyone was quite complicated. Who knows if he wants to get to know him, does he have other motives? It's not that Lin Chen is maliciously speculating about others, in today's society, one should be more cautious about everything. Why don't you want to go? Li Ziran asked. Lin Chen said, because I want to stay at home with you and the baby. In my heart, you and the baby are the most important. You're just being smooth talking, you just know how to make me happy. Li Ziran gave Lin Chen a glare, her mouth said so, but her heart was very happy. I'm telling the truth, how is that being smooth talking? Lin Chen smirked. But seriously, if Grandpa Zhou Huiman really wants to get to know you, just go have dinner with him. Li Ziran said, just do it for Huiman's face. Lin Chen nodded. 6 p.m. After Lin Chen had coaxed Sanba to sleep, he told his mother-in-law and Li Ziran goodbye, then took the car keys and left. Tianyue Hotel. This is a 5-star hotel in the Devil Metropolis. Only the rich and powerful can afford to eat here. After Lin Chen had parked the car, he had just arrived at the entrance when his phone rang. It was another call from Zhou Huiman. Lin Chen, have you arrived yet? Zhou Huiman asked. Lin Chen said, I just got here, how about you? There was a little traffic with my grandfather. Lin Chen, why don't you go to the private room and wait for us? It'll take me another 7 or 8 minutes, said Zhou Huiman. Lin Chen said, okay, what's the private room number? 9527. After saying that, Zhou Huiman said, I have to go, Lin Chen, I'm hanging up. After the call ended, Lin Chen walked into the hotel lobby. Welcome. Several beautiful women in uniforms bowed to Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Lin Chen was walking along when a voice suddenly came from behind him. He turned around and saw a familiar face. Zhang Tao? Lin Chen, long time no see. Zhang Tao was very happy that Lin Chen remembered him. Lin Chen was a little surprised to meet his high school classmate Zhang Tao here. He remembered that Zhang Tao had been ordered to drop out of school for fighting in his second year of high school. After that, the two of them only liked each other's posts in their circle of friends and didn't chat much. But when Zhang Tao was still in school, their relationship was still pretty good. "Are you here for dinner?" Zhang Tao asked with a smile. "Yes." Lin Chen nodded slightly. Then the two of them started reminiscing. After some chatting, Lin Chen learned that Zhang Tao was doing pretty well. He was in charge of this restaurant. His monthly salary was 50,000 yuan. "By the way, Lin Chen, you should have graduated from college by now, right?" Zhang Tao asked, changing the subject. Lin Chen nodded. Although he had temporarily suspended his studies, he had no intention of going back to school. "So what kind of work are you doing now?" Zhang Tao asked gently. "I don't have a job." "What?" Zhang Tao was surprised. Lin Chen smiled and said, "I stay at home and take care of the baby full time." "No way. Are you married?" Zhang Tao was even more surprised. Lin Chen said, "No, the baby was born, but we haven't had a banquet yet." Zhang Tao immediately understood. It turned out to be an unmarried pregnancy. But nowadays, it is normal to be pregnant before marriage, so naturally he would not say anything more. "So you are at home taking care of the child every day?" Zhang Tao asked. Lin Chen nodded, "Yes." "Brother, you can't do this." Zhang Tao patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and said helplessly, "We are men, real men, we have to go out and make money to support our families, and as for taking care of the children and so on, that's a woman's job. Tell me the truth, can it be that you can't find a job?" "No." Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Zhang Tao really has misunderstood him. "Does he need to go out and work?" "Not at all." "Okay, brother, don't explain, I understand you." Looking at Lin Chen's helpless expression, Zhang Tao knew that he had guessed correctly. "Back when I first started out in the world, didn't I also hit every wall and end up feeling inferior? When I met classmates who were doing well, and they asked me what I did for a living, I was ashamed to say. But now, thanks to my hard work, Zhang Tao has achieved a life of success, with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. Hey, buddy, why don't you come work for me? We're just short a front office manager at this restaurant. Why don't you come be the front office manager? As for the salary and benefits, I'll take care of you. 12,000 yuan a month, room and board included, plus 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. What do you say, buddy? This is definitely better than staying at home with the kids." Zhang Tao said to Lin Chen from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't trying to show off in front of Lin Chen. Rather, it was out of the bond of old school friends that he sincerely wanted to help Lin Chen. Chapter 30. Zhou Huiman's grandfather was infected with a virus. Lin Chen shook his head. "Forget it, I don't need a job." "This." Zhang Tao sighed, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in Lin Chen. He felt that Lin Chen should not be able to look down on this treatment. In other words, Lin Chen is a person with high expectations and low abilities. Maybe this is just a fresh graduate, not knowing how hard work is. Zhang Tao sighed in his heart, and for the time being, he stopped persuading Lin Chen. Next, the two of them chatted while riding the elevator, and before they knew it, they had arrived on the 9th floor. "I'll go eat first, we'll talk later," Lin Chen said to Zhang Tao, and walked towards the 9527 box not far away. "Lin Chen! Lin Chen!" Suddenly, Zhang Tao ran up from behind and stopped Lin Chen. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Zhang Tao said helplessly, "Lin Chen, you've gone to the wrong place, that's the diamond members box. The normal boxes are on the other side." Zhang Tao kindly pointed Lin Chen in the right direction. Lin Chen looked at the door number 9527, double-checked it, and said, "I'm not mistaken, this is the right box." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhang Tao was speechless. He thought to himself, "Do you know how much a meal in the diamond box costs? It starts at least 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. If you order a few bottles of slightly better wine, it could be more than 100,000 yuan. However, how can a full-time stay-at-home dad who doesn't even have a job afford to spend money in a diamond box?" Of course, it's definitely not that Zhang Tao looks down on Lin Chen, but as the person in charge, he already knew that this box had been reserved by a big shot. And he knew who this big shot was. So he was 100% sure that Lin Chen had gone the wrong way. Lin Chen, this box has already been reserved, and the person hasn't even arrived yet. Zhang Tao said in disbelief, think about it, did you come to the wrong place? No, I didn't come to the wrong place, this is the right place. Lin Chen looked at the number on the ceiling again, convinced that he definitely hadn't come to the wrong place. Zhang Tao felt that Lin Chen was completely hopeless. He even felt that Lin Chen might be suffering from delusions or hallucinations. But just then, Zhou Huimin and his grandfather, Zhou Daoji, finally arrived, belatedly. Seeing the two of them arrive, Zhang Tao hurriedly said to Lin Chen, you better get out of the way, the owner of the box is here. After saying that, Zhang Tao walked towards Zhou Daoji with great respect, beaming from ear to ear, Grandpa Zhou, you're here. HM. Zhou Daoji nodded slightly, and Zhou Huimin, who was by his side, saw Lin Chen and immediately called out, Lin Chen. Lin Chen. After saying that, Zhou Huimin ran towards Lin Chen with a face full of excitement. What? Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. His face showed disbelief. Lin Chen, you actually know Master Zhou's granddaughter? Lin Chen couldn't be Master Zhou's son-in-law, could he? Looking at the way Zhou Huimin was getting close to Lin Chen, Zhang Tao felt that it wasn't impossible. It's ridiculous. At this moment, Zhang Tao felt a deep sense of self-deprecation well up in his face, and thinking back to what he had just said to Lin Chen, he felt even more embarrassed. Lin Chen, my friend, I'm very happy to meet you. In the private room, Zhou Daoji smiled broadly and extended his hand to Lin Chen. He looked so excited, as if he had just met a fan of his idol. Hello, I'm very happy too. Lin Chen gave a slight smile and shook Zhou Daoji's hand. However, at the moment of shaking hands, Lin Chen's brow suddenly furrowed. He sensed that something was wrong. There seemed to be something wrong with Zhou Daoji's body. However, the two quickly let go of each other's hands, and Lin Chen was unable to continue sensing Zhou Daoji's situation. Waiter, bring the food. Zhou Huimin said to the waiter outside, and the waiter then went to serve the food. Lin Chen, my friend, you are indeed, as Huimin said, a person of talent. Zhou Daoji looked at Lin Chen with a smile. Unfortunately, he already knew from Zhou Huimin that Lin Chen already had a wife. Otherwise, he really wanted to matchmake Zhou Huimin with Lin Chen. Zhou Huimin, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a little bit of blushing when she heard this. As for Lin Chen, he was unmoved on the inside, mainly because he had heard similar praise too many times. Lin Chen, I really like the painting you drew for Huimin, spring trees and autumn frost. After saying this, Zhou Daoji changed the subject and asked, I wonder where you studied under, Lin Chen? Where did you study under? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen shook his head and said, I don't have a master. Zhou Daoji was extremely surprised to hear this. He thought that Lin Chen was able to paint such a good picture because he had a famous teacher behind him. After all, in Huagua, it is very normal to find a great teacher when learning to paint. But he never imagined that Lin Chen did not have a master. Self-taught? This talent for painting is just too terrifying. Thinking about this, Zhou Daoji's admiration for Lin Chen grew even stronger. Hello, excuse me, the food is coming. Just then, a waiter pulled a trolley in, and then dish after dish of delicious food was served on the table. Black gold abalone, steamed emperor crab, dongpa pork knuckle, duck with broad bean sauce, stir-fried squid and chicken. There was everything from the sky, the sea, and the land. Lin Chen, today my grandfather is treating, you can eat as much as you like. Zhou Huimin smiled and looked at Lin Chen. Great. Lin Chen smiled slightly, old Zhou, you should also use your chopsticks. Zhou Daoji heard this and just picked up his chopsticks, but then his face suddenly turned pale. The next second, Zhou Daoji collapsed to the ground, his face white and his breathing rapid. Grandpa. Zhou Huimin's expression changed drastically and she immediately crouched down to help Zhou Daoji up. Lin Chen also crouched down and looked at Zhou Daoji's convulsing face. He was also a little stunned. What happened? Oh no, Grandpa Zhou fainted. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Call an ambulance. The waiter standing at the door was terrified, but he reacted quickly and immediately called for emergency assistance. What's going on? Zhang Tao came in and saw Zhou Daoji fainted on the ground, and he was also very scared. Is this a viral infection? At this moment, Lin Chen's eyebrows were furrowed. Because he saw that there was actually a rash on Zhou Daoji's hand. This is clearly a symptom of a viral infection. Not long after, the ambulance finally arrived. Zhou Daoji was carried into the ambulance and sent away. Lin Chen, you can go home first, I'll treat you to dinner some other time. After saying this to Lin Chen, Zhou Huiman got into the ambulance and followed him away. Ding! It has been detected that the host is being invaded by a virus. Would you like to spend 5,000 points of daddy value to purchase an antidote? The system's voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 31. Jiang Lin and Charles cooperate. To lie in wait. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a chill inside. He knew that the virus was contagious, but he never expected it to spread so quickly. He had only shaken hands with Zhou Daoji. Luckily, there was the daddy system, otherwise if he had brought the virus back home, it would have been over for his baby and daughter-in-law. System. I want to buy it. The antidote pill can eliminate all viruses in the human body. After taking the antidote, Lin Chen felt relieved and drove the big car back home. They returned to the Bund villa. It was 8 p.m. Aren't we having dinner? Why are you back so early? Li Ziren couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw Lin Chen return. Ziren, Mom, don't go out for the time being. Lin Chen said seriously. Wu Yanfang on the side was taken aback. Don't go out, why? Lin Chen was about to explain when the TV suddenly switched channels and the female host's voice came on. We interrupt this program to bring you urgent news. This afternoon, there was a sudden outbreak of an immune-type virus across the city. Those infected will develop hemorrhagic fever within a short period of time, with symptoms including stroke, difficulty breathing, hallucinations, confusion, a rash all over the body, and organ failure. The mechanism of transmission is currently unknown, but it may be airborne. Although the virus is terrifying, I hope everyone will not panic. At present, medical experts all over China are already doing their best to study this virus, and I believe it won't be long before it is conquered. However, until effective treatment measures are available, I hope everyone will avoid going out as much as possible, or wear a mask when they do. With that, this urgent news ends. Oh my god, how could this be? Li Ziren was shocked. He never expected that a virus would break out in the demon city. Wu Yanfang's face also changed. No, I have to call your father. Lin Chen, is that why you told us not to go out just now? Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen nodded and said, yes. I was just having dinner with Zhou Huiman's grandfather when he suddenly collapsed and started convulsing. I think her grandfather has contracted this virus. Then what happened? Li Ziren asked with a worried face. Lin Chen said, then the ambulance came and Zhou Huiman went with it. On hearing this, Li Ziren prayed silently in her heart, hoping that everything would be fine. After all, Zhou Huiman is her best friend, and she doesn't want anything to happen to her grandfather. Mom, what's wrong? Your father's phone can't get through. Wu Yanfang was very anxious at the moment, and dialed the number again, but there was still no answer. Just then, Wu Yanfang's phone rang. She glanced at the note, Zhang Kaifeng. Zhang Kaifeng is the company secretary. Naturally, Wu Yanfang knew her. Sister Wu, something terrible has happened. After the call was connected, Zhang Kaifeng's anxious voice rang out. What's wrong? Wu Yanfang had a bad feeling. Zhang Kaifeng, just now. Mr. Li suddenly fainted, and then the company and I took him to the hospital. Hearing this, Wu Yanfang's heart lurched. Because Wu Yanfang had the speakerphone on. So Lin Chen and Li Ziren could hear Zhang Kaifeng's words clearly as well. What's going on? Why did he suddenly faint? Wu Yanfang asked excitedly. The doctor said. President Li may have contracted an immune virus. Zhang Kaifeng replied. Immune virus. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen and Li Ziren felt like their whole body was not well. Wu Yanfang almost couldn't stand firm, and her phone fell to the ground. Mom! Fortunately, Lin Chen stopped her in time. Mom, don't worry, trust me, Dad will definitely be fine, Lin Chen comforted. After all, he had obtained God-level medical skills, even if he didn't know much about the so-called immune virus. However, Lin Chen was still confident that he could overcome it. What Lin Chen didn't expect was that even his father-in-law was infected. It can be seen that the speed of transmission of this virus is indeed terrifying. Ziran, Xiaochun, you take care of the baby, I'm going to the hospital for a while. Seeing that his mother-in-law was going to the hospital, Lin Chen quickly spoke up, I'll go instead, there's a virus out there now. Lin Chen and Li Ziran spoke with concern. Lin Chen laughed and said, I'll wear a mask, so it's fine. Don't worry, just stay home and take care of the baby. Meanwhile, in the demon capital. Inside a secret biological laboratory. Ha ha ha. Destroy, all destroy. A young man laughed heartily. His name was Lynn, and he was a chemistry enthusiast. Buzz. At this time, Lin's phone vibrated. After looking at the name of the caller, Lin quickly and happily answered. Without waiting for the other person to speak, Lin excitedly spoke. Charles, did you see it? Now the whole city is almost lost. I believe it won't be long before the virus spreads across the country. Your plan to enslave China will soon be realized. Charles was also satisfied with this and praised, Lin, I saw the report on China. You did a great job this time. However, this level is not enough, you must also spread it in other cities for a better effect. I certainly know that. Lin laughed, hey, after this is done, you must not go back on your promise to me. I want to become a US citizen and get $1 billion US. Not a single US dollar less. Of course, we Americans have always been very trustworthy. Charles laughed and said, Lin, after the successful completion of our cooperation, the United States welcomes you to join us. Chapter 32, the virus breaks out, and Tian Hong recovers. After the call, Lin was too excited to express himself. Oh, America, my dear America. Blonde hotties, island villas, and $1 billion. The smell of freedom. Soon I will be joining my dear America. Just as Lin was indulging in his fantasies, the internet had completely exploded. The outbreak of the immune virus had caused an unprecedented panic among netizens across the country. It's terrible, my neighbor was just taken away, covered in a rash. I've seen pictures of the infected too, it's really scary. Why has such a terrifying virus broken out? What's going on, a biohazard? My 2 daughters have also been infected, I just want to die now. It's over, is the end of the world coming? The end of the world? Don't scare me, my father is the owner of a leather factory, my family has money, and I'm still a virgin, please don't do this. Countless netizens are discussing it. At this time, Lin Chen has already arrived at the hospital. Due to the virus, all the doctors, patients and family members in the hospital are wearing masks. After all, the virus is transmitted through the air, and wearing a mask is the best solution. After making a phone call, Lin Chen found Tian Hong's ward. Looking at his father-in-law's lifeless appearance, Lin Chen's heart instantly sank. In his judgment, Tian Hong may not last more than 2 days. What should I do? An idea came to Lin Chen's mind, and he immediately found Tian Hong's attending physician. The other party's surname was Su, a middle-aged man with a bit of a bald head who looked honest and kind. I have a way to clear this immune virus. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Dr. Su thought his ears had gone deaf and he had heard wrong. Young man, you're not joking, are you? Lin Chen shook his head and said seriously, I'll give you a prescription. You go develop this medicine. By the way, do you know who I am lying in the hospital bed? Dr. Su was puzzled and asked, who are you? He's my father. Lin Chen said seriously, if you don't believe me, after the medicine is made, you can test it on my father first. Dr. Su? Is this what they mean by filial piety on the internet? He has been a doctor for 20 years and has experimented on many mice, but this is the first time he has ever used his own father as a test subject. But then again, if he dares to use his father as a test subject, it must be because he is full of assurance and confidence. After all, no one would joke around with their family. And it's a matter of life and death. Seeing that Dr. Su was silent, Lin Chen knew that the other party was swayed, so he began to strike while the iron was hot. Finally, after Lin Chen's persuasion, the kind-hearted Dr. Su agreed to Lin Chen's request. Thank you, you definitely won't regret the choice you've made. Lin Chen smiled. Dr. Su pursed his lips, thinking to himself, I hope so. In fact, this is a very risky thing to do. The biggest reason why Dr. Su was willing to agree to Lin Chen was because he had first read the recipe Lin Chen wrote. Dr. Su is, after all, a doctor, and although Lin Chen's method was incredibly profound, he was still able to understand some of it. He knew that it would not endanger the patient's life. Under these circumstances, Dr. Su was willing to give Tian Hong this medicine. After a while, unbelievable. Unbelievable. It actually worked. The immune virus was completely destroyed. In the ward, several medical experts, including Dr. Su, stood in front of Tian Hong, shocked. After the medicine was administered, in less than half an hour, Tian Hong's body was completely rid of the virus. The red rashes all over his body were gone. Everything returned to normal. A complete recovery. Dr. Su, you're awesome. The entire country owes you a debt of gratitude. You've easily solved a virus that's so harmful to humanity. What a meritorious deed. Dr. Su, you can't be Hua Tua in the flesh, can you? Dr. Su felt very guilty as his colleagues flattered him one after the other. Because only he knew for sure. He had nothing to do with the breakthrough in the treatment of the immune virus. The person the whole country should be thanking was Lin Chen. Next, the People's Hospital of the Demon City immediately cooperated with the pharmaceutical factory to process and develop the antidote. After all, according to the data obtained so far, there were more than 100,000 patients infected with the immune virus. And the number was still rising like crazy. So they had to develop enough antidotes. Subsequently, the hospital also posted an announcement online. Thanks to the efforts of our Dr. Su Hongji, our hospital has now made a major breakthrough in the fight against this immunodeficiency virus. Currently, a patient infected with the immunodeficiency virus is about to be discharged from the hospital after taking the special medicine developed by Dr. Su Hongji and is on the verge of recovery. Our hospital is now cooperating with Cathay Pharmaceutical to process and produce this special medicine for the immunodeficiency virus. We believe that within the next 10 days, the immunodeficiency virus will completely disappear. Once this announcement was made, the entire network went into a frenzy. Chapter 33, the host interviews Su Hongji. Countless netizens seemed to see the light at the end of the tunnel and relaxed from their nervous and anxious moods. Dr. Su is awesome. Woohoo, my grandfather is saved. My husband is saved. Everyone should bow to Dr. Su, he is so great. Can someone with a lot of nerve say whether this announcement is true or fake? It can't be a consolation to us, can it? It's true, my mother was quarantined in the hospital where Dr. Su is, and now my mother has been discharged. Awesome, Dr. Su Hongji is really the savior of China. For a while, countless netizens praised Su Hongji online. Another day passed, and both Li Tianhong and Zhou Huiman's grandfather were discharged from the hospital after recovery, and society further stabilized. With the invention of the antidote pill, the number of infected patients is constantly decreasing. The most important thing is that for patients who take the antidote pill, antibodies will be produced in the body after recovery, preventing reinfection. Bund Villa. Hey, this virus is really something. I felt like I was going to die, but after taking that pill, my body recovered immediately. That Dr. Su is really something. Li Tianhong said with a look of lingering fear on his face. Next to him, Wu Yanfang, Li Ziren, and Lin Chen were listening to him attentively. By the way, Chen, when I was discharged from the hospital, did you thank Dr. Su for me? Li Tianhong asked, looking at Lin Chen. Thank him? Lin Chen thought to himself, that Su should be the one thanking me properly. No, I forgot. Hearing this, Li Tianhong didn't say anything. It's fine, I'll thank Dr. Su in person later. Just then, there was a doorbell ringing outside the courtyard. Lin Chen went to the balcony and saw that it was Zhou Huiman again. I'll go downstairs and open the door, it's Zhou Huiman. He said and went to open the door, bringing Zhou Huiman up. It turned out that Zhou Huiman was worried that Li Ziren had also contracted the virus, so she came to visit her. You said that after you took your grandfather to the hospital, you were also infected? Lin Chen asked after hearing Zhou Huiman's words. Yes, this virus is really terrifying. Less than an hour after I took my grandfather to the hospital, I started to develop a rash. Then I had difficulty breathing and fainted. When I woke up, the nurse immediately gave me an effective medicine, and then I got better. Speaking of which, Vivian Chow couldn't help but admire Dr. Su, the researcher who developed the special medicine. He's amazing. He saved my grandfather's life and mine. I just hope he's not married, otherwise I'd like to marry him. Lin Chen laughed. Have you met Dr. Su? How can you say something like that? Li Ziren teased. No, I haven't. Vivian Chow fantasized, but he saved my life, and if he's handsome and single, I'll go after him. The group were chatting and laughing when the TV suddenly switched to an emergency news broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Li, the host of Mango TV. Chen Li took the microphone and laughed. Yesterday, Dr. Su, who developed a treatment for the immunodeficiency virus at Metropolis Central Hospital, received a lot of attention online. Many female netizens even shouted that they wanted to marry Dr. Su. On behalf of the general public, I will now conduct an interview with this popular internet celebrity doctor and hear about his thoughts on developing the antidote. Hearing Chen say this, everyone in front of the TV immediately perked up, including Zhou Huimin and Li Ziren, and their attention was suddenly drawn to the TV screen. They saw the screen turn and Chen appear in the office of the People's Hospital. "This is our Dr. Su." Chen smiled and said to Su Hongji, "Dr. Su, say hello to everyone first." "Hello everyone, I am a cardiothoracic surgeon at the Shanghai Central Hospital, Su Hongji." Su Hongji smiled and faced the camera. Since masks are no longer needed, everyone can clearly see Su Hongji's appearance. "What do you think? Do you still want to marry him?" Li Ziren smiles. In the picture, Su Hongji is in his 30s and has an ordinary appearance. Zhou Huimin, Chem. "I don't think he's ugly, but of course he can't compare to Lin Chen. However, he is highly skilled in medicine, which is an advantage that Lin Chen does not have. Lin Chen can't help but feel helpless. Why is it always about me?" "Ha, it's because you're handsome." Lin Chen was even more helpless. "Does being handsome mean you have to be compared to others?" At this time, Chen in the picture asked Su Hongji, "Dr. Su, can you tell us about the situation in the hospital when the virus first broke out?" Su Hongji said, "When the virus first broke out, in just one afternoon, the hospital received more than 5,000 infected people. The hospital ran out of beds, and the lives of every infected patient were in danger. The turning point came the next morning at 9 o'clock, when we gave the first infected person the antidote. Within half an hour, the virus in the infected person's body disappeared completely. 3 hours later, he was completely cured." Su Hongji himself felt incredible when he heard this. Chen then continued, "Dr. Su, now that the antidote has been hailed as a miracle cure by netizens, do you agree with this view?" "I do." Su Hongji said, "Because I discovered today that the antidote not only has miraculous effects on outbreaks of immune viruses, but also has a curative effect on other viral infections. For example, a person infected with viral hepatitis, which itself is a type of viral infection, will also be cured after taking the antidote. Therefore, I believe that Baidu pills can cure all viral diseases. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to call it a miracle drug." Chapter 34, TikTok influencer smears Lin Chen. Chen nodded, very satisfied with the answer. "One last question, Dr. Su, can you please share your thoughts and feelings when you were developing Baidu pills?" Chen asked with a smile. Hearing this question, Su Hongji was silent for a few seconds. "In fact, I am not the one who developed Baidu pills." "Ha?" This answer shocked everyone. "Dr. Su, did I hear you right? You didn't develop the antidote?" Chen asked, a little confused. Su Hongji shook his head, "No. He is the family member of a patient, a divine doctor surnamed Lin." Upon hearing this, all the audience members were shocked. After the interview ended, a question arose in the minds of almost all the audience members. Who exactly is this young man surnamed Lin? Hey, this generation of netizens is not giving it their all, and they still haven't unearthed any information about this Lin miracle doctor. It must be that the Lin miracle doctor is just too low-key. Do you know why you can't find out? Because the Lin miracle doctor is from our country, the land of the dead. Get out, everything is from your country, the land of the dead. Bongzi is really disgusting, shameless. What rhythm is Bongzi on the third floor bringing? Has eating kimchi made him stupid? At this moment, in a hidden laboratory in Shanghai. How is this possible? Jiang Lin looked at the report on the internet, looking like a madman. Damn it! Jiang Lin clenched his teeth. He never imagined that the virus that was spread would be defeated overnight. Who is this Lin? Why is he so capable? At this moment, Jiang Lin's phone rang. Looking at the name of the caller, it was Charles. "Charles, please give me another chance." Jiang Lin humbly pleaded, "We can still develop more powerful virus variants. Please give me another chance." Forget it. Charles was very disappointed. "From now on, our cooperation is officially invalid. You won't get a single penny." After saying that, Charles hung up the phone directly. Jiang Lin called back again unwillingly and found that Charles had blocked him. Hate. Jiang Lin gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, his heart filled with a terrible hatred. It was all because of this Lin. Because of him, his dream of becoming a US citizen had been shattered. Jiang Lin vowed to take revenge on Lin Chen. Soon, he had a plan in mind. An ordinary apartment. Okay, I'm best at this kind of thing. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring him down. A young man laughed out loud. His name is Lu Yun, a blogger on TikTok with millions of followers. Just a moment ago, Lynn contacted him and offered him 500,000 yuan to post a video discrediting Lin Chen. Lu Yun, who is money-minded, naturally accepted the deal with great joy. The immunoviral outbreak 2 days ago was actually a huge conspiracy. So Lu Yun began recording the video, and his voice was very infectious. Why do I say it's a huge conspiracy? Think about it, didn't the special medicine for the virus come out too quickly? The development of any new medicine often requires clinical trials lasting months or even years before it can be applied to patients. But the special medicine for the immune virus came out overnight? That's completely unreasonable. So I think the special medicine, the 100 poison pill, was most likely developed a long time ago. And the immune virus was also created by this divine doctor surnamed Lin. The aim was to sell the antidote and take advantage of the national crisis to make a fortune. As soon as this video was posted, it quickly became the #1 trending topic. The comments section also exploded, with countless netizens leaving comments. Holy shit, taking advantage of the national crisis to make a fortune? That's impossible. Is the legendary Lin the divine doctor really like that? My god. Am I being naive? Is this actually a conspiracy? I agree with the blogger, this miracle cure came out too quickly and is completely unreasonable. What a load of shit. I've long suspected him. I support the police investigating this Lin. Yes, it must be investigated. I also think there's something fishy about this. Soon, this video became increasingly popular as it triggered widespread discussion. In the end, it attracted the attention of the Shanghai police. Similarly, the Shanghai police also felt that the special effects medicine came out too quickly and was outrageous, so they decided to investigate. On the one hand, it was also a way to give the netizens an explanation. Since the police didn't know who the Lin Xingyi was, they contacted Su Hongji first. Gao Tianliang, Dr. Su, I remember you saying in an interview that the antidote was not created by you, but by a Lin Xingyi? Su Hongji, yes, Officer Gao. Gao Tianliang asked again, how much do you know about this Lin Xingyi? Hearing this, Su Hongji was silent. He knew that the police were investigating Lin Chen through him. He had also seen the short video posted by Lu Yunfa the night before. Officer Gao, do you also think that the immunity virus was developed by the miracle Dr. Lin? Su Hongji asked. Gao Tianliang said, well, we need to investigate this thoroughly before we know for sure. Officer Gao, I can't guarantee anything else, but the creator of the immunity virus definitely cannot be the miracle Dr. Lin. Su Hongji said resolutely. Chapter 35, Arresting Jiang Lin. Why? Officer Gao couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Why are you so sure? Su Hongji said, because the blogger in the video said that Lin Xingyi took advantage of the pill of 100 poisons to make a fortune during the national crisis. But in fact, after Lin Xingyi gave me the prescription, he never contacted me again. In other words, we made the medicine and we sold it to the infected, and Lin Xingyi didn't get a penny from it. Therefore, the blogger behind that short video is completely framing someone, and it's nonsense. After listening to Su Hongji's words, Gao Tianliang was slightly shocked. It seems that it really was a misunderstanding. Dr. Su, I understand, thank you for the information. It's fine. Su Hongji waved his hand. Subsequently, Gao Tianliang left with a large number of police officers. The next day, Gao Tianliang found Wang Yun based on the LP address. Sorry, you are suspected of deliberately spreading rumors online, please come with us. Wang Yun was dumbfounded, never expecting things to turn out like this. He quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Officer, I'm being wronged. This was not my intention, but someone paid me to do it. Who paid you? Gao Tianliang asked coldly. Wang Yun, it was a stranger online. He even produced the chat history between him and Jiang Lin on the spot. After reading the record, Gao Tianliang finally found Jiang Lin's address after 2 days and nights of investigation. He was about to succeed. In the laboratory, Jiang Lin was studying the mutant of the immune virus, preparing to continue the plan to enslave Huagua. But just then, the door to his laboratory was pushed open, and suddenly a large group of police rushed in. Don't move! Jiang Lin was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? You're the one who made the virus, aren't you? How dare you slander others? Gao Tianliang looked at the various experimental instruments and his face turned cold. Take him away. Bund Villa. Unbeknownst to them, the 4 babies had already reached their first-month birthday, and Li Ziren had also left the confinement room. On this day, Tian Hong and his wife returned home, and Lin Chen also went out to buy groceries. Only Li Ziren was left at home to take care of the children. Li Ziren was breastfeeding her baby when the doorbell suddenly rang outside the yard. Li Ziren went to the balcony and saw a few policemen standing outside the courtyard. Suddenly, Li Ziren had a bad feeling. Because generally when the police came to the door, it wasn't for anything good. Ding ding ding. The police saw that no one was coming out and rang the doorbell again. At this time, Li Ziren came back from her thoughts and gently placed the baby sleeping in her arms on the sofa. Then she went downstairs to open the door for the police. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen Lin's home? Gao Tianliang was first taken aback by Li Ziren's appearance, and then politely asked. Yes. Li Ziren nodded and asked curiously, what's wrong? Mr. Lin isn't home right now? No. Hearing this answer, Gao Tianliang's heart suddenly felt a little lost. He thought he would be able to meet Lin Chen and get to know this miracle doctor up close. Unexpectedly, he wasn't even home. It's like this: on behalf of the Shanghai Police Department, I have specially come to present a silk banner to Mr. Lin Chen. Thank you for your great contribution to the immunovirus incident. Gao Tianliang handed the banner to Li Ziren. Since Mr. Lin Chen is not at home, could you please accept it on his behalf? At this moment, Li Ziren was a little confused. Contribution? When did Lin Chen contribute to this incident? She had been lying next to Lin Chen every day and didn't know anything about it. Okay, thank you. After she recovered, Li Ziren smiled and took the banner. You're welcome. After saying that, Gao Tianliang led the police officers away. After returning, Gao Tianliang immediately ordered his subordinates to post a news article on the official Weibo account of the Shanghai police. After investigation, it was found that the short video posted by the Douyin blogger Wang Yun's view was deliberately fabricated and slanderous, and he has currently been placed under administrative detention. The real creator of the immune virus, a man named Zhang Lin, 28 years old, the mutated strain of the virus was found in his laboratory, and the evidence is conclusive, has currently been arrested. It has been confirmed that the developer of the antidote is indeed the legendary Lin Xingji. As soon as this news was released, it immediately topped the trending list on Weibo. Countless netizens rushed to comment. Holy shit! A mutant virus. Luckily, they caught this Zhang Lin. The guy is a total lunatic. Creating viruses for no reason? This lunatic can't be a spy, can he? I hope the police will thoroughly investigate this Zhang Lin. It feels like this guy is a 500,000 yuan man. Where are the people who questioned Dr. Lin before? Apologize now. I'm sorry, Dr. Lin. I'm sorry, Dr. Lin, I was wrong. I guess I should be more rational when eating melons in the future. I almost wronged Dr. Lin. Oh, I feel so bad for Dr. Lin. He's clearly our hero who saved us. In an instant, public opinion on the internet reversed, and the smearing video Wang Yun posted was deleted by the police. Lin Chen naturally didn't know about the commotion on the internet, and at the moment, he was returning home with a large bag of groceries. As soon as Lin Chen put down the groceries, Li Ziren couldn't wait to ask, "Honey, be honest with me, are you hiding something from me?" No. Lin Chen was taken aback. Why do you ask? The police just brought you a silk banner to thank you for your contribution in the viral incident. Li Ziren pointed to the silk banner not far away and looked at Lin Chen curiously. Lin Chen immediately understood after seeing the silk banner that it must be his identity as the developer of the antidote pill that was discovered by the police. He was not surprised at all. He stroked Li Ziren's little head and said with a smile, "Treasure, didn't I tell you? I developed the antidote." What? Li Ziren was stunned and felt a little unbelievable. When she first heard it, she thought Lin Chen was joking. Therefore, she didn't take it too seriously. She never expected that it was actually true. Husband, you are amazing. For a moment, Li Ziren's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration for Lin Chen. That's nothing. By the way, honey, your aunt left, right? Lin Chen smirked. Huh? She left. Li Ziren gave Lin Chen a white look and pouted, "You're so bad, what do you want now?" Chapter 36 Boss, the sports car is ready. Half an hour later. A hearty battle came to an end. Lin Chen leaned against the sofa, while Li Ziren snuggled into Lin Chen's arms, a look of contentment on her face. Honey, let's bathe the babies later. Li Ziren said, "We haven't bathed the babies for a few days. Okay, I'll go put the hot water on first. Lin Chen then got up from the sofa and went into the bathroom. He turned on the water heater and let the hot water fill the bathtub. At the same time, Lin Chen also turned on the air conditioning in the bathroom. Although it was summer and there was no need to turn on the air conditioning at all. The babies were all very weak, and it would be bad if they caught a cold from the bath. Of course, Lin Chen did not turn up the temperature too high, keeping it at a comfortable level. Yeah. A stroller with 4 babies inside was pushed into the bathroom by Li Ziren. Yes, the babies were bathed in a stroller to save the trouble of carrying them one by one. My dears, are you happy that mommy and daddy are giving you a bath? Li Ziren teased the babies with a smile. The babies were originally very happy, but when they saw the bathtub, they were suddenly filled with fear. They all pouted their lips and looked frightened. Who will wash first? Lin Chen asked with a smile, and just then, Lin Yue let out a loud cry. Si Bao, you go first then. Lin Chen said with a smile. Si Bao? Dad, are you the devil? I've already cried. And you're telling me to go first. You. Si Bao, this trick of yours no longer works. There's not a single tear. You're such a little drama queen. Li Ziren couldn't help but smile. Si Bao was a little drama queen who loved to fake cry. Her superb acting skills had fooled her and Lin Chen several times. This time, she tried to pull the same old trick, but of course she and Lin Chen would not fall for it. The next moment, Si Bao, who had been stripped naked, was gently placed in the bathtub by Lin Chen. Si Bao, the water is scary. Why do people bathe? It's scary. See, even my little sister dares to bathe. Lin Chen smiled and said to the other babies in the stroller, okay, it's your turn. Su Bao, Erbao, and San Bao were then stripped naked by Lin Chen and Li Ziren and gently placed in the bathtub. The water in the bathtub is not very deep. It is only about the height of the babies' stomachs. Therefore, even if the babies suddenly fall in the bathtub, there is no risk of drowning. Of course, even so, Lin Chen and Li Ziren are still very careful so that the babies will not choke on the water. Ding, congratulations to the host for bathing the babies, reward skill, great scientist. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Great scientist? Just as Lin Chen was a little confused, countless pieces of knowledge about science flooded into his brain. In an instant, Lin Chen became the world's strongest scientist. No matter what scientific problem there is, Lin Chen has a way to solve it. As long as Lin Chen wants, he can break through scientific and technological problems in minutes and then go for the Nobel Prize. This reward is too strong. Lin Chen sighed, but although he got this skill, he wasn't interested in becoming a scientist. As he was thinking, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Wife, help me see who's calling. Lin Chen spoke, and his phone was placed aside, near Li Ziren's position. Li Ziren glanced at the caller's name and blurted out, it's Xia Yuli. Your father's assistant from the branch office, probably something's up. Lin Chen said, wiping his hands clean and taking the phone. Boss, we've manufactured the sports car you wanted. After the call was connected, Xia Yuli's tone was a little excited. So soon? Lin Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised at the speed of manufacture. Because he had given Xia Yuli the design drawings for the sports car, and it was only a little over half a month. Okay, I'll come by the company later. I'll be waiting for you at the company. Lin Chen then hung up the phone. Honey, I'm going to the company after I finish showering, Lin Chen said. Okay. Li Ziren nodded. She naturally couldn't stop Lin Chen from going to the company. After all, his father's branch was now managed by Lin Chen. Tian Hong Auto Trading Company. A black and purple, incredibly cool sports car was parked in front of the door. This is the supercar that the company has manufactured according to the sports car drawings that Lin Chen gave them. Not bad, very handsome. Lin Chen circled the sports car once, and his expression was quite satisfied. President Lin, if this sports car is to be released on the market, how much do we sell it for? Xia Yuli asked. Lin Chen said indifferently, of course it is priced according to the manufacturing cost. How much did it cost to manufacture this car? 500,000. Xia Yuli said. It's going to cost 500,000? To be honest, Lin Chen was a little surprised. The cost of 500,000 yuan per unit is not low. You have to know that even the manufacturing cost of a Ferrari is only 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. Of course, Ferrari and the sports car in front of you are naturally incomparable in every way. Therefore, it seems normal that the cost is a bit high. Let's sell it for 1 million yuan. Lin Chen's words were shocking. Xia Yuli, as well as the two workers beside him, were dumbfounded after hearing this price. Just 500,000 yuan in profit? Boss, did I hear you right? A million? Xia Yuli asked in surprise, do you know how much a Ferrari costs? Lin Chen, of course I do, millions. Our manufacturing costs are higher than Ferrari's, and we are superior in every way, and we are selling it for a million? Xia Yuli looked puzzled. This price is too low. In her opinion, it would be more appropriate to sell it for at least around 3 million. It's not that she is ambitious and money-minded. Rather, in her opinion, the sports car is completely worth this price. Lin Chen laughed. 1 million may seem like a small profit, but do you know? Take Ferrari as an example. How many can be sold in our country in a year? Just a few hundred. There are not as many truly wealthy people as we think. If we sell for 1 million, it may seem like we are making less, but the number sold will definitely be more than Ferrari. The key is that we can create a better reputation and become a conscientious company, which will benefit us in the future. Remember our slogan, we want to make sports cars affordable for every Chinese person. After Lin Chen finished speaking, Xia Yuli and the other employees present were stunned. What do you mean by big picture? This is the big picture. Xia Yuli never imagined that Lin Chen, despite his young age, would have such depth of thought and foresight. Okay, boss, let's sell 1 million. Chapter 37, Take Li Ziran to get a marriage license. After the price was finalized, Lin Chen said to Xia Yuli, give me the car keys, I want to try driving. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuli handed Lin Chen the car keys. After Lin Chen got the keys, he got into the sports car. Boom boom. The sports car let out a loud roar as Lin Chen drove off. Central Commercial Street. An incredibly cool sports car drove past, attracting frequent sideways glances from passers-by. Foggy grass. Everyone, look, what a cool sports car. Awesome, which rich kid is out bombing the streets again? What brand is this sports car? Why does it seem like I've never seen it before? To be honest, this is the first time I've seen this sports car too. It feels even cooler than Ferraris, Porsches, and McLarens. If you don't know, just ask, does this sports car cost tens of millions? Passers-by looked at the sports car Lin Chen was driving and discussed it among themselves. In front of the entrance to the Shanghai Institute of Technology. As Lin Chen drove past in his sports car, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Zhou Jie? Hearing someone call his name, Zhou Jie turned around and saw Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Zhou Jie was very surprised to see Lin Chen in the sports car. Lin Chen then parked the car and walked over to Zhou Jie, who was sitting on the steps. Zhou Jie is Lin Chen's childhood friend. The two have known each other since elementary school. They have kept in touch over the years and their relationship has always been very good. Not bad, buddy, haven't seen you for a while, and you're driving a sports car now. Zhou Jie patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, genuinely envious. It's nothing. Lin Chen smiled and said, what are you doing sitting by the door? Judging from the way you look, you haven't gotten over a breakup, have you? Lin Chen noticed that Zhou Jie's mental outlook was very poor, as if he hadn't slept for days and nights. Therefore, he concluded that Zhou Jie must have encountered something, otherwise his spirit would not be so listless. No, it's just work. Zhou Jie smiled helplessly. Work? Lin Chen noticed the Shanghai Research Institute behind him. You work at the Research Institute now? Yes. That's possible, congratulations. Lin Chen clearly remembered that Zhou Jie's dream when he was in elementary school was to become a scientist. Now it seems that Zhou Jie's dream has come true. So, he was genuinely happy for Zhou Jie. Thank you. Zhou Jie gave a small smile, although I don't know how long I can still work here. If I can't do it anymore, I'll hang out with you in the future. Zhou Jie said with a little self-deprecating smile. Lin Chen was puzzled. What you said, isn't a scientist's job a secure one? How can they lose their job? Hey, buddy, you don't know, I'm having a problem right now. Zhou Jie then confided in Lin Chen. After listening to Zhou Jie, Lin Chen finally understood why Zhou Jie was so depressed. It turned out that he had recently been trying to break through in a scientific experiment. If the experiment was successful, it would solve a difficult problem in science, the law of quantum entanglement. But the result was obvious: the experiment failed. And more than 6 months of hard work went down the drain. This failure also caused Zhou Jie's mental state to explode, and he went into a direct depression. The law of quantum entanglement may never be proven in this lifetime. Since it cannot be proven, what's the point of me continuing to stay here? Zhou Jie gritted his teeth and said. However, Lin Chen's face became strange. Quantum entanglement? I know this question. Because Lin Chen obtained the skill of great scientist, proving quantum entanglement was incredibly simple for Lin Chen, just like doing elementary math. Thinking about this, Lin Chen said to Zhou Jie, brother, believe me, this law will definitely be broken by you. Zhou Jie knew that Lin Chen was just trying to comfort himself, and couldn't help but force a smile. I'll send you a file when I get back that should be of some help, Lin Chen added. Zhou Jie didn't take this remark to heart. He thought Lin Chen was going to send some supplementary information or something. But when he got back, he opened the file Lin Chen had sent and was dumbfounded. It was a method for confirming quantum entanglement? The more Zhou Jie read, the more shocked he became, and he couldn't help but let out an exclamation from time to time. If there is a cheat in the game, then this document Lin Chen sent is the cheat for quantum entanglement. Although the result needs to be verified through experiments, according to his intuition, as long as he follows the detailed steps above, he will have a high success rate. Lin Chen is awesome. Zhou Jie was deeply shocked. At the same time, he was also very curious. Why does Lin Chen know all this? Could it be that he is a scientist? Or did he get this document from somewhere else? Zhou Jie didn't have time to think about it anymore, and immediately contacted the professor above, planning to start the experiment. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was at home with the baby when his father-in-law suddenly called. Xiao-chun, I just asked someone, and October 3rd is a good day to get married, so why don't you and Ziran have the banquet that day? Li Tianhong laughed heartily. Lin Chen nodded. Okay, Dad, that day it is. Lin Chen then chatted with Li Tianhong for a while before hanging up. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something. He was going to get married soon, but he and Li Ziran had not yet obtained their marriage certificate. One day later. Lin Chen, didn't you say you were going to take me somewhere fun? In the car, Li Ziran looked at Lin Chen curiously. Lin Chen pointed in a direction. Look, it's over there. The Civil Affairs Bureau? Li Ziran couldn't help but be taken aback. She never expected that Lin Chen would bring her to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Chen smiled and said, Wife, we're going to get married soon, so why don't we go get our marriage certificate today? Ah? Li Ziran suddenly panicked. What's wrong, don't you want to? Lin Chen was taken aback by Li Ziran's reaction. Of course not, I didn't wear any makeup. Li Ziran gave Lin Chen a glare. This guy, he didn't tell me in advance that he was bringing me to get our marriage certificate, so I went out without makeup. Oh no. What if the photos turn out ugly? Girls. No matter how beautiful they are and no matter how good their figure is, they all have some degree of appearance anxiety, and Li Ziran is no exception. Honey, you're already beautiful enough, you don't need to wear any makeup. Lin Chen laughed. No, I need to put on some lipstick. Fortunately, there was a lipstick in the car that Li Ziran had left behind earlier, so Li Ziran immediately took out the lipstick and applied it to the mirror in the car. While applying the lipstick, Li Ziran said, Honey, I think we should go back first. We need both of our household registration books to get the marriage certificate. I didn't bring mine. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen put a hand on Li Ziran's shoulder and smiled. It's okay, honey, I brought your household registration book for you. Saying this, Lin Chen pulled out 2 household registration books like he was doing a magic trick and waved them in front of Li Ziran's face. Li Ziran? Chapter 38, you should post a status update on WeChat too. Li Ziran was curious. Honey, why do you have our family register? Your father gave it to me last time, but I forgot to tell you about it. Lin Chen laughed. Li Ziran nodded. It turned out that her father had given Lin Chen the register a long time ago. The key was that she didn't even know it. Sigh. Dad really wants me to get married. As she thought this, Li Ziran finished applying her lipstick and quickly got out of the car with Lin Chen. Civil Affairs Bureau. Hello, we'd like to register for marriage. Lin Chen took Li Ziran's hand and said to the service staff in the hall. The service staff was a pretty young woman. When she looked up and saw Lin Chen and Li Ziran, her first thought was, they're really a perfect match. She had worked here for 3 years and had issued marriage licenses to countless couples. However, those couples were either the man pulling his pants down or the woman was ugly. She has even seen quite a few balding uncles in their 40s bringing beautiful women in their 20s to register their marriage. In short, there are very few couples of the same appearance. But Lin Chen and Li Ziren are two people who immediately took her breath away. Especially Lin Chen. If she hadn't rubbed her eyes, she would have thought she had met Daniel Wu. Hello? Have you brought your respective ID cards and household registration books? The young lady asked with a smile, as she recovered her composure. Lin Chen said, yes. Little sister, is the man over 22 years old and the woman over 20 years old? Lin Chen said, yes. Little sister asked again, have you brought 3 2-inch color photos of the two of you, facing forward and bareheaded? The photos should be uniform in color. Ha? Li Ziren said, we need to prepare photos first? We didn't bring any. It's okay if you didn't bring any. Little sister smiled, we have a photographer here, you can let him take a few. Afterwards, the young lady pointed in a direction, and Lin Chen looked over and indeed saw some people queuing up to have their photos taken. Okay, thank you. So Lin Chen could only drag Li Ziren off to have their photos taken first. After the photos were taken, Lin Chen and Li Ziren returned to the counter. Hello, fill in the application form over here. The young lady handed the couple a marriage application form. Lin Chen and Li Ziren spent a few minutes filling in the information on the marriage application form. Afterwards, the young lady checked the information and smiled at the two of them. Here is the medical examination form. You can go to the local women's and children's hospital for the marriage examination. Of course, the marriage examination is optional. If you don't go, you can take another couple photo here and get the marriage certificate. The young lady said with a smile, holding the medical examination form. Marriage examination? Lin Chen and Li Ziren glanced at each other. To be honest, now that the child has been born, there is no need to take another marriage examination at all. Generally, the purpose of a marriage examination is to worry about whether the other person has an infectious disease or a hereditary disease. For example, infertility, viral hepatitis, and so on. But Lin Chen and Li Ziren don't have either of these. Especially Li Ziren. The time she had with Lin Chen was her first time. It can be said that she is clean. Therefore, Lin Chen feels that there is no need for a marriage examination at all. And Li Ziren also thinks the same way as Lin Chen, and feels that there is no need for a marriage examination after the child is born. Li Ziren, we've chosen not to have a marriage examination. Lin Chen, yes, let's just take the photos. As soon as the two had finished talking, a conversation between a couple started up nearby. An ordinary-looking, honest man and a woman with heavy makeup and exquisite features. Woman with heavy makeup, honey, let's do what they're doing and not have a marriage examination. It's a waste of time after all. The honest man hesitated for 2 seconds, then said, maybe we should do it. Unexpectedly, the heavily made-up woman broke down on the spot, yes. Don't you love me? Don't you trust me? No, don't get me wrong. Forget it, if we do a marriage examination, we won't get married. The heavily made-up woman glared at the honest man and left angrily. The honest man was stunned on the spot and didn't know what he had done wrong. Honey, let's go take our photo. Lin Chen silently felt sorry for this brother in his heart, and then pulled Li Ziren, who was watching the show, away. Honey, why are they all wearing white shirts? Is it a requirement to wear a white shirt when getting a marriage certificate? Li Ziren asked, noticing that everyone in the queue for the photo shoot was wearing a white shirt. There's no such rule, it's just that white shirts probably look better with the background. But it's fine, we can just wear casual clothes. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Li Ziren nodded. Although she hadn't worn any makeup today, she was still dressed in a fashionable way. She had a bun hairstyle, a pale yellow long skirt, and a pair of black leather shoes. The outfit was simple, but it couldn't hide Li Ziren's cool temperament. After a while, it was Lin Chen and Li Ziren's turn to go up for the photo shoot. This buddy's wife is really pretty. Why? Why are all the good-looking wives from other people's families? Am I not worthy? If my wife is this beautiful and has this body, I will slap myself in the face during future arguments. Some of the male compatriots waiting in line behind them thought to themselves after being amazed by Li Ziren's appearance. Their girlfriends were standing next to them, but suddenly they didn't seem as attractive. It's so frustrating to compare people. This couple has such high appearance values. Even the photographer was amazed for a moment. But soon, he raised the camera and started taking pictures. The photo shoot was done in just a minute. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen handed the photo to the young lady at the counter. "Congratulations." The young lady stamped the marriage certificate and said with a smile, "I wish you 100 years of happiness and eternal love." "Thank you." Lin Chen and Li Ziren almost said it at the same time. "You're welcome." The young lady looked at the two of them leaving, and couldn't help but wonder in her heart, when will I meet him? Chapter 39, Quantum Entanglement is Confirmed. Mudu Research Institute. After receiving the file from Lin Chen, Zhou Jia immediately went to the lab without stopping to carry out the experiment with Professor Yang Xianqing. "We've succeeded. We've finally succeeded." In front of various instruments and equipment, Yang Xianqing looked at the results of the experiment and was so excited that he was in tears. It's been 10 years, 10 whole years of researching quantum entanglement. Do you know how he's spent the past 10 years? Every night, he dreams that he is conducting experiments on the law of quantum entanglement. He longs for the day when he can prove the law of quantum entanglement. Not just to benefit mankind. More than that, he wants the whole world to know that scientists in the Hua country are no weaker than those in any other country. So, in the blink of an eye, he has devoted himself to research for 10 years. Over the past 10 years, Yang Xianying has failed countless times, and in the end, he gradually became numb and desperate. But today, with the method provided by Zhou Jia, he finally succeeded. "Zhou Jia, we have succeeded. Can you see it?" Yang Xianqing was so excited that he told Zhou Jia, "From now on, your name will resound throughout the scientific community, and you will become one of the world's most famous scientists, leaving a lasting legacy." Zhou Jia was so overwhelmed by the joy of the experiment's success that he didn't hear a word Yang Xianqing said. Then, Yang Xianqing immediately announced the news confirming the law of quantum entanglement on the official account. Once the news was released, it received widespread attention from the media. Subsequently, it was constantly reposted and commented on by netizens. For a time, every major online platform scrambled to report it. Weibo, the Shanghai Research Institute confirmed the law of quantum entanglement. Zihu, the law of quantum entanglement has been confirmed. What impact will it have on the world? Bilibili, the process of confirming quantum entanglement. This video will absolutely overturn your imagination. You see, oh my god. After the confirmation of quantum entanglement, a group of crazy scientists actually did this in the lab? At this time, Lin Chen and Li Ziren had already returned home. "Mom, haven't the babies woken up yet?" Li Ziren asked Wu Yanfang. "They woke up, but I just put them back to sleep." Wu Yanfang glanced at the crib not far away and said softly. Li Ziren nodded. He had to say that having his mother take care of the babies really made it a lot easier. Then, Li Ziren, who had nothing to do, sat on the sofa and started to swipe TikTok. Suddenly, Li Ziren came across a video and exclaimed to Lin Chen, honey, come here quickly." "What's wrong?" Lin Chen was drinking water and walked towards Li Ziren with the glass. "Honey, look, I'm not seeing things. Is it true that the law of quantum entanglement has been confirmed?" Li Ziren handed Lin Chen a TikTok video to watch. Lin Chen took a look and it was indeed news about the law of quantum entanglement being confirmed. What's more, it was released by the state media. It undoubtedly represented authenticity and authority. Lin Chen then noticed the word Shanghai Institute of Science and Technology in the video. Without thinking, he knew that it must be Zhou Jia who solved this scientific problem according to his own method. "Wife, you were right." Lin Chen smiled. "That's great." Li Ziren was truly happy for the progress of science. The confirmation of quantum entanglement shows that God does not randomly roll the dice, that life is not predetermined, that we can spend our lives in any way we like, and that what we believe in will happen. Li Ziren said happily. "That's right, it seems you know a lot about physics." Lin Chen smiled. Li Ziren puffed out her chest. "That's right, in high school, I was at least a physics scholar." "Oh, really?" Lin Chen petted Li Ziren's head, and suddenly threw her down on the sofa. Their eyes met, and both of them felt something instantly. However, Li Ziren suddenly realized that her mother was still in the bedroom. "Honey, let's go to the room downstairs." Lin Chen read Li Ziren's thoughts and quickly suggested. "Aha!" Li Ziren's face turned red, and suddenly she felt a little weak in the legs. Half an hour later. A battle ended. Li Ziren went to the bathroom to clean up. At this time, Lin Chen suddenly received a call from his assistant Xia Yuli. "Boss, good news!" Xia Yuli exclaimed excitedly. Lin Chen smiled and said, "What good news?" "The rainbow sports car we developed has only been on the market for a few days, but it has already been ordered by dozens of supercar clubs. In addition, many sports car enthusiasts are very interested in our rainbow sports car. The current orders have already exceeded 10,000, and if this trend continues, the company's future is immeasurable." Xia Yuli said happily. "That's pretty good," Lin Chen said calmly. To be honest, this result was within his expectations. After all, the design of this sports car was produced by the system. And the appearance, performance, cost-effectiveness and other conditions are all here. As long as there are discerning merchants and customers, they will definitely like the Tian Hong sports car. "Boss, can I make a suggestion?" Xia Yuli said. Lin Chen said, "Let's hear it." "In fact, we can invite popular stars to endorse our sports car, which can have a better promotional effect. At present, Tian Hong sports car is suffering in this regard. After all, there are still too few people who know about this car. With celebrity promotion, it will undoubtedly have extremely high fame. By then, we can even make Tian Hong sports car a well-known brand and go global." Xia Yuli earnestly gave his suggestion. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded and said, "Your suggestion is not bad. Indeed, publicity is needed, but let's forget about asking a popular celebrity to endorse it." Chapter 40, Filming the Endorsement Commercial. It's not that Lin Chen has any prejudice against popular stars. It's just that the popular stars in the entertainment industry these days are falling from grace faster than a collapsed building. Today it's this one, and tomorrow it's that one going in to step on the sewing machine. Under this general trend, Lin Chen doesn't think that hiring a celebrity to endorse the product is a very good choice. A large endorsement fee thrown in, and in the end, it's likely that the losses will outweigh the gains. "Well, boss, I was just making a suggestion, and the final decision is still in your hands," Xia Yuli said. Lin Chen said, "Okay, I will think about the partner carefully regarding the endorsement." Xia Yuli, Subsequently, the conversation with Xia Yuli ended. "Honey, Huiman is here, I'll go open the door," Li Ziren suddenly said. Lin Chen went to the door and saw Zhou Huiman outside the courtyard. Today, Zhou Huiman looked in a good mood. She followed Li Ziren with a smile to the villa hall. "Lin Chen, Ziren, do you have time tonight?" Zhou Huiman asked with a smile. Li Ziren said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just want to invite you to dinner and thank you properly, Lin Chen." Zhou Huiman looked at Lin Chen with a smile. "Thank me?" Lin Chen was curious, "What do you want to thank me for?" "Lin Chen, do you remember that short video you shot for me last time?" Zhou Huiman asked. "I remember." Lin Chen's memory is not that bad. That video went viral, and now it has more than 100 million views. I have gained almost 3 million followers in this period of time, all thanks to that viral video. And my current followers on TikTok are almost 10 million. Really? Congratulations, you will be a big internet celebrity in the future. Li Ziren was truly happy for Zhou Huiman. It's all Lin Chen's doing, mainly because he took such a great video. Zhou Huiman returned to the topic, "By the way, do you have time tonight?" "Ziren, to be honest, it's been a long time since we went out for hot pot. I have to take care of the kids, I'm afraid I won't have time," Ziren said helplessly. "Zhou Huiman, if you really want to thank me, how about doing me a favor?" Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. "What kind of favor?" "I'll help you if I can," Zhou Huiman said. "It's actually nothing. I just want you to endorse and promote my company's new sports car. It's kind of helping with advertising." Lin Chen smiled. Now the traffic of internet celebrities is no less than that of popular stars. Some particularly popular internet celebrities even have more influence than stars. You have to know that nowadays, many former big stars have come to Douyin to do live broadcasts to promote products. In terms of product promotion, internet celebrities are definitely not much worse than stars. Therefore, Lin Chen felt that instead of spending a lot of money to hire a celebrity as a spokesperson, it would be better to have Zhou Huiman do it. It just so happens that Zhou Huiman is now popular again on Douyin, with her followers exceeding 10 million. Endorsing a sports car? Li Ziren and Zhou Huiman were both taken aback. "Yes, what do you think? If you feel that you have lost out, I can make up for the advertising costs. Lin Chen said to Zhou Huimin. No, that's not what I meant. It's just an ad, I'll definitely help you film it. Zhou Huimin did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Honey, what sports car does the company have? Does my father's company have a sports car? Li Ziren was suspicious. Originally, there wasn't one, but I had the employees build one last time I was there. Lin Chen laughed. Li Ziren was instantly surprised when he heard this. So Lin Chen designed the sports car? When is it convenient for you to take pictures? Lin Chen asked Zhou Huimin. Zhou Huimin thought about it. How about we go now? I happen to have time right now. Okay, let's go now. Lin Chen nodded. Honey, I want to go too. I want to see what your designed sports car looks like. Li Ziren said. Tian Hong Auto Trading Company. Lin Chen drove the Dazhong and brought Li Ziren and Zhou Huimin here. Yuli. Seeing Xia Yuli, Li Ziren quickly called out. Ziren, I haven't seen you in a long time. Obviously, Xia Yuli and Li Ziren have known each other for a long time. After all, Li Ziren is the boss's daughter. This is Xia Yuli, looking at Zhou Huimin. Although she has some interaction with Li Ziren, this is the first time she has met Zhou Huimin. She is my good friend, best friend. Li Ziren quickly introduced. Xia Yuli immediately understood, and smiled at Zhou Huimin. Hello, my name is Xia Yuli. Zhou Huimin. Zhou Huimin smiled. The two exchanged greetings and got to know each other. Honey, is this the sports car you designed? It's so cool. Li Ziren noticed the Tian Hong sports car parked not far away and hurriedly walked over to admire it. She had often ridden in sports cars since she was a child, and Li Tianhong's family had a Porsche. However, Lin Chen's sports car was just too good looking. The lines of the body were flawless, like a carefully crafted work of art, and the Porsche was no match at all. Honey, you're so great. Li Ziren's admiration for Lin Chen was once again at full capacity. This sports car is amazing. Zhou Huimin's gaze was also attracted to the Tian Hong sports car, and she asked Lin Chen, how much is this sports car? I want to buy one. How about this, if you endorse my advertising campaign, I'll give you one for free, Lin Chen said. It wasn't that he was being pretentious. As long as the advertising campaign was a success, even if he gave Zhou Huimin one for free, he would not lose out. Okay, you're the one who said it. Zhou Huimin didn't expect Lin Chen to be so generous, and she nodded repeatedly in surprise. Boss, is she the spokesperson you invited? Xia Yuli asked Lin Chen in a low voice while Zhou Huimin was looking at the sports car. Lin Chen smiled and said, yes, she has tens of millions of followers on Douyin. What do you think of her as the spokesperson? I think it's fine. Xia Yuli said without hesitation. She was also very clear about the influence of internet celebrities nowadays. Moreover, Zhou Huimin's appearance and figure were really good, and she could perfectly endorse Tian Hong Motors. More importantly, it would cost at least tens of millions to invite a popular celebrity to be the spokesperson. But Lin Chen's decision to ask Zhou Huimin to endorse the car saved the company a fortune. Lin Chen, do you want to start filming now? Zhou Huimin walked over to Lin Chen. By the way, you still haven't told me how we're going to film it. As a big internet celebrity, she had done a lot of advertising. However, this was the first time she had filmed an advertisement for a sports car. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, let's film a video of you driving a sports car and then introducing the car from inside the car. Oh, right, I almost forgot to ask you, can you drive? Lin Chen suddenly realized that this was a very important question. If Zhou Huimin couldn't drive, then they would have to change the advertising concept. Of course I can. I've had my license for 3 years, and besides, I've driven sports cars before. That's good. Lin Chen nodded and tossed the car keys to Zhou Huimin. Let's start filming now. Chapter 41, the father-in-law wants to hand over the company to Lin Chen. Boss, do you want the company photographer to come over? Xia Yuli asked. Lin Chen said, no, I'll take the photos myself. In terms of photography skills, I think only a great director like Zhang Yimou can compete with Lin Chen. Therefore, Lin Chen plans to do it himself to present the most perfect effect in this endorsement video. Huimin, drive carefully. Li Ziren reminded her that she understood Zhou Huimin's character, which was a bit careless. Don't worry, Ziren, I'm not a bad driver. With that, Zhou Huimin pulled open the sports car door and plopped herself down in the driver's seat. Inserting the car key and starting the engine, Zhou Huiman's series of actions were very proficient. The Tian Hong sports car immediately emitted a loud roar. At this time, Lin Chen also started filming from the side. You drive for a while, controlling the speed at 20 miles per hour, so that I can keep up. Okay. Zhou Huiman gently pressed the accelerator, and the Tian Hong sports car slowly started. Xia Yuli, Li Ziren, and some company executives were watching from a distance. Okay, slow down, slow down. Lin Chen followed the car for a while, and the next scene should be the sports car slowing down and then Zhou Huiman getting out of the car. However, at this time, an accident happened. Zhou Huiman mistakenly pressed the brake as the accelerator, and the sports car suddenly sped forward at full speed, reaching a crazy speed of 80 miles per hour. Xia Yuli was stunned. Li Ziren is dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone present is dumbfounded. Zhou Huiman, stop quickly, brake quickly. Li Ziren spoke loudly, reminding Zhou Huiman. However, at this moment, Zhou Huiman was also dumbfounded, her mind a blank. She felt her legs weigh several thousand pounds and they were completely out of control. A few seconds later. Bang! With a loud noise, the sports car driven by Zhou Huiman crashed into the wall, directly creating a large hole in the heavy wall. Oh my god! Lin Chen, Li Zian, Xia Yuli and other staff members immediately came running from behind. I'm actually fine? In the car, Zhou Huiman had an expression of disbelief on her face. Looking down, she saw a blue airbag surrounding her body. This airbag saved my life. Zhou Huiman looked up and looked at the wall that had been pierced. She thought to herself, that was scary. If it weren't for the airbag, I would definitely be dead. Huiman, are you okay? When the others walked up and saw that Zhou Huiman was unharmed, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Luckily there was an airbag. I can't even imagine the consequences. Sorry, I accidentally pressed the brake pedal instead of the accelerator. Zhou Huiman felt a little self-blame, blaming herself for being so careless. It's good that you're okay. Lin Chen reassured her. He was probably the only one of everyone there who wasn't too worried about Zhou Huiman. After all, he designed the sports car, and he knows it best. With the airbags, Zhou Huiman would never have been harmed. I'd better get off first. Zhou Huiman said with a lingering fear. However, just then, an employee of the company suddenly exclaimed, the front of the car is not damaged. What? Li Ziren, Xia Yuli and the others' gazes immediately turned to the front of the car. They saw that the front of the Tian Hong sports car was not scrapped, just a little dented. The whole audience was shocked. How is this possible? At this speed, the sports car hit the wall. It made a big dent in the wall, but the sports car was barely damaged? Is this really a sports car? Are you sure it's not an armored car? Holy cow! Even the company's automotive engineers were shocked. If this were any other sports car, it would have been scrapped on the spot after hitting the wall at this speed. Honey, what is this sports car made of, and why can't it be damaged? Li Ziren touched the hood of the sports car with his hand and felt only how hard it was, not knowing what material it was made of. Lin Chen explained, the shape of this sports car is made of heavy metal materials such as gold steel plates and cast iron. It is definitely different from ordinary sports cars. Its ability to withstand impact should be 10 times that of other sports cars. Lin Chen told everyone the information he had obtained from the system. 10 times? My goodness! Everyone present was completely convinced. This sports car is really awesome. This sports car will definitely become popular in the future. This was the thought of everyone present. Not to mention other superior features, just this safety, what car on the market can compare? Can you still shoot? Shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin Chen asked as he looked at Zhou Huiman. It's fine. Zhou Huiman nodded, she was fine. Okay, go and drive a new car over, this one goes for repairs. Lin Chen said to his subordinate. Half an hour later. The promotional video for Tian Hong Motors was finally finished. After adding some subtitles in post-production, Zhou Huiman immediately posted the video on TikTok. After just one night, with the huge amount of traffic the account naturally attracted, the video went viral. It had over 1 million likes and hundreds of thousands of comments. Holy shit, this sports car is so cool, how much does it cost? The headlights, the lines, the looks, it's simply beating Ferrari in every way. It is said that this car costs 1 million, and it is also a local brand in our country. No way? 1 million? You're selling a cool sports car for 1 million? What a brand with a conscience. Support domestic products. The McLaren I was driving suddenly lost its charm. 1 million? I'll have to get my husband one. 666, the rich woman upstairs. Does a rich woman need a husband? I'm 1.8 meters tall, I'm good in bed, and I have 8 abs. I was going to buy a Porsche 911, but after seeing the looks of this car, I want to reconsider. After reading through the comments, I want to ask, does anyone know where to buy this car? After this wave of promotion, the sales of Rainbow sports car orders have been rising, and in just 1 week, the combined sales have exceeded 10,000. And Lin Chen's value has also risen, and the profits of the Rainbow branch have even surpassed those of the head office. Ha ha, I knew that entrusting the management of the branch to you was the right choice. Looking at Lin Chen, Li Tianhong's eyes were full of appreciation. This son-in-law really constantly surprises himself. He is incredibly proud to have a son-in-law like Lin Chen. He even feels that under Lin Chen's leadership, Tian Hong Company can become one of the world's top 500 companies. Therefore, Li Tianhong made a major decision. Xiaochen, now that the Tianhong sports car is selling like hotcakes, how about we expand the scale? The two companies can be consolidated and then a new company registered. You will be the president of the company, with the largest shareholding ratio, and I will be your deputy. What do you think of my proposal? Li Tianhong spoke with joy, looking forward to Lin Chen's answer. And when Lin Chen heard this, he suddenly felt flattered. Is the old man saying that he wants to hand over the company he founded and worked hard for half his life to him? Chapter 42 Xia Yuli's admiration. Lin Chen spoke helplessly, Dad, are you sure? Tianhong is the result of most of your hard work. Precisely because it is my hard work, I want it to become even better. Li Tianhong said sincerely, okay, let's just decide it this way, and you will be the one in charge of Tianhong in the future. Lin Chen was very helpless, but he could not refuse such a warm invitation. In the end, he could only reluctantly agree. Over the next 2 days, Lin Chen took the time to take Li Ziren to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. A month after giving birth, a checkup is very necessary, mainly to check the recovery of the uterus. Moreover, because Li Ziren had a cesarean section, the doctor needs to check the healing of the incision, the condition of lochia, and the secretion of breast milk to see if it has returned to normal. The moment the results were obtained, the doctor told Lin Chen that there was nothing wrong, and Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he took Li Ziren back home. After returning home, Lin Chen took care of the baby for a while before receiving a phone call from Xia Yuli. President Lin, today is the day that Tian Hong Group was established, and you need to come to the company to attend a meeting, said Xia Yuli. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen said to the baby in his arms, Treasure, Daddy is going out for a while, so you play with Grandma for now. Ya. Sibao let out a sound from her mouth, not sure what she was saying. However, from Sibao's expression, it can be seen that she is a little reluctant. Lin Chen then handed Sibao over to Wu Yanfang to take care of her and left on his own. Tian Hong Group. Xia Yuli was waiting at the door to greet Lin Chen. When Lin Chen arrived, a large group of reporters suddenly appeared. The reporters swarmed up like crazy, and the security guards at the door couldn't stop them. Hello, we are reporters from Shanghai New Weekly, can we interview you a few questions? A female reporter asked Xia Yuli. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. Xia Yuli didn't want to deal with them. We'll only interview you for a minute. Are all employees of the Tian Hong Group so noble? Yes, we've come a long way, so can't you just cooperate with us for a minute? The reporters began to morally abduct Xia Yuli, surrounding her and refusing to back down. Considering the company's image, Xia Yuli hesitated for 2 seconds and said, Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. The female reporter's goal was achieved, and she immediately beamed with joy, directly asking, in response to yesterday's online revelations about Tian Hong sports cars having brake failure and other issues, what is your opinion? Brake failure? Every step of the production process for our sports cars is strictly monitored, so how could the brakes fail? Xia Yuli originally thought that these reporters were genuinely doing a story, but when she heard this question, she finally realized that they were clearly looking for trouble. Seeing that Xia Yuli had successfully been brought into the topic, the female reporter continued, Related news has already been reported, so we are not just making things up. This isn't just making things up? Which news report did you say? Show it to me. Xia Yuli said. At this point, the other party deliberately answered irrelevant questions. As a senior executive within the company, what is your opinion on this matter? Xia Yuli was suddenly slightly embarrassed. Because no matter how she answered next, she would be equivalent to admitting that there were safety issues with the sports car. The best way is not to answer. Just when Xia Yuli was a little embarrassed, a figure suddenly walked over, and Xia Yuli turned her head and saw Lin Chen's face. Sorry, we're going to have a meeting soon, and we won't be doing any interviews for now. Lin Chen said coldly, and then subconsciously took Xia Yuli's hand and quickly left. A large group of reporters chased after them, but they were quickly stopped by the company's security guards. Next time you encounter an interview like this, just ignore it. Lin Chen took Xia Yuli's hand and ran to the company's lobby. He looked at Xia Yuli and said, "It's useless to say anything to these unscrupulous reporters. The more you explain, the worse it gets." Xia Yuli expressed her concerns, but if we ignore it, won't it affect our company's image? Netizens will say we're being arrogant. Lin Chen said calmly, "It's fine, we just need to do our job well, why should we care about what people say?" You're right. Xia Yuli thought that made sense. Oh dear, why did I just act so stupidly? Luckily Lin Chen pulled me away, otherwise it would have ended badly. In fact, Xia Yuli is relatively gentle in character, and she is not some kind of strong woman. She felt that after giving an interview, she should finish what she had to say before leaving. Just then, Xia Yuli suddenly realized a problem. She looked down, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Because Lin Chen's hand was still holding hers. Where are you taking me? This was the first time she had been held like this by a man, and Xia Yuli was quite embarrassed, mainly because there were so many company employees watching. I'm sorry. Lin Chen immediately let go of Xia Yuli's hand, and his face became unnaturally red. The first thought in his mind was, luckily my wife is not here, otherwise if she saw it, she would be angry. Xia Yuli revealed a nice smile, as if she had not experienced this. If another man had held her hand, she would have been disgusted or even resisted. But for some reason, Lin Chen holding her hand made her feel a little happy. Oh my. Am I falling in love with Lin Chen? Xia Yuli suddenly felt her face getting hot, and her heart beating fast. Oops, he is her boss, and the key point is that he is married. Xia Yuli, can you stop thinking about it? Xia Yuli took a deep breath, trying to suppress her thoughts. Lin Chen's attention was on the front, otherwise he would definitely notice that the latter's pretty face was incredibly red. Right, when does the meeting start? At this time, Lin Chen changed the subject, because the current atmosphere was a bit awkward. Xia Yuli said, "Oh, it'll be soon. I've already notified the company's senior management, and they should all be here by now." Okay. Lin Chen didn't say anything, and the two walked side by side, and then arrived at the conference room. 10 minutes later, the meeting proceeded normally, and there were no twists and turns during the period. After Lin Chen explained some matters, he also directly announced the end of the meeting. Immediately afterwards, he drove home. Chapter 43 Young Master, please come back to the Lin family with us. Back home. As soon as Lin Chen saw Li Ziren pounced on him with a face full of joy. "Husband, do you know that just now the superstar Han Jin specially sent a tweet to thank you?" Han Jin? Lin Chen smiled and said, "What did he tweet to thank me for?" Lin Chen had heard of Han Jin. Han Jin was one of the most popular stars on the island of Wagwa. He once played Duan Yu in The Demigods and Semi-Devils. He also released several hit songs. In addition, Han Jin is also a famous young racing driver who has won world championships. In short, Han Jin is famous in various fields. Even someone like Lin Chen, who doesn't pay much attention to celebrities, has heard of him. Li Ziren smiled and said, "Honey, just read his Weibo post. I'll show you." With that, Li Ziren took out her phone and found the Weibo post that Han Jin had sent. "Han Jin, I took my son to the mall in the Tian Hong sports car today, but I didn't expect to get rear-ended by a truck. Fortunately, the airbags worked, and my son and I are fine, and the rear of the car is just a little dented. I have driven many sports cars, and the Tian Hong sports car has not only the best driving feel, but also the best safety features. Here, I want to give the Tian Hong sports car a big thumbs up, and the designers of this sports car a big thumbs up too." Below the text, there is also a picture of the rear of the Tian Hong sports car after the collision. Holy cow, are you sure it was hit by a truck? The outer shell is so hard, right? How come it wasn't scrapped on the spot after being hit from behind by a truck? Awesome! I have to give the Tian Hong sports car a thumbs up. The quality is simply invincible. This morning, I saw the media slinging mud at Tian Hong, saying that Tian Hong sports cars have safety risks. I just want to ask, is there a sports car with a higher safety rating than Tian Hong? It feels like the Tian Hong sports car saved Han Jiin's life. After reading this tweet, I quietly opened the car buying app and ordered a Tian Hong sports car. At the bottom of the post, there were tens of thousands of comments from followers. And because Han Jiin posted this tweet, even the Tian Hong sports car made it to the top of the Weibo search results and was discussed by netizens. For a while, the Tian Hong sports car became popular again, and sales were rising. Finished reading. Lin Chen returned the phone to Li Ziren. This tweet was well written, and it was like free publicity for us. Li Ziren nodded and said, "Honey, did you buy the hairy crabs? I'll go make lunch." Okay. In their daily lives, Lin Chen, Li Ziren, and Lin Chen's mother-in-law Wu Yanfang are the ones who cook the most. Li Ziren comes second. Lin Chen originally wanted to make lunch himself, but Li Ziren wanted to do it, so he let her. Later, Lin Chen, having nothing to do, returned to his room to play with the baby with his mother-in-law. The baby is now more than a month old. In just 1 month, babies can learn a lot of things, such as being able to control their head movements to a certain extent. When lying down, they can also lift their heads slightly and turn their heads from side to side. Moreover, babies will start to pay attention to their magical little hands. They will raise their hands from time to time and bring them to their mouths. Dabeo, come, daddy will hug you. Dabeo Lin Xinyue seems very happy, lying on the bed with her big eyes from Catsland rolling around, not knowing what to look at. Then, Lin Chen picked her up. Dabeo, who had been picked up, opened and closed her little mouth, and then she suddenly revealed a healing smile. She even raised her little magical hand to touch Lin Chen's face. Ha, Lin Chen, if the baby gets a little bigger, she'll probably start scratching people. Wu Yanfang, the mother-in-law, who was teasing Sanhua, quipped. Lin Chen laughed upon hearing this. He lightly tapped Di Bao's nose with his finger and said in a doting manner, "My treasure, grow up quickly so that daddy can take you out to play." Ding, the host's fatherly love is like a mountain, reward 1 martial arts card. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Mom, I'll give you the baby, I'm going out for a drink. Okay. Lin Chen saw that he handed Di Bao to Wu Yanfang and then walked outside. System, I want to use the martial arts card. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Immediately, Lin Chen felt a strange energy ripple through his limbs, warm and very comfortable. However, this feeling soon disappeared. Lin Chen felt full of power. Even dozens of adults would not be his match at all. This reward is good. Lin Chen revealed a satisfied expression. The reason was none other than that he was now more than 100 times stronger. In the future, if something really happened, he would be able to protect his family. After lunch, Li Ziren nursed the babies. Lin Chen suddenly remembered the preparations for the wedding. According to the customs here in the demon capital, when getting married, the woman is usually given 3 gold items: bracelet, necklace, and ring. Although Li Ziren has already given birth to the baby, it doesn't mean that Lin Chen will look down on Li Ziren. What should be bought must be bought. What other women have, Li Ziren must also have. So, after the baby fell asleep, Lin Chen took Li Ziren to the mall. Honey, what are you buying for me? Li Ziren asked curiously, putting her arm around Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen just said he was taking her shopping. But he didn't say what he was buying. Sanjin, we're going to get married soon, so let's buy you some gold and silver jewelry, Lin Chen said with a smile. Honey, but I don't like wearing gold and silver. Li Ziren shook her head, looking helpless. Maybe many women are interested in gold and silver jewelry. But Li Ziren doesn't like it. I even find them very troublesome when worn. Why don't you just buy a ring, and nothing else? Li Ziren said. Chapter 44, The Eternal Heart. Seeing that Li Ziren really didn't like those things, Lin Chen didn't insist anymore, and agreed with Li Ziren, okay, let's just buy a ring. Li Ziren nodded cutely, and revealed a sweet smile. Then she snuggled up to Lin Chen's arm, and the two of them went to the part of the mall where rings were sold. However, as soon as the two of them arrived, they saw a crowd of people gathered in front of something, and it looked like someone was arguing. Someone's stealing something, everyone, help! A pretty saleswoman was seen holding onto a man's shirt, while he, a very tall man with blonde hair and blue eyes, was clearly a foreigner. The foreigner was holding a diamond in his hand, which according to the sales assistant, he had just robbed. "Hey, how can you rob something?" At this point, a young man stepped forward. The foreigner replied with disdain, "None of your damn business." This remark directly angered the young man. "Damn, so arrogant?" Without further ado, he went up to the foreigner and got into a tussle with him, trying to help retrieve the diamond. "Get lost." The foreigner gave the young man a push, and the young man fell over in a heap, completely no match for him. After all, the foreigner was almost 2 meters tall, while the young man was only a little over 1.7 meters, and he was at a height disadvantage, so naturally he couldn't compete. "Get lost too." The foreigner gave the young saleswoman a push, and she let out a cry and sat down on the ground, tears immediately coming to her eyes. Then, the foreigner took the precious diamond he had stolen and walked away arrogantly. The onlookers were all middle-aged women and the like. Apart from verbally condemning and calling the police, they couldn't help it this time. "I'm going, that's disgusting, how could there be such people?" Li Ziren couldn't help but spit out, directly robbing things and leaving, which is no different from a robber. Hubby. Li Ziren just reacted and realized that Lin Chen had already walked towards the foreigner. "Stop," Lin Chen said coldly, blocking the foreigner directly. "Ha?" The foreigner glared at Lin Chen arrogantly and spoke fluent Chinese. "You little brat, you want to meddle in other people's business too?" Lin Chen said coldly, "Leave the stuff behind. China is not a place where you can behave like a wild animal. You don't know when to die." After saying that, the foreigner directly attacked Lin Chen. He had studied boxing and was muscular. Although Lin Chen was also 1.8 meters tall, in front of him, who was almost 2 meters tall, he still looked very thin. If Lin Chen hadn't obtained the martial arts initiation card, he really wouldn't have been able to defeat this burly foreigner. But now, Lin Chen saw the foreigner attack, and he dodged the attack and slapped the foreigner in the face, sending him flying. "The diamond." Lin Chen walked towards the foreigner, speaking faintly. The foreigner was really scared, and he didn't know that Lin Chen, despite his young age, was so powerful. He immediately held the diamond up in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen grabbed the diamond and then let go of the hand that was restraining the other person. The foreigner took this opportunity to run like crazy. Lin Chen thought about the fact that someone had already called the police and decided not to chase after him. Thank you. He handed the diamond to the saleswoman, who thanked Lin Chen immediately. She was on the verge of tears. She was just a saleswoman, and if such a precious diamond was stolen, her boss might hold her responsible for the loss. Chapter 45, Buying a Wedding Ring for His Daughter-in-Law. You're welcome. Lin Chen smiled slightly, and at this time, Li Ziren came over and put her arm around Lin Chen's arm. "Hubby, you're amazing." This was the first time Li Ziren had seen Lin Chen fight someone, and she didn't expect him to be so amazing. Suddenly, her sense of security exploded. "Are you hurt?" Out of a normal wife's reaction, Li Ziren immediately and worriedly checked Lin Chen's entire body. "I'm fine, just cleaning up a foreigner." Lin Chen gave a faint smile and said to Li Ziren, "Honey, let's pick out the ring." With that, he took Li Ziren's hand and led her to the counter full of rings. "Take a look and see which one you like." Li Ziren's eyes scanned the glass counter, and her gaze quickly settled on a ring. "Beauty, you have really good taste. This ring is called the Eternal Heart. The crystal on the ring is made from the top diamonds in South Africa, and for centuries, these diamonds have been the favorite of Western royalty. The Eternal Heart is the only one of its kind in the world, and represents the purest, most unique love in the world." Seeing Li Ziren's gaze fixated on the Eternal Heart, the saleswoman immediately introduced it. Li Ziren asked, "How much is this diamond ring?" 57 million. As soon as the number came out, Li Ziren was directly taken aback. "This is too expensive." "Beauty, this diamond ring is indeed a bit expensive, and it is the most expensive diamond ring in Shanghai's history. But please believe me, it is definitely worth the price." Seeing Li Ziren hesitate, the saleswoman quickly spoke up. And what she said was indeed the truth. The meaning of the Heart of Eternity was extraordinary, and it was made with real materials, so it was worth the price. "I'd better look at something else." Li Ziren smiled awkwardly and quickly looked away. At that moment, Lin Chen's voice sounded faintly. "The Heart of Eternity, we'll take it." Saying this, Lin Chen took out a card from his pocket. No, honey, this is too expensive." Li Ziren felt a little heartbroken. Although the Tian Hong sports car was selling well, the Tian Hong Group had just been established and a lot of money had been invested. In Li Ziren's opinion, the diamond ring was too expensive, and she had read a lot of news online about diamond rings being attacks on intelligence, so she didn't think it was necessary to buy such an expensive one. Lin Chen looked at Li Ziren with love and said, "It's fine, as long as you like it. Isn't the point of making money to spend it on your family? Not to mention a diamond ring. As long as he, Lin Chen, can afford it, as long as Li Ziren likes it, no matter how expensive it is, he will buy it for Li Ziren without hesitation." Hearing Lin Chen's words, the young lady who was serving as a guide on the side couldn't help but be envious. As long as you like it, what a romantic thing to say. What kind of husband is this immortal? And she could feel that Lin Chen's words came from the bottom of his heart, not just empty words. However, Li Ziren still wanted to say something, but Lin Chen directly said to the saleswoman, "Hello, I'll take this diamond ring, please pack it in a box for me." "Okay." The saleswoman nodded repeatedly, and she immediately packed the diamond ring and handed it to Lin Chen, while saying, "Sir, please swipe your card over here." Drip drip drip. After paying, Lin Chen slipped the diamond ring to Li Ziren. "Wife, let's go." Looking at the diamond ring her husband bought for her, it would be a lie for Li Ziren to say she wasn't happy. Sometimes women are like this, saying no with their mouths, but when you insist on buying it for her, she will like it very much and feel very happy. Chapter 46. Handsome younger brother, you're getting married without inviting your sister? The two of them stayed in the mall for more than an hour, basically taking care of the things they needed to prepare for the wedding. During that time, Li Ziren also tried on a few wedding dresses. After all, these things are essential for marriage. In short, the preparations for marriage are very tedious, and the two of them haven't even taken wedding photos yet. However, Lin Chen's plan is to take wedding photos later. After all, the location for the wedding photos may be in a foreign place, and currently the children are still young and need to be taken care of, so they can't really leave home. Li Ziren also doesn't have any objections to this, although as a woman she has always dreamed of taking wedding photos. She can also understand the current helplessness. Well, it's okay to take them later. As for the banquet, Li Tianhong's side will prepare it, so there is no need for Lin Chen to worry about it. The two sat in the car and prepared to go back. Li Ziren opened a box of strawberries that she had bought in the mall earlier. Li Ziren ate one, and the strawberry was so sweet. Lin Chen laughed and said, "If it's so sweet, then you should eat more." Li Ziren didn't like to eat alone, so she held a strawberry between her white fingers and held it up to Lin Chen's mouth. "Hubby, come on, open your mouth." Lin Chen did not immediately open his mouth. He gazed at Li Ziren's pretty face and said seriously, "But, honey, I don't want to eat strawberries right now." "Huh?" Li Ziren tilted her little head. "Then what do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you." Lin Chen did not say anything, just gazing at Li Ziren. "What?" Being looked at like this, Li Ziren seemed to understand what Lin Chen meant, and a blush rose to her pretty face. The next second, Lin Chen said nothing and kissed Li Ziren directly. Wah wah wah. Sometime later, at the Bund villa, Lin Chen and Li Ziren returned home. At this time, Li Tianhong also came over to discuss the wedding banquet with Lin Chen. Originally, this kind of thing, marriage, should be Lin Chen's family taking care of it and being responsible for it, but there was no way around it. Lin Chen was an orphan with no family, so Li Tianhong had to be in charge. Just as the two were discussing the wedding, in the most luxurious manner in the city. "Miss, according to the latest news, the young master will be getting married in 5 days." A guard came up to a beautiful woman and reported carefully. The woman turned her head, her beautiful face mesmerizing. Her 3,000 black hair fell down, tied with a colorful hairband, and her figure could also be described as perfect. "Okay, you can go now, I know." The woman's voice was clear and pleasant. "Yes." The escort then immediately exited the hall. "My handsome younger brother, you didn't even invite your sister to your wedding. This really makes me sad." The beautiful woman inwardly complained a little, but she couldn't blame her handsome younger brother for this. He probably didn't even know she existed, did he? Then she muttered to herself, "In that case, I'll just come uninvited." In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. This day is the day Lin Chen and Li Ziren get married. There are quite a few people at the Bund villa at this time, and the best man and bridesmaids are already in place. The best man is an old classmate of Lin Chen's with a deep friendship, and Li Ziren's bridesmaids are naturally her close girlfriends, including Zhou Huimin. The 4 babies are being taken care of by Wu Yanfang at the moment, and Lin Chen and Li Ziren are temporarily too busy to take care of them. There's no way around it, today the babies are not the main characters, but their parents. Chapter 47, Lin Chen and Li Ziren get married. Okay, it's about time, let's go to the hotel now, said one of Lin Chen's best men. Zhou Huiman interrupted with a smile. Wait a minute, you want to take away our bride already? Lin Chen, aren't you forgetting something? Lin Chen was a little confused, as this was his first time getting married and he had no experience at all. Is there anything else that hasn't been done yet? Brother Chen, you haven't kissed the bride's feet yet. Lin Chen's best man Wang Chang immediately reminded him. Lin Chen immediately understood. Yes, I almost forgot this. Saying this, Lin Chen knelt down on one knee. On the sofa in front of him, Li Ziren was sitting happily, her pretty face full of love for Lin Chen. Li Ziren even took the initiative to lift her foot to accommodate Lin Chen. A pair of flawless jade feet were right in front of Lin Chen's eyes, silver white high heels, and the jade feet were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Without saying a word, Lin Chen directly kissed the instep of Li Ziren's foot. His wife's feet are fragrant, and Lin Chen doesn't feel dirty at all. He even feels that this process is completely rewarding himself. After the kiss, the sound of applause from the bridesmaids and groomsmen suddenly rang out in the room, along with jeering. My wife, come, I'll carry you on my back. Lin Chen squatted with his back facing Li Zirong. According to the rules, the bride has to go out on her husband's back. Without saying a word, Li Zirong directly lay on Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen then stood up with Li Ziren on his back, supporting Li Ziren's bottom. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and Li Ziren arrived at the hotel in the wedding car. At this time, many guests, classmates, and friends of Lin Chen and Li Ziren had already arrived. In the hotel lobby, the place to collect the money for the wedding was Li Changfeng, Li Tianhong's elder brother, who was helping to write the wedding contract. Tian Hong elder brother, congratulations. A middle-aged man who looked a bit like Jack Ma smiled and spoke. He was Li Tianhong's good friend, and after exchanging pleasantries with Li Tianhong, he took out a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket and said to Li Changfeng, who was writing the gifts. Wang Defa, 10,000. Wang Defa spoke, gently placing 10,000 yuan on the table, and Li Changfeng immediately picked up the pen and recorded the gift money and name together in the gift book. Now Lin Chen and Li Tianhong are considered to be part of the upper echelons of society, and the guests they invited are all big shots, worth at least a few million. Of course, with the exception of most of Lin Chen and Li Ziren's classmates, because they were all students and couldn't possibly be very rich, the contribution money was basically a few hundred. But these guests were different, and the contribution money was at least 5 digits. There were 10,000, 20,000, and 30,000. The most generous guest even gave 88,000 yuan, which was the amount of the party fee. He was a business partner of the Tian Hong Group and the company's boss. Lin Xiener, 100 million. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a tang suit and with an imposing air spoke up. How much did you say? Li Changfeng froze for a moment, thinking to himself, did I hear that right? Some of the guests around, like Li Tianhong, were also dumbfounded. Had they just heard a hallucination? Lin Xiener, 100 million. The man in the tang suit spoke again, repeating the words. And as soon as he finished speaking, 9 tall and burly bodyguards carrying a large suitcase walked in. The bodyguards placed the suitcase in front of Li Changfeng, and then the man in the tang suit nodded. Immediately afterwards, the bodyguards opened the suitcase, and inside each one were stacks and stacks of 100 yuan bills. 9 large suitcases full of 100 million yuan. Li Changfeng was dumbfounded. Li Tianhong was dumbfounded. The guests around who noticed this scene were all dumbfounded. Chapter 48, 100 million in dividends. My God, so much money. 100 million? Just the dividends are worth 100 million. How much is this worth? 100 billion? Or 1 trillion? Damn, even Pony Ma's handouts are probably not as generous as this. Who is this Lin Xiener? That name sounds like it belongs to a woman. Could it be one of our country's rich women? And an invisible rich woman at that. How else could it be that no one has ever heard of this name? Some of the guests immediately began to whisper. Li Tianhong looked in shock at the 100 million in the suitcase and couldn't help but swallow. Li Changfeng also couldn't recover from his shock for a long time. Hello, trouble. Help me write Lin Xiener's name and the amount of the contribution. The man in the tang suit spoke with a smile. Li Changfeng then recovered and picked up the pen to write, his hands trembling. Li Tianhong was guessing the identity of the other person, because he had never heard of the name Lin Xiener before. Then there was only one possibility, that this guest named Lin Xianer was invited by Lin Chen. Could it be a friend of Xiao Chen's? But how would Xiao Chen know such a rich friend? 100 million yuan in party money was given casually, and the worth was simply unimaginable. It was estimated to be at least starting at 100 billion. Tian Hong sports cars were indeed selling well right now, and Lin Chen's worth should be over 1 billion. But compared to 100 billion, it's still not on the same level. Thinking about this, Li Tianhong immediately went to the second floor and found Lin Chen, who was chatting with his classmates. Lin Chen, come over here for a moment. Li Tianhong waved at Lin Chen and spoke. Lin Chen heard this and smiled, said something to his classmates, and then walked towards Li Tianhong. Dad, what's wrong? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Li Tianhong asked directly, Lin Chen, who is Lin Xianer to you? What Lin Xianer? Lin Chen smiled strangely, I don't know this person. Lin Chen's answer took Li Tianhong by surprise and left him a little confused. Don't know Lin Xianer? How is that possible? If you don't know someone, would they casually write $1 billion in finder's fee? Dad, what's wrong? Seeing Li Tianhong's strange expression, Lin Chen became even more curious. Xiao Chun, just now someone named Lin Xianer wrote you $1 billion in finder's fee. Li Tianhong did not hide it and told Lin Chen about it. When Lin Chen heard the amount of the dowry, the smile on his face instantly froze. Dowry? 100 million? Holy shit! Lin Chen felt unbelievable, is this for real? This is too exaggerated. Li Tianhong said, it's true. If you don't believe me, come downstairs with me and take a look. There are 9 big suitcases full of banknotes. Okay, let's go. Lin Chen then followed Li Tianhong downstairs. When they arrived at the place where the gifts were to be presented, Lin Chen saw 9 large suitcases. Each suitcase was filled with bundles of hundreds of yuan bills, which was very dazzling. At that time, Li Changfeng was having the suitcases closed. It would have been too exaggerated to open them, and people who didn't know would have thought that a bank robbery had just taken place. Li Tianhong looked around and asked Li Changfeng, brother, where is the man in traditional Chinese clothing? Li Changfeng said, he's gone. Gone? Li Tianhong was suddenly at a loss. Wasn't he going to finish the banquet before leaving? Li Changfeng shook his head helplessly. He said that he was bringing a share of the money for Lin Xianer, not attending the wedding banquet himself. Chapter 49 Lin Chen and Li Xian, happy newlyweds, safe and joyful. On the side, Lin Chen, who was listening to the two men's conversation, lifted a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. He probably guessed Lin Xianer's identity. The Lin family. This Lin Xianer must be from the Lin family. First of all, this Lin Xianer happens to have the surname Lin. Secondly, throughout the entire Huagua country, it is estimated that there is only this top-notch family, the Lin family, whose contribution to the wedding banquet is casually 100 million, as if it were a joke. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Chen realized a problem and asked Li Changfeng, Uncle, what did you say just now? Li Changfeng repeated what he had said. The man said before he left that he was bringing the contribution money for Lin Xianer, not that he was attending the wedding banquet himself. Lin Chen said, okay, I understand. Then Lin Chen's gaze searched over the tables of guests, and he had a hunch that Lin Xianer was among them. However, Lin Chen searched for a long time, but couldn't find Lin Xianer. Because there were just too many guests. There were 60 tables. And there were several floors above. It was completely impossible to find her in a short period of time. What's more, he was the protagonist here today. What would it look like if he didn't go drink and chat with the guests, but looked for someone instead? Lin Chen, what are you looking for? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. It was his college roommate Huang Chang. Damn, Lin Chen is really handsome today. Lin Chen, what are you looking for? Come over and have a drink with us. The other two roommates spoke one after the other. Hearing his roommates call out to him, Lin Chen gave a helpless smile and had to give up for the time being. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the hotel, in a hall with very few people. In a large stroller, 4 babies were lying inside, being looked after by Wu Yanfang. After a while, a group of beautiful girls in fancy clothes walked over, one of whom had a completely different temperament, one that was noble and coldly beautiful, taking one's breath away. You are all classmates of Ziron, right? Wu Yanfang said with a smile. Yes, yes. Several girls answered in unison, and then they squatted down in front of the cribs, holding the babies' little hands and teasing them. So cute, their little hands actually grabbed me. They'll be very handsome when they grow up. This is the first time I've seen quadruplets, it's amazing. I'm going to get engaged soon, I hope I can get some of the luck from the twins, I don't really care about the quadruplets. The girls all spoke up, their pretty faces full of love for the babies. One of the girls even took out her phone to take a photo with the babies, so excited. Wu Yanfang was also smiling, after all, she was Li Zirun's good friend and classmate, so of course she couldn't say anything. Auntie, this is a baby boy, isn't it? At this point, the prettiest girl spoke up. Wu Yanfang nodded, yes, this is the third child, the only baby boy. The pretty girl asked, Auntie, can I hold the third child? Wu Yanfang smiled and said, of course you can, but the third child is very crybaby and shy, so he might cry when you pick him up. While she was talking, Lin Xianer had gently picked up the third child from the stroller. However, surprisingly, Linear did not cry. Not only did he not cry, but he also looked at Lin Xianer without blinking, as if he was a little curious. You're so silly. Lin Xianer gave Linear's nose a little tap, and then thought to herself, grow up quickly, so you can call me auntie. It seemed that Linear was curious about Lin Xianer, so he raised his little hand to try to grab her. However, Lao San's little magical hand could not reach her at all, so Lin Xianer lowered her head on her own initiative. Lao San's little hand grabbed her face, tickling her, causing Lin Xianer to smile. It was about time, too. Lin Xianer hugged Lao San Lin Yi, tilted her head to the side and looked out the window. It was a beautiful autumn day with a gentle breeze. What a nice day. However, suddenly. Bang! 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 A burst of gorgeous and colorful fireworks shot up into the sky, causing all the passers-by below to look up. These fireworks were captioned fireworks, and they were sent into the sky by the Royal Salute, which costs 100,000 yuan a shot. As the fireworks drifted away, the sky was beautiful, and any picture you took could be used as a mobile phone wallpaper. Immediately afterwards, the drifting fireworks formed a sentence in the sky, a sentence that made all the onlookers exclaim in wonder. Lin Chen and Li Ziren, happy wedding. Peace and joy. The subtitles appeared on the screen, making many hotel guests and passers-by within 500 meters of the hotel envious. How romantic. Wow, this girl named Li Ziren must be very happy. I wondered why I was carrying such a heavy load, and it turns out someone else is living a quiet life for me. I sincerely wish this wealthy couple the best. Honey, when we get married, let's have some fireworks with subtitles like that, it's really romantic. We can't afford it. Subtitle fireworks that can display nighttime visual effects in broad daylight start at a minimum price of several million. Hey, others are born in Rome, but I was born a cow and a horse, and I'm envious and crying. Many passers-by directly filmed this scene and then happily posted it on TikTok, Weibo, and in their moments. Husband, is this also a surprise you have prepared for me? It's so beautiful. Li Ziren really was on the verge of tears, leaning happily on Lin Chen's chest. At this moment, Li Ziren felt like the happiest woman in the world. Lin Chen put an arm around Li Ziren, although he hadn't prepared the fireworks. He didn't know who had. But at the moment, Lin Chen didn't say anything stupid. He didn't want to ruin the warm atmosphere between the two of them, and even less did he want to ruin the sweetness in Li Ziren's heart. An hour later. The wedding banquet was over. Lin Chen had drunk a lot, but because he had obtained the skill of thousands of cups without getting drunk from the system, he was not drunk. Immediately afterwards, after the banquet was over, Lin Chen began helping to send Li Ziren's relatives back. Buzzing. On the car returning to the Shiman Hotel, Lin Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the phone and saw that it was a text message from a stranger, meet me in front of the Tianyue Hotel later. Lin Chen ignored it, thinking that someone had sent the wrong text, so he continued driving. But soon, the other person sent another text, by the way, Lin Chen, when you come to the hotel later, just help me bring a pack of sanitary napkins. Damn it! Lin Chen was completely speechless and couldn't help but reply, who are you? The other person even knew his name, so they must know him. And you want me to help you bring a pack of tampons? You're dreaming. Lin Chen suddenly showed a disgusted expression. He didn't even plan to go and meet her. What a joke, it's his wedding day, and he's going to go halfway to the hotel to meet another woman. However, the other parties seemed to have guessed Lin Chen's thoughts. Another text message was sent, you must come, if you don't, you will definitely regret it. Chapter 50 Shiman is family business. Upon reading this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Who the hell is this? Driven by a strong sense of curiosity, Lin Chen decided to go and meet the other party. 10 minutes later, Tianyue Hotel. Lin Chen parked the car and walked directly towards the front door. Lin Chen. Suddenly, a voice with a hint of excitement sounded, and Lin Chen then felt someone tap his shoulder. Lin Chen immediately turned around and looked at the strange beauty in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a bit of shock. The other party's appearance was really stunning. Among the beautiful women Lin Chen has seen in his life so far, she could definitely rank in the top 2. Who are you? Did you send the text message? Lin Chen took 2 steps back and looked at the other party with some caution. He thought he knew her. But it turned out to be a complete stranger. You're so smart, why don't you guess who I am? Lin Xianer said with a smile. Lin Chen is really handsome up close. He is worthy of being your own younger brother. You can't be Lin Xianer, can you? That name immediately came to Lin Chen's mind. Yes, call me sister. Lin Xianer's face was full of joy and expectation. A question mark slowly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. What are you thinking? Calling you sister? Why don't you call me brother? But I really am your sister. Lin Xianer looked helpless. Mo Lao has already told you your true identity, but did he tell you that you also have a biological sister in the Lin family? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Could it really be that she is his biological sister? Lin Chen asked suspiciously, so the 100 million yuan in cash and the fireworks with subtitles were all prepared by you? Lin Xianer laughed. Yes. Women all love romance, and the fireworks with subtitles are so romantic. I guess Ziran will definitely be very moved when he sees it, right? By the way, little brother, you're not going to complain that your sister's contribution is too small, are you? Lin Xianer said helplessly. She only learned yesterday that Lin Chen was getting married, and she only had 100 million in cash on hand. After all, nowadays everyone pays with their phones, and Lin Xianer is not in the habit of hoarding cash. Otherwise, she would even want to contribute 10 billion. Anyway, money is just a bunch of numbers for the Lin family, and for her. Well, that's not true. Lin Chen shook his head, and then he curiously asked, so you went into the hotel for the banquet? How did you get in? I told the security guard that no one could come in without an invitation. Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, Lin Xianer felt amused. Brother, because Shiman is our Lin family's business, and the security guards are also Lin family guards. What? I'm going back to my own hotel and I'm still being restricted? Lin Chen. Okay, Lin Chen was completely speechless. It's the Lin family again. It seems that the Lin family is really too strong, and even the Shiman Hotel, the best hotel in the demon capital, is also a Lin family business. Handsome younger brother, where are the sanitary napkins I asked you to bring? I didn't bring any. Why didn't you bring any? You're not my wife, so why should I bring them for you? Lin Chen said with righteous indignation. Lin Xianer was suddenly at a loss for words and didn't know how to refute. Lin Chen asked calmly, do you have anything you want to say to me for asking me to come here? Lin Xianer said seriously, it's almost New Year's Eve, so you should bring Ziran and the kids back to the Lin family for the annual meeting. Both your father and grandfather really want you to come back. Lin Chen was silent. To be honest, he didn't feel much belonging to the Lin family, and he didn't really want to go back. But Lin Chen wanted to meet his relatives in this world. So after a few seconds of consideration, he said, I'll think about it and let you know. Okay, then think about it. By the way, add me on WeChat so we can keep in touch in the future. Lin Xianer showed her WeChat QR code, and Lin Chen didn't hesitate to take out his phone and scan it. Bye, little brother. I'm leaving, and you should go back soon too. Although Lin Xianer was a little reluctant, she was actually very satisfied with this meeting with Lin Chen, and she had other things to do and had to leave the city soon. Okay, bye, be safe. Lin Chen waved his hand, and then Lin Xianer drove off in a black Maybach and quickly left Lin Chen's sight. Chapter 51, Clothing Design Skills. Back at the Bund Villa. Li Ziran did not know about Lin Chen's meeting with Lin Xianer, and thought that he had just gone to see friends and family off. Wow! As soon as I got home, I heard my child crying. Lin Chen went to the bedroom and found his mother-in-law just lifting Sanbo Lin Yi from the crib. Seeing that Lin Yi's diaper was bulging, Lin Chen said to his mother-in-law, I think it's time to change the diaper. Wu Yanfang touched it and said, yes. Without saying a word, Lin Chen took a new diaper directly from the bag next to him and helped his mother-in-law change it. At this time, Li Ziren came in with the second child, Lynn Curson, in his arms. Lin Chen looked at his daughter-in-law's sleeping daughter in her arms and couldn't help but say, "Curson fell asleep again?" Li Ziren helplessly looked at the little guy in his arms and said, "Yes, Curson has been asleep for a long time. She slept for more than 10 hours last night. She really sleeps a lot. Honey, do you think Curson has narcolepsy?" Hearing his wife's concerns, Lin Chen also laughed and explained to Li Ziren, "No, this is how babies over a month old are supposed to be. They are in a state of half sleep. Some babies can even sleep for 20 hours a day. This is all very normal. You don't need to worry, it's not narcolepsy." Hearing this, Li Ziren felt much more at ease. Lin Chen didn't go anywhere for the rest of the day and stayed home to take care of the baby until nightfall. At 11 o'clock at night, the children had already been lulled to sleep by Lin Chen. Lin Chen said to Li Ziren, "Honey, can you change into a JK?" Li Ziren shyly gave Lin Chen a white look and said, "I'm over 20 years old, and you still make me wear a JK every day. It's really annoying." However, despite her complaints, her actions spoke louder than her words. Li Ziren opened a closet, and inside were all kinds of JK skirts and various kinds of white and black silk. This is because Li Ziren also fell into the circle of JK several years ago, probably when she was a freshman, and bought a lot of JK uniforms. She originally rarely wore them now because she felt old and thought that JK uniforms should be worn by young girls aged 18 or 19. However, since she started living with Lin Chen, she has been forced to wear them again frequently. Subsequently, under Lin Chen's selection, Li Ziren changed into a set of JK uniforms that she had not worn in front of Lin Chen. The thin white silk just reached her thighs, which was very provocative. The next day, 6:30 a.m. Lin Chen was woken up by the cries of her second child. There was no way around it. Having a baby meant that it was almost impossible to sleep until you naturally woke up. Li Ziren was also woken up by the noise. Li Ziren immediately picked up her second child and went to the living room to feed her. In the following days, Lin Chen and Li Ziren lived a relatively peaceful life. Before they knew it, the babies were almost 2 months old. One day, Lin Chen was changing the baby's clothes in their room. Ding! Congratulations, host, for changing the baby's clothes. Reward skill, clothing design. A flood of information rushed into Lin Chen's brain, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen became the world's most talented clothing designer. "Honey, the baby's clothes seem a bit short. Let's go buy them some new ones in a couple of days." At that moment, Li Ziren's voice came from behind. Although the babies are only 2 months old, they have grown extremely quickly. The clothes they wore a month ago are now a bit too small. Therefore, they must buy clothes for the babies every once in a while. Li Ziren's words have reminded Lin Chen. Lin Chen thought about it and realized that it is troublesome to go out and buy clothes for the babies, and that he would have to buy clothes for all 4 of them at once, which made him feel tired just thinking about it. Why not set up a company that specializes in producing clothes for babies? Previously, Lin Chen definitely did not have such an idea, but now it's different. He can design the clothes himself and then wear them for the babies. Lin Chen can guarantee that the children's wear he designs will not only be of high quality, but also much better in style than the ones sold outside. Thinking about this, Lin Chen suddenly perked up. "My dear, I'll be busy for a while, you take care of the baby." After saying this, Lin Chen went directly to the next bedroom and then started up the desktop computer. Chapter 52 Teacher, I want to confess something to you. Lin Chen then downloaded a piece of software that a clothing designer would need. After 10 minutes or so, Lin Chen had designed dozens of baby clothes for all 4 seasons, which were very beautiful and featured novel and fashionable styles. Yugo set up a branch company that specializes in producing these baby clothes. Lin Chen contacted his assistant Xia Yuli via WeChat. He also turned the designed children's clothing into a document and sent it to her. Within a few seconds, Xia Yuli saw the WeChat message. When she read Lin Chen's words, she was very surprised. "Lin Zong, so soon we are going to enter other industries?" Xia Yuli asked. After a company grows big, it is normal to develop multiple industries. For example, Septwolf sells belts and also clothes. It's not entering other industries. I want you to help me make these children's clothes for my babies to wear. Lin Chen replied. Xia Yuli was even more surprised. My God! A whole subsidiary just to make children's clothes for the babies? What kind of father is this? This is too extravagant. It's hard to imagine how happy the babies are to have such a father. If Lin Chen wasn't married, she would want to have his babies. Unfortunately, Lin Chen is a good and dedicated man who is completely focused on his family. It's a pity that she won't get the chance. Xia Yuli thought with great regret. She shook her head and asked, Lin Zong, how long will it take to design it? Whatever, but as soon as possible. Although the babies don't need clothes urgently, Lin Chen also wants to see the results of his design as soon as possible. Okay, Lin Zong. After seeing this message, Lin Chen ignored Xia Yuli and left the bedroom to go back to the next room to take care of the baby with Li Ziren. Shanghai Institute of Science and Technology. At this time, Yang Qingxian was very excited because he had received an email from Eagle Country today. The law of quantum entanglement won the 2022 Nobel Prize in Physics. The Nobel Prize in Physics. After learning this news, Yang Qingxian almost jumped with excitement. For every scientific researcher, winning the Nobel Prize is definitely a lifelong pursuit. This is also the supreme honor, which will bring glory to the ancestors. Although, quantum entanglement was not proven by himself, but by his student Zhou Jie. But Yang Xuqing was still very happy and proud. After all, he was Zhou Jie's mentor. What would people say about him? Look, he is the mentor of the Nobel Prize in Physics. If he can train a student who wins the Nobel Prize, then the mentor must also be very good. So, this is also an incredibly glorious thing for Yang Xuqing. Teacher, why did you ask me to come here? The door to the laboratory opened, and Zhou Jie walked in with confusion. Do you know that you have won the Nobel Prize in Physics? Yang Xianxing said with great satisfaction. What? Zhou Jie was taken aback. I won the Nobel Prize? Am I that amazing? Quantum entanglement. You have confirmed the law of quantum entanglement, and this year's Nobel Prize will definitely be awarded to you. Seeing that Zhou Jie didn't quite understand, Yang Xianxing hurriedly said. I see. Zhou Jie suddenly understood, but the problem was that just as he was about to say something, Yang Xianxing preempted him and said, the end of next month is the day the award is presented. At that time, I'll accompany you to Eagle Country to receive the award. Although the prize money is not much, only 6 million. The status and influence brought about by this award cannot be matched by any amount of money. To put it bluntly, what is the use of this small amount of money? Your name, Zhou Jie, will resound throughout the world in the future, and you will become a great scientist on par with Einstein. Yang Xianxing said that the thief was very strong, mainly because he was too excited. However, Zhou Jie's face did not reveal the expected smile. He hesitated for a moment and said seriously to Yang Xianxing, Teacher, I want to confess something to you, I hope you won't be too disappointed. What? Yang Xianxing frowned, what is it? In fact, it was not me who confirmed the law of quantum entanglement. Chapter 53 Zhou Huiman has a boyfriend. Who wouldn't want to win such a big prize? Zhou Jie also wants it. But if he takes credit for it, he'll be a villain who deceives the world and steals fame. After all, Lin Chen is the one who actually proved this law. So after hesitating for a few seconds, Zhou Jie told Yang Xianxing the truth. Yang Xuanqing's mind was a bit confused when he heard this. He had always thought that the credit for proving the quantum entanglement law belonged to Zhou Jie, and he never expected that there was someone else behind it. Who is it? Yang Xianxing asked hurriedly. A good friend of mine. Zhou Jie said honestly, the method of confirming this law was given to me by him, and the award should belong to him, so I don't want to claim this award. Hey! Yang Xianxing sighed heavily, quite regretting it inwardly. But then he asked, this friend of yours, he should be Chinese, right? Yes. Zhou Jie said. That's good. Yang Xianxing let out a sigh of relief. As long as he is Chinese, it's fine. If he is a foreigner, I'm afraid his mind will explode on the spot. If Yang Xianxing remembers correctly, no scientist from China has ever won the physics prize, and now it finally happened. Then you talk to your friend about this and tell him the news, Yang Xianxing said. Zhou Jie nodded and took out his phone to immediately contact Lin Chen. On the other side, Lin Chen was also very surprised to hear the news that he had won the prize. This was an unintended move on his part, and he never expected to win such a big prize. After some persuasion from Zhou Jie, Lin Chen reluctantly agreed to go and collect the award. At this time, Lin Chen was in the bedroom with the babies when Li Ziren suddenly patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile, Honey, let's go out for hot pot tonight, it's on Vivian Chow. Ha! Lin Chen laughed and said, why would this girl invite us out for hot pot for no reason? I don't know. But she said she's bringing her boyfriend, I guess she wants us to meet him. Li Ziren smiled and said that at first, when Zhou Huimin told her that she was in a relationship, Li Ziren was a little surprised. Therefore, she knew that Zhou Huimin had very high standards for her boyfriend. Not only did he have to be good looking and at least 1.8 meters tall, but he also had to be financially well off. There was no way that Zhou Huimin, with her qualifications, would settle for a boyfriend who wasn't good at anything. She has a boyfriend? That's fine. Lin Chen smiled and said that to be honest, he hadn't seen Zhou Huimin for a while either. I didn't expect this girl to be in a relationship. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little curious. What kind of boyfriend would a beautiful, rich girl like Zhou Huimin, a schoolflower, actually find? In the evening. Leaving the 4 babies with his mother-in-law Wu Yanfang, Lin Chen drove the Dajon and took Li Ziren to Heidaleo. Zhou Huimin and a man had been waiting for a long time. Zhou Huimin was wearing a pretty little skirt today, with little leather shoes and calf-high socks and white socks, very pure and lustful. The man, on the other hand, is not very good-looking, apart from being 1.8 meters tall, and he is a complete mismatch standing next to Zhou Huimin. The key is that he has a bit of a spiritual aura about him, and he is wearing a pair of poorly made AJs on his feet, which look a bit like high fakes bought on Pinduoduo. Holy shit, that woman is so pretty. Is that her boyfriend next to her? He doesn't look as handsome as me. Oh, another good cabbage has been stolen by a pig. Damn, I smoked a pack of Huazi and still couldn't figure it out. Where did I lose out? Many passers-by walked past Zhou Huimin, looking at the two of them and looking depressed. Beauty, you're confused. This guy doesn't deserve you. However, these passers-by were just thinking it in their hearts, and they definitely wouldn't say it to their faces. Huimin, why haven't your friends arrived yet? Niu Junsheng said impatiently, having been waiting for half an hour, and the 2 friends that Zhou Huimin had mentioned had not yet arrived. They're here, don't worry. Suddenly, Zhou Huimin saw Lin Chen and Li Ziren walking over, hugging Niu Junsheng's arm as they greeted the 2 men. Huimin. Li Ziren also called sweetly when she saw Zhou Huimin. In this way, the 4 met at the door. Subsequently, Niu Junsheng's gaze fell on Li Ziren, and his eyes immediately went straight. Damn, this girl is pretty. Chapter 54 Zhou Huimin, did you give it to him? The key is Li Ziren's figure, which is more charming than Zhou Huimin's. Niu Junsheng had long since learned from Zhou Huimin that Li Ziren was a mother, and indeed, this beautiful woman who had given birth to a child was different. Especially as Li Ziren was wearing a floral dress with flat shoes, and her beautiful legs were wrapped in attractive flesh-colored stockings. But Li Ziren's figure is even better. In short, Niu Junsheng was stunned at first glance, looking like a lecher. And feeling Niu Junsheng's lecherous gaze, Li Ziren's brows also furrowed, and her first impression of Niu Junsheng was extremely poor. Lin Chen, Ziren, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Niu Junsheng. Zhou Huimin introduced with joy, holding Niu Junsheng's arm. She seems to like Niu Junsheng quite a bit, and there's quite a bit of admiration in the words she used when introducing him. Lin Chen. Li Ziren. Lin Chen was even more surprised than Li Ziren. This motherfucker is actually Zhou Huimin's boyfriend? To be honest, this guy doesn't look very good. He has a sharp nose and a monkey face, and he doesn't look like a good person. Except that he's quite tall, I guess he's about 1.85 meters. Lin Chen didn't expect Zhou Huimin's taste in men to be so bad. But Lin Chen naturally wouldn't say anything. After all, different people have different tastes. He was able to woo Zhou Huimin, so perhaps he has other outstanding qualities. Hello? Lin Chen, like Li Ziren, also smiled politely at Niu Junsheng. Let's go in and eat hot pot. I've been waiting for you guys for so long, I'm a little hungry. Zhou Huimin patted her stomach, and the 4 of them then entered the restaurant together, found a seat, and sat down. Since it was Zhou Huimin treating. As soon as she sat down, she took out her phone and scanned the QR code to order. Lin Chen, Ziran, Junsheng, what do you want to eat? Zhou Huimin ordered a mixed hot pot base and asked everyone else. Ziran, beef tripe and lamb roll, anything else is fine. Lin Chen, I'm fine with anything. I'm fine with anything too. Niu Junsheng is not picky about food at all, for him, as long as there is something to eat, that's good enough. Okay. Seeing that everyone is so casual, Zhou Huimin can only order for herself. After all, she is a little rich woman, and she orders a lot at once, without looking at the price. She orders basically every side dish, and like Li Ziren's favorite lamb roll, she orders 7 or 8 plates. Brother, where do you work? The atmosphere made Niu Junqing a little embarrassed, so he took the initiative to start a conversation with Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, "I stay at home and take care of the children." Take care of the children? For a moment, Niu Junqing looked down on Lin Chen. A real man, and yet he's at home raising a child. Isn't that ridiculous? But despite his contempt, he didn't show it. Instead, he hypocritically praised Lin Chen. "It's great to raise a child at home, I envy you. Unlike us office workers, we don't earn much even if we work every day." Niu Junqing's words made Zhou Huimin next to him give him a look. "Shut up." Zhou Huimin was not angry, because in her opinion, Niu Junqing was being completely modest. They had been dating for a week, and she more or less knew what Niu Junqing did for a living. "So what do you do?" Lin Chen asked in return. "Me?" Niu Junqing replied without hesitation, "Nothing much, I work at the Shanghai Research Institute." Research Institute? So you're a scientist? Li Ziran was surprised. This Niu Junqing looked like a rascal, but I didn't expect him to work at a research institute. With such a good job, no wonder he can woo Zhou Huimin. Forget the scientist, I'm not worthy, just an ordinary research enthusiast. Niu Junqing added a self-deprecating sentence. Lin Chen, Ziran, do you know who the winner of this year's Nobel Prize in Physics is? Zhou Huimin suddenly spoke with a smile, looking mysterious. Li Ziran looked at Niu Junqing's expression and guessed boldly, "Could it be your boyfriend?" "Yes." Zhou Huimin laughed, feeling incredibly proud. In fact, Niu Junqing's appearance was not her ideal type. The reason she agreed to his advances was largely because he had won the Nobel Prize. Because Zhou Huimin's grandfather was a scientist. And Zhou Huimin had admired scientists since she was a child. Because she thought scientists were awesome and cool. Now her wish has come true, and she has found a scientist boyfriend. But when he heard this, Lin Chen felt like laughing. He finally understood how Niu Junqing had wooed Zhou Huimin. Zhou Huimin is not very smart either, and she was really fooled by Niu Junqing. "Hey, why did Huimin say that?" "It's nothing." At this moment, Niu Junqing's helpless voice sounded. He said this, but he was really happy inside. Because he had pulled it off. He really enjoyed the feeling of being a show-off. And thanks to this trick, Niu Junqing had slept with countless girls. He was about to sleep with Zhou Huimin too, because she had already agreed to go to a hotel with him this weekend. At this thought, Niu Junqing couldn't hold back any longer. He glanced at the beautiful Zhou Huimin next to him, and he was getting excited. Ha. I'll show you how I'll toy with you this weekend. As a bit of a perverted old lecher, he was already prepared with the uniforms and the leather whip. He was going to train Zhou Huimin hard. Just then, Niu Junqing received a phone call. "Hello? What? Okay, I'll be right there." Seeing this, Zhou Huimin couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Well, I'm sorry, the research institute called me, I have to go back now." Niu Junqing made up an excuse. Actually, he had 2 months' rent in arrears. The landlord had just threatened to throw all his things out if he didn't pay the rent. Therefore, Niu Junqing now has to rush back. "Ah, never mind, you go back first." Zhou Huimin saw that Niu Junqing was in a hurry and said that she could understand. "Excuse me, let's have dinner together next time." After saying that, Niu Junqing picked up his phone and left. After Niu Junqing left, the scene was left with Lin Chen, Li Ziran, and Zhou Huimin. "I'm sorry, he recently won the Nobel Prize, and many bigwigs are meeting with him every day," Zhou Huimin said apologetically to the two. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. This Zhou Huimin is really in love, and maybe one day she will be betrayed by Niu Junqing and count her money for him. Li Ziran also felt a little strange and asked, "Huimin, how long have you been dating your boyfriend?" "Not long." Zhou Huimin did some calculations. "It's been almost 10 days. "Only 10 days. Do you know him well?" Li Ziran said worriedly, "Forget it, I'll be direct, did he really win the Nobel Prize? Have you been to where he works?" Li Ziran's questions were quite direct. Perhaps it was because Niu Junqing had just sized her up that she had a bad feeling about him. He said, "But I've seen his ID, he does work at the research institute, he's not lying to me." Zhou Huimin laughed, and he told me that he is going to go to Eagle Country next month to receive the Nobel Prize, and that he will take me with him to receive the award. "I see." Li Ziran was thoughtful, her expression a little helpless. She could tell that her best friend had really fallen for him. As her best friend, she didn't actually want to see this happen. After all, there were so many scumbags out there, and it was easy to get cheated. Just then, Lin Chen's voice sounded faintly. Zhou Huiman, did you give it to him? What? Zhou Huiman was stunned and suspected she had heard it wrong. I'm asking you, did you give it to him? Lin Chen repeated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huiman's pretty face immediately turned red, and she gave Lin Chen a glare. This guy, he actually asked her such a personal question. Chapter 55, Did you give it to him? Even Li Ziran was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Chen to suddenly ask Zhou Huiman such a personal question, and she immediately gave Lin Chen a glare. Is this something you can ask? But she was honest, and she was curious if her best friend had given it to him. If she didn't give it to him, did that mean she was giving it to you? Zhou Huiman smiled and stared at Lin Chen. She was actually an experienced woman, and she often drove with Li Ziran in private. So she wasn't particularly resistant to this kind of intimate question. No, you really gave it to him? Lin Chen asked in shock. Of course not. Zhou Huiman gave Lin Chen a cold look and said in a bad mood, We've only been dating for 10 days, how could I give it to him so quickly? In fact, on the third day with Niu Junsheng had already proposed to have sex. And he wanted Zhou Huiman to wear a bunny girl uniform for it. Zhou Huiman was actually a girl with no sense of security, and she felt that the progress was a bit too fast. She planned to talk about it for a while longer before giving in. After all, she was still a virgin, and she didn't want to give it away too casually. That's good, it's good that you didn't give it to me, otherwise I would really have to scold you. Hearing Zhou Huiman's reply, Lin Chen also let out a sigh of relief. What do you mean? Zhou Huiman looked puzzled. Nothing. Lin Chen thought about it for a while, but still remained silent. In fact, he was not someone who liked to interfere in other people's relationships. The truth would come out sooner or later, and Lin Chen had reason to believe that sooner or later, Zhou Huiman would discover the truth. After eating hot pot and returning home, Wu Yanfang was playing with the babies, who were now almost 3 months old and could already roll over. Lin Chen, you're back. Wu Yanfang gave a small smile as she saw Lin Chen approaching. Mom, you go rest for a while, I'll take care of them for a while. Lin Chen said, still very considerate. He could tell that Wu Yanfang was a little tired. Okay, I'll go get a glass of water. Wu Yanfang said, standing up, but her expression suddenly became strange. Ache. Wu Yanfang sneezed heavily, reached up to rub her nose, and looked at Lin Chen, a little embarrassed. Mom, do you have allergic rhinitis? Lin Chen noticed it at a glance. Wu Yanfang touched her nose and said helplessly, Yes, allergic rhinitis, it's been 7 or 8 years. Every time it's this season, I sneeze like crazy. Allergic rhinitis is really quite uncomfortable, Lin Chen said. Wu Yanfang said, Not only is it uncomfortable, but in severe cases, you can get nosebleeds. By the way, Xiaochen, you don't have rhinitis, do you? Me? Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, Of course I don't. That's good. This disease really tortures people, and the key is that there is no cure. Wu Yanfang sighed, and then leisurely went to fill a water bottle and drink. Allergic rhinitis is a disease of the immune system, and there is currently a lack of effective treatments on the medical market. Many medications, such as various nasal sprays, only temporarily suppress the symptoms and can easily relapse. However, this is not a problem for Lin Chen. Afternoon. Lin Chen went out for a while and bought some Chinese medicinal herbs. Li Zian saw Lin Chen buy a bunch of herbs and couldn't help but ask curiously, Honey, why did you buy Chinese medicine? Are you sick? Her tone was full of concern. Lin Chen laughed and said, No, I bought it for your mom. For my mom? Li Zian was taken aback. What's wrong with my mom? She has allergic rhinitis. I happen to know a prescription that is very effective for allergic rhinitis. Lin Chen laughed. Li Ziran nodded, I see. Before long, Wu Yanfang came downstairs. Lin Chen told her about the Chinese medicine he had bought for her and told her to start brewing it and drinking it tonight. However, Wu Yanfang sighed and said, Xiaochen, it's useless. I've drunk so much Chinese medicine, but it hasn't had any effect at all. Lin Chen heard this and laughed, Mom, this is a Chinese medicine recipe. I have a friend who has the same allergic rhinitis as you, and she was cured with this recipe. Chapter 56, Mother-in-law has a runny nose. Really? It's cured? Wu Yanfang couldn't believe it. She still remembered what a doctor had told her, allergic rhinitis could only be controlled, not cured. But after all, the Chinese medicine had already been bought, so she might as well give it a try. That night, Wu Yanfang took the medicine that Lin Chen had prescribed, with a trial-and-error attitude. The next morning, she woke up and felt that her nose was suddenly not stuffy. In the past, she had to sneeze 7 or 8 times every time she got up, but this time she didn't. Is this medicine really that amazing? Wu Yanfang was slightly startled inside, and the fresh air rushing into her nostrils made her feel, for the first time, how refreshing the morning air really is. Mom, how do you feel? Is your nose feeling better? Lin Chen asked as soon as Wu Yanfang arrived in the living room, where he was playing with their second child on the sofa. Much better. Lin Chen, you're amazing with this Chinese medicine remedy. Wu Yanfang looked at her son-in-law with admiration. Lin Chen smiled and said, in 3 days at most, your allergic rhinitis will be cured. Really? Wu Yanfang was stunned for a moment, and then her heart leapt with joy. Could she finally be free from the torment of her rhinitis? That day, Lin Chen stayed at home to take care of the baby, and didn't go anywhere. In the evening, Lin Chen suddenly received a call from his roommate Yi Wei from university. Lin Chen, do you have time tonight? Let's go out for a barbecue. Lin Chen wanted to refuse, but then he thought that since leaving campus, he hadn't really hung out with his roommate. So he nodded and said, sure, where? Meilin Ancient Town, around 7 o'clock. You must come, otherwise it won't be any fun. Yi Wei laughed. Okay, I'll definitely come. After the call, Lin Chen told Li Ziren that he was going out for a barbecue with friends that night. Li Ziren didn't say anything, just urging Lin Chen to come back early. That night. Victoria Barbecue. Lin Chen, over here. Roommate Huang Chang waved at Lin Chen, who then walked over with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly, because when he left the house, Lin Yue had been crying her eyes out, so Lin Chen had to soothe her to sleep before coming over, which delayed him for 20 minutes. It's fine, as long as you're here. I thought you were going to stand us up. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere was very lively. At this time, Lin Chen noticed that next to Yue, there was a black silk girl wearing a JK, very beautiful. If the appearance score was 100, she could get 90 points, and the key was that her figure was also very good. Of course, Lin Chen looked at her for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. He is not that kind of person. Lin Chen, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend Jingjing. Yue spoke with a smile, his tone tinged with a little pride. You could tell that he was very happy with this new girlfriend. Lin Chen now seriously suspected that the reason he had invited everyone to barbecue was a lie, and that the real reason was to show off his new girlfriend. So handsome, just like Daniel Wu. At this moment, Li Jingjing looked at Lin Chen's handsome face and a deep sense of awe welled up in her eyes. She had seen many handsome guys, but Lin Chen was so handsome that she really hadn't seen many. Of course, she simply thought Lin Chen was handsome, and didn't have any other unseemly thoughts. After all, there were so many handsome guys in the world, she couldn't possibly like everyone she saw, could she? Boss, bring a whole roasted lamb, a few kidneys and a beef penis, and by the way, pick me a big one. Yi Wei said to the boss not far away. The boss smiled and said, okay. Lin Chen, how have you been recently? Not bad. Lin Chen smiled slightly, and then everyone began to happily catch up. They talked about recent life and former classmates. Blowing in the autumn evening breeze, drinking cold beer, the feeling was simply too good. Lin Chen, Huang Chang, Yue? Suddenly, a surprised female voice sounded. Chapter 57, Zhao Mengyue. Everyone looked over and saw a fashionable and exquisite beauty wearing a Chanel bag, stockings with boots, and the proper style of an urban beauty. Zhao Mengyue? Huang Chang's tone was surprised. He immediately recognized this beauty as Zhao Mengyue, a classmate from university. And after Huang Chang's reminder, Lin Chen also instantly got an impression of this Zhao Mengyue. In their freshman year, Zhao Mengyue, Lin Chen, Yue and the others were all in the same major in the same class. But in their sophomore year, Zhao Mengyue transferred to another major. There wasn't much interaction between them, but the reason Yue and Huang Chang had such a deep impression of her was because in their freshman year, Zhao Mengyue was the prettiest girl in the class. What's more, she often wore black stockings to class, and she charmed the boys in the class. What's even more deadly is that Lin Chen also pursued Zhao Mengyue when he was a freshman. She was also the first girl in Lin Chen's life to actively pursue him. However, at the time, Zhao Mengyue disliked Lin Chen for being poor and an orphan, and did not agree to his pursuit. In Zhao Mengyue's opinion, What did it matter if Lin Chen was good looking? He couldn't even afford to buy her a Chanel bag, so what was the point of having such a boyfriend? In fact, there weren't many materialistic girls in college, and Zhao Mengyue could be considered a real-life sober girl. You're having a barbecue? What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. After all, they were old classmates, and Zhao Mengyue also smiled slightly, without putting on an arrogant airs. Yes, it's quite a coincidence. Goddess Xiao, let's sit down and have a few drinks, shall we? Huang Chang, this flirtatious fellow, invited with a smile. Zhao Mengyue smiled wryly, raised her hand and looked at the time on her watch. It wasn't very late, so she laughed and said, let's have a few drinks then. After saying that, she sat down next to Huang Chang, in a position directly opposite Lin Chen. Looking at Lin Chen in front of her, Zhao Mengyue couldn't help but exclaim, Lin Chen seems even more handsome after a while. I just don't know how you're doing now. Lin Chen, I heard from my former classmates that you've dropped out of school now, where do you work? Zhao Mengyue's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Chen, curiously asking. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'm not working, I'm at home taking care of the kids. Taking care of the kids? Zhao Mengyue blurted out, you're a full-time dad? No. Zhao Mengyue shook her head and then exclaimed in alarm, a child? Are you married now? After rejecting Lin Chen's advances back then, she deleted Lin Chen's WeChat account. Therefore, she had no idea about the children and wife posted in Lin Chen's circle of friends. She also had no idea that Lin Chen was now married. Zhao Goddess, you're not well informed, Lin Chen has 4 children now. Huang Chan laughed. Zhao Mengyue? 4 children. My goodness. Lin Chen is actually the father of 4 children. The handsome guy who used to pursue her is now married with children. Although she doesn't feel much for Lin Chen, she still can't help but feel a little sad. Lin Chen, is what Huang Chang said true? You are. Zhao Mengyue's gaze looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, yes, I have already gotten married and had children. Right now, I don't have any feelings for Zhao Mengyue. It's true that he did pursue her actively. But that was already 3 years ago. Therefore, when facing Zhao Mengyue again, Lin Chen's heart was calm and his face was composed. Congratulations, that's great. Zhao Mengyue said with a smile, and then changed the subject, asking, Lin Chen, I heard that the cost of raising a child is very high these days. You stay at home with the child, so who makes money to support the family? Does that mean that your wife goes out to work to earn money, and you stay at home full-time with the child? Zhao Mengyue's tone revealed a hint of surprise. If that was the case, Lin Chen was useless. Chapter 58, More than 50 missed calls. No. Lin Chen said, neither my wife nor I need to work. Zhao Mengyue couldn't help but freeze slightly upon hearing this. Neither the husband nor the wife need to work? That means they're leeching off their parents. Yes, they must be leeching off their parents. There are so many leeches in society these days, and she knows that Lin Chen is an orphan, without parents. What does this mean? If they really are leeching off their parents, they're leeching off the woman's parents. Oh my god. Zhao Mengyue felt like her worldview was about to collapse. She never expected Lin Chen to be such a bad, lazy man. A grown man with arms and legs not going to work, and leeching off his wife. How sad. And the 4 children are the most pitiful. Having such parents, she has to say that it is really miserable. She feels very sorry just thinking about it. For a moment, her impression of Lin Chen reached an all-time low. It seemed that not agreeing to Lin Chen's pursuit in the first place was the single most correct thing she had ever done in her life. If she married Lin Chen, how could she possibly live with him after the wedding? Lin Chen of course had no idea of Zhao Mengyue's thoughts at the moment, or else he would definitely feel confused. Zhao Goddess, tell me about yourself. Huang Chang asked curiously, you should have started your internship by now, where are you working? Me? I just quit last week and haven't started working yet. Zhao Mengyue smiled and said, but I've already received an offer for the position of deputy manager at a large company. If all goes well, I should go for the interview tomorrow. Holy cow, deputy manager. That's great. Zhao, I'll be hanging out with you and sucking up to you. Everyone started flattering her. That's what friends do, they like to flatter each other. Large company? Which large company? Facing Yue's question, Zhao Mengyue smiled and said, the name of the company will be kept secret for now, and you will naturally find out at the time. After all, it is still hard to say whether you can get the interview, even though I am very confident. Hearing this, everyone nodded, showing that they understood. Okay, I almost have to go back to bed too, so you guys chat. Zhao Mengyue stood up, glanced at the time, and saw that it was already 9:30, so she should probably go back too. Okay, Goddess Zhao, be careful on the way home. Huang Chang said something, and then followed Yu Weilin and Lin Chen as they continued eating barbecue and chatting. It was almost 10 o'clock when Lin Chen said he had to go home too. After all, Li Ziren must be waiting for him in bed right now. Brother, drive safely. Okay, let's meet up again next time. Back in the car. Lin Chen glanced at his phone and let out a small gasp of cold air. There were more than 50 missed calls. And they were all from his wife. He looked at the time again, and it was already 11:30 p.m. Shit. Lin Chen wasted no time, immediately started the car, and sped off towards home. Of course, 11:30 p.m. was not too late, but ever since he had started living with Li Ziren, even if he went out for a bit at night, he would definitely be home before 10 p.m. Because every night before going to bed, Li Ziren would want Lin Chen's caresses and kisses, so in the past, Lin Chen would already be lying next to her before 11 p.m. But now. My wife has called me so many times, but I haven't received a single one of her calls. I haven't gone home yet so late. She must be very anxious. Chapter 59 Zhao Mengyue's Confidence. Home. At this moment, Ziran was extremely anxious, because it was almost midnight, and Lin Chen had not yet returned home, which made her very worried. Ziran, has Xiao Chen not returned yet? The mother-in-law asked while carrying the just-bathed San Bao into the bedroom. Not yet. Li Ziren said with a worried face, Mom, do you think Lin Chen has encountered some danger outside? I don't think so, right? Upon hearing Li Ziren's words, Wu Yanfang also became a little worried. Because Lin Chen's past behavior was completely that of a good family man. He rarely went out at night. He was devoted to raising the children at home. But now it's almost midnight, and Lin Chen is still not back from having a barbecue. Have you tried calling him? I did, but I couldn't get through, no one answered. What? Wu Yanfang's face immediately paled, I'll give it a try. It's not connecting. Mom, I've tried dozens of numbers already, I'd better go out and look for him. Li Ziren was very worried, afraid that Lin Chen had really encountered some danger out there. While the two were talking, the door to the villa hall suddenly clicked open, and there was Lin Chen, back. Sorry, wife, Mom, I'm a little late. Lin Chen said with some embarrassment. He could tell from the expressions on Li Ziren and his mother-in-law's faces that he had worried them both. Why did you just come back now? Li Ziren walked over and gave Lin Chen's chest a little punch with her small fists. It was really quite cute, paired with her little expression of arrogance. But she was really a little angry. She had called Lin Chen more than 50 times and he hadn't answered, so anyone would be angry. Xiao Chen, why did you come back so late? What were you doing? Wu Yanfang, the mother-in-law, asked curiously. I ran into something on the way home. Lin Chen confessed directly. What was it? Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang questioned almost in unison. It was Zhou Huimin. Lin Chen then told the whole story of running into Zhou Huimin being kidnapped on the way home. When she heard that her best friend had almost been raped, Li Ziren was very angry, but not particularly surprised. She still remembers the way Niu Junsheng looked at her when they first met. He had a lecherous look in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was no good. This is just too lawless. Wu Yanfang was also heartbroken. Of course she knew her daughter's best friend. In fact, Zhou Huimin gave her a very good impression. Not only was she pretty, she was also very sensible and polite. Every time she met her, she called her auntie, which was very endearing. But she never imagined that Zhou Huimin would have such an encounter. Alas, in this society nowadays, it's really hard to find a pretty girl. Wu Yanfang couldn't help but sigh. Mom, don't worry, I'll definitely protect Ziran. Lin Chen said with a smile, seizing every opportunity to say something. Li Ziran gave him a white look when she heard this guy really knows how to take advantage of the situation. However, she was still very happy in her heart, after all, which girl doesn't like to hear sweet words? And you can never get tired of hearing them. What about me? Wu Yanfang blurted out, her expression as if to say, do I not need protection? I'm also an 18-year-old girl. Lin Chen. Lin Chen said he knew the answer to this question, after all, women are always 18 years old. Of course, mothers need protection too, and so does the family. Lin Chen said with a smile. That's more like it. Wu Yanfang beamed and said, Xiaochen, go take a bath, it's already midnight, take a bath and go to bed early. Okay. 7 or 8 minutes later. Lin Chen finished showering. Li Ziren was used to seeing Lin Chen come back to the bedroom so quickly. Since moving in with Lin Chen, she had learned that men can shower really quickly. It usually only takes a few minutes. The longest it would take is no more than 10 minutes. According to Lin Chen himself, when he showers, he usually washes his hair first, then applies body wash all over his body, and then rinses off. Wife, are the babies asleep? Just look for yourself. Li Zirong said in a neutral tone. Lin Chen. What's wrong, baby, are you angry? Lin Chen felt a little indifference in Li Zirong's emotions and immediately smiled, sat down next to Li Zirong, and put his arms around her. Don't call me baby. Li Zirong said angrily, I'm angry that you're back so late. Ha? Lin Chen smiled and said, you're really angry. Yes, you have to comfort me. Li Zirong's beautiful eyes flashed with a sly look. If you don't, you can sleep on the sofa tonight. Lin Chen? Then baby, what do you want me to do to make you happy? Lin Chen said with a face full of affection. Li Ziren thought about it for a while, tilted his little head and said, can you tell me a bedtime story? Bedtime story? Sure. Lin Chen nodded, he thought it was something else, but it turned out to be this. Okay, you can start now. Li Ziren sat up straight, staring at Lin Chen's face with a serious expression. Lin Chen smiled and said, once upon a time, there was a grassland called the Green Grassland. There was a wolf called Wolf Cousin. Stop. I grew up watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, so tell me a different story. Li Ziren was speechless. He had already heard the Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf stories, as if I didn't have a childhood. Baby, it's not the cartoon you're thinking of. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, just listen to me continue. Then go on. Li Ziren said, curious to see what tricks Lin Chen could come up with. Lin Chen said, my cousin the wolf was on a diet every day in order to eat the big fat sheep. Finally, after 3 months, he went from 100 catties to 50 catties. His skinny body managed to squeeze through the iron gate of the sheep village. Then what? Li Ziren asked curiously. Lin Chen laughed and said, then he successfully ate the sheep. Li Ziren? And then you ate the sheep? Li Ziren was a little confused, it's that simple? Yes. Lin Chen said. How did you manage to eat it? Li Ziren was curious, but Lin Chen didn't say anything about the process. I just ate it. While Lin Chen was talking, a pair of wolf paws reached Li Ziren's forbidden place. Li Ziren's pretty face immediately turned red, and she realized belatedly that she had been tricked by Lin Chen again. Subsequently, various positions were performed one after the other. The next day, Lin Chen woke up too tired from last night, and it was almost 10 in the morning when he woke up. Li Ziren, being considerate, had pushed the baby into the living room when the baby woke up, so that Lin Chen could sleep well. After all, the baby would sleep in the crib no matter where it slept. Lin Chen did not rush to get up, but checked his phone. At this time, Lin Chen saw that his assistant Xia Yuli had sent him several messages last night. Boss Lin, the baby clothes you asked me to make are ready. Lin Chen was a little surprised when he read the message, so soon? I have to say, this assistant is highly efficient. It's only been a short time, and the branch office is already open and the baby clothes are ready. But Lin Chen also knows that this is the charm of money. There are currently billions of dollars in liquid funds in the Tian Hong Group's accounts. With money, everything is fast. Okay, I'll come over now. Lin Chen just wanted to get out of bed when he suddenly remembered that he didn't know where the branch office was. Although he is the nominal boss of the Tian Hong Group. But because Xia Yuli is in charge of many things, he is a hands-off boss. As a result, Lin Chen doesn't know much about Tian Hong. Send me the location of the branch office. Lin Chen messaged Xia Yuli. Soon, Xia Yuli sent the address. Afterwards, Lin Chen told Li Ziren that he was going to the company, and then drove towards the company. Tian Hong Clothing Company. At this time, Zhao Mengyue was a little nervous. She was going to interview for the position of deputy manager at this newly opened company today. Once she passed the interview, she would get a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan. A monthly salary of 50,000 yuan was enough to beat up 99% of the working class in the country. In these 2 years when all industries are not doing well, a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan is really enviable. And Zhao Mengyue definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. After Zhao Mengyue entered the company, she stood at the entrance of the building and kept adjusting her mentality. After all, a good attitude is very important and may be the key to passing the interview. Just then, Lin Chen also parked his car and walked towards the entrance of the company building. Lin Chen? Suddenly, Zhao Mengyue saw Lin Chen walking towards her and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Why was Lin Chen here? Similarly, Lin Chen, who saw Zhao Mengyue, was also very surprised. Why was Zhao Mengyue here? However, Zhao Mengyue's next words directly made Lin Chen feel a little confused. You're following me? Zhao Mengyue guessed boldly. Aren't you a little overthinking things? Lin Chen was speechless. Him following her? Are you kidding? But Zhao Mengyue was convinced that Lin Chen was following her. If he wasn't following her, why was he here? Could it be that, like herself, he was here for an interview at this company? But isn't he a stay-at-home dad? Would someone like that come out to work? So that must not be the reason. Zhao Mengyue guessed boldly that it was very likely that Lin Chen had not forgotten her after they had a drink together last night. So he wanted to find an opportunity to confess to her again. Upon thinking of this, Zhao Mengyue couldn't help but sigh and asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen, does your wife know that you are stalking me? Lin Chen? Zhao Mengyue looked at Lin Chen with some disdain. Lin Chen, there is absolutely no way it can work out between us. Not to mention the fact that you have a wife now. Even if you were single, I would never be with you. Because I despise people who have no ambition and sponge off their parents. In my opinion, the most important thing for a man is to have a career. Being successful is more important than anything else. Although you are good looking, can you make a living with your looks? You can't. Forget it. I'll pretend that you didn't follow me. If your wife knows that you like me even though you're married to her, she'll be very sad. Go back, and don't follow me anymore. Zhao Mengyue said with deep concern. Are you crazy? Lin Chen was speechless. Is this the kind of puixin little fairy that you find online? But she is so confident. How dare you curse at someone? Zhao Mengyue's face turned pale, but Lin Chen no longer paid any attention to her and quickly walked towards the company building. Seeing this, Zhao Mengyue also immediately gathered herself together. Her top priority was still the interview. After Lin Chen arrived at the office, Xia Yuli, dressed in an OL uniform, walked in carrying a bag. Lin Zong, what do you think of these baby clothes? They were all made according to your designs. Xia Yuli took out a set of baby clothes from the bag, very fashionable and in various styles. Not bad. Lin Zong was very satisfied. He couldn't wait to see the babies wearing these clothes. They would definitely look very good and cute. By the way, Lin Zong, there are a few beautiful women here for the deputy manager position interview. Xia Yuli smiled and said. Lin Chen shook his head. You can handle this, I'm going home soon. But Mr. Lin, I have a stomachache and I want to go to the bathroom now. Xia Yuli touched her stomach and looked helpless. Okay, I'll go take a look. Lin Chen reluctantly got up and went to the interview hall. When he arrived at the interview hall, Lin Chen did see several interviewees waiting for a long time, 3 women and 1 man. Come over, line up and come in one by one, Lin Chen said to the group and then went to the adjacent office to sit down. Soon, the first interviewee came in. It was a man. Hello, I graduated from the Shanghai Industrial Vocational and Technical College, and my major is engineering technology. Lin Chen said to the group and then went to the adjacent office to sit down. Soon, the first interviewee came in. He was a man. Hello, I graduated from the Shanghai Industrial Vocational and Technical College, majoring in engineering technology. While in college, I served as the head of the street dance club, so I am confident that I can handle this job. Lin Chen. Quickly, next. 2 minutes later. All 4 interviewees were eliminated by Lin Chen. It was either because their major was not related to the job or they had no work experience. If it were an ordinary position, Lin Chen might give them a chance. But this is the position of deputy manager, a senior management position in the company. If just anyone can come and be a senior manager, can the company still be run? So, the interview is finally here. At this time, Zhao Mengyue finally arrived late. She walked into the interview room panting, but when she saw Lin Chen sitting in the chair, she was suddenly dumbfounded. Lin Chen, why is it you? Lin Chen was also extremely surprised that Zhao Mengyue had actually come here for an interview. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly remembered that last night, when they were having barbecue, Zhao Mengyue had said that she was going to come for an interview at a large company today. It turned out that the large company she was referring to was the company he had started. It had to be said, it was quite a coincidence. An interview? Please sit down. Lin Chen gave a faint smile, his expression calm and composed. It was as if he was seeing Zhao Mengyue for the first time. Are you the interviewer for this company? Zhao Mengyue couldn't believe it. Aren't you a stay-at-home dad? Yes, but did I say I didn't have a job? Lin Chen found this amusing. It was all just the woman's imagination, and he didn't even bother to explain. And after hearing Lin Chen say this, Zhao Mengyue suddenly realized that she had indeed misunderstood. Being at home with the kids doesn't mean you don't have a job. Lin Chen, I never thought you were the interviewer for this company. Suddenly, Zhao Mengyue became 10 times more confident of getting the job. With a flattering smile on her face, she said to Lin Chen, since you are the interviewer, I don't think I need an interview, so you can just make me the assistant manager. Chapter 60, Mother-in-Law's Advice. In Zhao Mengyue's opinion, Lin Chen used to like her so much, and they were old classmates, so he would definitely leave the door open for her. Sorry, let's follow the normal interview process. Lin Chen smiled slightly, and in the spirit of being responsible for the company, he didn't want to leave the door open for Zhao Mengyue. You. Zhao Mengyue was very surprised by Lin Chen's answer. Why wouldn't he leave the door open for her? Did Lin Chen not like her anymore? Thinking about this, Zhao Mengyue felt very uncomfortable. Fine, let's just follow the normal interview process. Zhao Mengyue gritted her teeth and said that she had prepared for this anyway and was very confident of getting the job. As long as Lin Chen didn't make things difficult on purpose, she felt sure she could get through it. Lin Chen then asked directly, are you familiar with clothing technology? Zhao Mengyue was taken aback. What clothing technology? Lin Chen said indifferently, it's textile materials, knitting, weft knitting, and so on. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengyue's face changed slightly, thinking to herself, what the hell is this? But with a fluke mentality, she forced a smile and said, knitting and weft knitting, I definitely understand. If I didn't know these things, do you think I would be able to come to an apparel company for an interview? Zhao Mengyue even questioned Lin Chen in return, as if Lin Chen was looking down on her. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, okay, it's good that you understand. Then I'll test you. Lin Chen casually clicked on the computer in front of him and found a picture of a weft knitted sweater. Then he asked Zhao Mengyue, do you think this sweater is knitted or weft knitted? Zhao Mengyue looked at it and was suddenly a little confused. Knitted? Weft knitted? She couldn't tell the difference at all. But she guessed boldly, it must be knitted. After all, it's a sweater, and everyone probably thinks it's made of knit, and Zhao Mengyue thought the same thing. You're wrong, this is a sweater made of weft knitting. It seems you don't know anything about the clothing industry. Lin Chen gave a faint smile and quickly said, I'm sorry, Miss Xiao, I don't think you're qualified for this job. What? Zhao Mengyue couldn't believe it, and she was dismissed like that? Suddenly, an unknown anger welled up in her heart, making Zhao Mengyue's face look extremely difficult. She felt that Lin Chen was deliberately making things difficult for her. She came to the interview to be the assistant manager, but he tested her knowledge of clothing? Lin Chen. Didn't I just reject your advances? Zhao Mengyue said disgustedly, do you really need to make things difficult for me like this? You're just a small interviewer, so why are you pretending in front of me? Forget it, there's no point getting angry with someone like you. I'll look down on people like you for the rest of my life anyway. After saying that, Zhao Mengyue walked off directly, exasperated. Of course, she didn't really walk off. While she was in the corridor outside, she happened to meet Xia Yuli, who had just finished using the toilet. Seeing Xia Yuli's office uniform, she knew that this beauty must hold a senior position in the company. So, Zhao Mengyue politely asked, hello, is your boss in the office? Yes, Zhao Mengyue felt that her failure in the interview was purely because the interviewer, Lin Chen, was deliberately being difficult. With her talent, she was sure she could pass the interview. So she planned to find the owner of this company and ask him to give her another chance. Lin Chen is just a small interviewer after all, and he can't make any decisions. As long as she finds the boss of this company, she still has a chance to be interviewed. It's a position with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. Zhao Mengyue will do everything possible to fight for it. You're looking for our boss? Yes, I want to interview him. At this time, Xia Yuli saw a figure appear downstairs. It was Lin Chen, who was about to go home. Sorry, our boss has already left. As she was talking, Xia Yuli's phone suddenly rang, and she immediately answered it. Hello, okay. I'll be right over. Xia Yuli quickly walked away. Zhao Mengyue was left with a dumbfounded expression on her face. What? Gone? Zhao Mengyue never expected that the boss would happen to leave. Zhao Mengyue looked down and just happened to see Lin Chen's figure. However, she didn't take it seriously. After all, the boss Xia Yuli was talking about could not possibly be Lin Chen, right? Hey, forget it, I'll come back tomorrow. Zhao Mengyue was a little disheartened and then left the building helplessly. As she watched Lin Chen walking a few dozen meters ahead of her, Zhao Mengyue became more and more angry. She couldn't help but quicken her pace, wanting to catch up to Lin Chen and scold him. However, by this time, Lin Chen had already walked to the security office. When the two security guards saw Lin Chen, they immediately bowed slightly and shouted in unison, "President Lin." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengyue was dumbfounded. The security guards were actually calling Lin Chen President Lin? Could it be that Lin Chen was the owner of Tian Hong Clothing Company? Wasn't the security guard just now saying that the person who had just gone out was the boss of the company? Zhao Mengyue walked quickly over and asked the security guards in great surprise. One of the security guards said, "Yeah, what's up?" "Oh, it's nothing." Zhao Mengyue squeezed a smile from the corner of her mouth. She found it hard to accept this fact. Then, she walked out of the gate, and at that moment, Lin Chen happened to drive past her in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Zhao Mengyue looked at Lin Chen's profile through the car window, and her face changed again. This car must cost at least a few million. The G-Class is a well-known high-end model in the Mercedes-Benz series. Generally, if you are not born with this kind of car, you probably won't have one in your life. Zhao Mengyue stood in place, watching the G-Class drive away, her heart filled with remorse. When she returned home, she saw Lin Chen carrying a bag and was very curious as she was breastfeeding her baby. "Honey, what are you carrying?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "These are clothes for the babies. Didn't you say last time that the clothes the babies bought last month were a bit too small for them to wear? So you went out and bought clothes on purpose?" Li Ziren asked curiously. "No, the branch office made them." Lin Chen laughed and said honestly, "I designed them and then asked the company to make them." "No way. You can actually design clothes." Li Ziren was a little dumbfounded. "If you can't design, it'll probably look terrible, right?" Li Ziren was suddenly interested. "Hurry up. Honey, let me take a look at these clothes." Lin Chen then handed the bag to Li Ziren. Li Ziren took out one piece of baby and children's clothing after another, and her beautiful eyes were full of admiration. "Wow, these clothes are really too good looking." Li Ziren could almost mentally picture the babies wearing these clothes and looking cute. "Honey, you're amazing, you even know how to do fashion design." Li Ziren said in a very cute and adoring way as she hugged Lin Chen. "But honey, how did you know how to do fashion design?" Li Ziren realized a problem because she knew that Lin Chen didn't major in this in college. Lin Chen couldn't possibly confess that it was the system's doing. So he lied and said, "I taught myself online, fashion design is very simple, don't think too hard. Besides, I just draw a picture, the clothes manufacturing is done by the company's employees." "Then you are also very good." In Li Ziren's opinion, Lin Chen is simply the most talented man in the world. Especially in terms of design, Lin Chen is exceptional. You have to know that the Tian Hong sports car was also designed by Lin Chen, and now he has designed such fashionable children's clothing. Lin Chen changed the subject and said, "Honey, why don't we try them on the babies to see if they fit?" Li Ziren said, "I think they should fit." Then the two went to the bedroom and picked up the big baby, Lin Qingyue, who looked quite happy. "Do you like the clothes Daddy made for you?" Li Ziren held up a yellow piece of children's clothing in front of the children and waved it. "Ee-ya. Ee-ya, ee-ya." The babies all made sounds, especially the eldest, second and fourth babies, who all had incredibly healing smiles on their faces. It looked like they really liked the clothes. Seeing this, Li Ziren and Lin Chen also smiled knowingly and began to change the babies into their new clothes one by one. Of course, they were just trying them on to see if they fit. Naturally, the new clothes will be worn next time after the babies have finished their bath. "Xiao Chen. What is it, Mum?" I saw Wu Yanfang, the mother-in-law, walk into the room, with a smile on her face, looking very happy. Wu Yanfang said, "Xiao Chen, do you know what? After taking your Chinese medicine, I feel that my allergic rhinitis has completely gone." Lin Chen laughed and said, "Really? That's great." Lin Chen was still very happy that his mother-in-law finally didn't have to suffer from her rhinitis. Li Ziyan also said, "Really, Mom? Your allergic rhinitis is really gone." His mother had rhinitis, and he knew it. She often had to blow her nose, and she sneezed uncontrollably whenever she smelled willow catkins or dust. He never imagined that Lin Chen's remedy would actually work. Wu Yanfang beamed, "Yes, I finally feel like my nose is back to normal. The right side of my nose has been stuffed up for years, but now it's finally unblocked. Xiaochen, this home remedy of yours is amazing. I have a crazy idea. Why don't we turn this home remedy into a pharmaceutical product?" "A pharmaceutical product?" Li Ziren was taken aback and asked, "Mom, do you mean turning it into pills and selling it on the market?" "Yes, that's exactly what I mean." Wu Yanfang laughed and said, "If this rhinitis medicine is launched on the market, it will definitely sell well and benefit the people. After all, I have seen a statistical survey before, and there are more than 300 million rhinitis patients in our country. I think it's worth a try." Lin Chen thought his mother-in-law's idea was not bad. Not only could it make a lot of money, but it could also benefit the people. It's a win-win situation. Of course, Lin Chen said this because he fully agreed that his mother-in-law's idea was feasible. After all, he had already become financially free. Personally, Lin Chen was not very interested in making more money. The key was to benefit the people, and to enable Tian Hong Group to become involved in more fields and become a company with greater scale and influence. This is what Lin Chen would like to see more. Wu Yanfang said, "If that's the case, I guess we'll have to set up a pharmaceutical subsidiary, which feels a bit troublesome." "I don't think it's troublesome." Li Ziren smiled and said, "After the baby gets a little older, I can help manage these branches." "Good, then that's decided." Wu Yanfang immediately made the decision. She was actually a businesswoman before Lin Chen took over Tianhong. Tianhong's empire was built by the two of them. Later, Lin Chen wrote down the ingredients for the prescription on a piece of paper. After Wu Yanfang took it, she immediately contacted Li Tianhong. In the following days, Lin Chen stayed at home to take care of the children. In the evenings, he and Li Ziren would go out and hang out in the mall, enjoying some time alone together. When he got bored, he would play games at home. When he was in a good mood, he would also cook lunch. When he felt like it, Li Ziren was always by his side. In short, they led a very laid-back life as a couple. He felt very lucky, not having to rush off to work every day like so many people in the world. Lin Chen stays at home and sleeps as long as he wants. What a life of freedom. He doesn't have to get up early. He doesn't have to go to work and earn money. He doesn't have to look anyone in the eye. He spends every day with his 4 babies, watching them grow up little by little. This is the kind of life Lin Chen has always longed for, and of course, he has got it. Ding, congratulations, the host is playing a song for the babies, bonus skill, music master. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, not expecting that playing "I Have a Little Donkey" for the babies would trigger the system. Then, a flood of information rushed into Lin Chen's brain. In the blink of an eye, he had become a master in the field of music. Lyricist. Composer. Singer. Lin Chen was all-rounder. And all at master level. Suddenly, a particularly strong desire to create an original song welled up in Lin Chen's heart. He immediately ran to the next bedroom, turned on the computer, and started creating the song. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Chen had composed a song, which he named Alien. He sang it himself, feeling quite good about it, then recorded it and casually released it on a certain music listening app. Of course, Lin Chen was just bored and releasing it for fun, and had no desire for the song to become popular. After releasing the song, Lin Chen returned to the bedroom to continue taking care of the child. 3 hours later, many users on the music app discovered Lin Chen's extraterrestrial. Extraterrestrial? That name is a bit of a crotch grab, and it doesn't sound very good at first glance. That was the first impression of the users, who all thought the song was not very good. However, after listening to it, their impressions changed. Holy cow! What kind of immortal song is this? It's too good. What a romantic song. I almost fell for the song title. The lyrics are so picturesque, the creator is so talented. It's so good. I've listened to it over and over again, and I feel like I'm addicted to it. At first I didn't know the meaning of the song, but now I feel like I'm in the song. Oh no, when I heard this song, I suddenly missed my ex. Me too. I miss my ex-girlfriend. Chow Suk-hee, you are the salty taste I have ever experienced. What a coincidence, my wife's name is also Chow Suk-hee. Why are you all talking about your exes? Am I the only one in the comments section who doesn't have an ex? I'm 22 years old and I've never even touched a girl's hand. Where do the guys upstairs find their partners? It's so beautiful, it's my song of the year. Soon, Extraterrestrial skyrocketed in popularity and shot to the top 10 on the hit parade. Meanwhile, the assistant of Ma Dehua, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Hong Kong, noticed the song on a music listening app. Chen Feng was curious, was there a bug in the app? How could a song with such a title be in the top 10? With a mixture of curiosity and puzzlement, Chen Feng clicked on the song Extraterrestrial. Then, the beautiful prelude began, and Chen Feng's face gradually turned shocked.